Law Forum, and today we have a rather saturated day as well. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for joining. Thank you for observing. I would like to just move forward. Of course, we have Mr. Bogdan Ferenc, who joined us, who is going to come up with a motivational brief. A lot of things could be said about Mr. Bogdan, but I just like to know that he is the inspiration behind the huge, important organization for educators. We are very proud to be cooperating with him because educators are exactly the people who are capable of bringing mediation light to another generation. Thank you, dear colleague. Miss Louisa, your presentation is just incredible. Well, I'll be very brief. I want to live up to these expectations, so to say. Thank you for having me and for this valuable cooperation, because Ukrainian Academy of Mediation have been partnering with us for many years. And Ms. Olga is present here as well. She's been coordinating our cooperation. And these are very quality formats of cooperation by your academy. These are so crucial for us, for educators, for students, for youth, veterans, and for society in general. A bit later on, I will elaborate on this. Okay, just a few words about Progressive and Strong. Some of us already know this. This is one of the biggest educators organizations, and we have been witnessing the influx of students. Our philosophy since 2018 has been about building horizontal connections between those seeking educations and those providing it in a more professional dimension. So between the educational facilities, students, and the ministry, and this is about mediation as well. Mediation is present, is omnipresent. So quality, high quality mediation. It allows us to achieve high level results. And the high level results for us is increase in high quality education and conditions implementation so that mediation could be the instruments for good life. And this is something personal for me. When I graduated from the first University of International Relations, I understood that I need to dedicate myself to diplomacy. Then I went to the diplomacy university, to parliament, and mediation was as well so crucial there. You cannot work in this sphere without mediation skills. Sometimes you are not aware of this. You do not, maybe there were not so many instruments or theoretical base, but mediation was something that helped us achieve things that strengthen Ukraine, that help us develop cooperation with other countries, with politicians, experts, educators, and all of this and can be and have to be the basis for transformation of society. Well, I'm always about practice. I always advocate for well used in our team. We have 12 people in our team. They are very different backgrounds of everybody, but this immersion in the context of mediation helps us to use these life hacks and insights every day that allow us to balance us and to move this community forward. We work with important topics now. Youth, first and foremost, cooperating with UNICEF. We camps for frontline residing people, so for people and youth who experience occupation and have the trauma of war. It's incredibly important to use mediation as a tool for these social connections between different groups of teenagers, students, other youth groups. And we need to have more professionals, more experts who would be practically implementing this experience. I would like to know this. This practice is important. It's so crucial because we need to implement this among youth, and we believe that the youth, both in Ukraine as well as those abroad, they have to belong, they have to feel the belonging, the sense of belonging to Ukraine as well. What else? Mediation, of course, helps in work with veterans. It's so important, so helpful. Our initiative about Light Inside, it's about advocating for interests of people with vision impairments, and mediation is only the first experience with such initiative when we were dealing with the Minister of Social Policies and Healthcare expert, and mediation was already this is something we are doing on a daily basis for people who gave us their lives at the front lines. I won't be speaking too much. I see a lot of representatives today. It's so incredible to see all of you here. I wish you a good, fruitful, collaborative day today. And I like that this event has an international presence, and thank you for these efforts, Ms. Louisa. And we are very happy to join these initiatives and to become a good, positive force to promote and enhance mediation in our society, so that our society could be better prepared and help those who need it most. And I think that's what's important for everyone's happiness and for social cohesion. When you feel this equilibrium inside, you can scale it up. So everybody, have a good day, have a good, peaceful, and productive cooperation and productive discussion. Thank you, Mr. Bogdan, for these inspiring words and for this space for mediation that you highlighted about educators and veterans in our present-day reality. This is a good bridge to our first panel discussions. It's going to be dedicated. So Ms. Natalia Mazarak is going to moderate. She's a doctor of legal sciences, but she's a very active member of the Ukrainian Academy of Mediation, and she's been part of many initiatives. She's going to introduce incredible speakers we have today. I'd just like to know that the world of international competitions in mediation, it's something you want to dive in and you are hooked. You cannot leave it. Everybody can be part of this initiative. Judges could be a part of these competitions. Everybody can find something for them, can find some opportunity for their development and for their skills implemented in practice. So I'd like this panel discussion to be a great rally for development of this mediation competition culture. And our today's speaker will be able to share their experience, both as students and judges. So we'll see everybody's perspective. I would like to hand the floor to Ms. Natalia. Maybe at the end, I will be kindly asking 5 minutes to present something from the Academy of Mediation. Some surprise. Dear representatives, Ms. Liza, thank you for your introduction. I would like to start in English because a lot of representatives are from different countries.
I've been truly waiting for this unique panel because it brings people whose experience is directly connected with the development of international negotiation and mediation competitions. The university professor and also someone as once co-organized a students' mediation tournament, I strongly believe that these events have enormous value. They're important for students, they're important for wider professional community. And I'm extremely proud and a bit overwhelmed that today we have with us representatives of some of the world's leading mediation and negation competitions. That's a rare opportunity, and thanks, Lisa, for collecting this panel through your wide networks. And that's a rare opportunity for us to hear how these competitions work from the inside, how they have evolved, what lessons can they offer to universities, to coaches, students, organizers. And what makes this panel especially complete is that we are not looking at the topic from one perspective only. Besides competition organizers, will also have the perspective of a coach and the student, and I would say a very successful coach and the student. And this gives us the chance to discuss the full ecosystem of mediation competitions. And I hope that today's discussions would be practical, honest, and inspiring, especially for Ukrainian universities and students who are interested in entering this magnificent world. And our first speaker, I would introduce speakers one by one. Our first speaker is Dr. Mary Lou Frank. And she is a scholar and a practitioner whose work I personally admire very much. I have read her papers with great pleasure and interest and always enjoy listening to her speeches. And what I'm especially pleased that we begin with Dr. Frank, because her experience allows us to look at the mediation competitions not only as legal competitions, but also as spaces where students learn communication, empathy, conflict dynamics, and psychology of peacemaking. Dr. Frank, the floor is yours.
Oh, Natalia, it is so good to see you, and thank you so much for your kind words. I have shared a PowerPoint, and I think I sent it in yesterday. If we could go ahead and put that up there. But thank you. If that's not possible, I will go ahead and just say it, set up show presented by speaker.
I will show you your slides in just a minute.
Okay, no problem. Well, let me tell you a little bit about it. I'm going to go ahead and start. I have a few minutes just to, let's go to the next slide. What I'm going to talk about a little bit, since I was the first speaker, I thought I have an opportunity to talk a little bit about the world of mediation and then also talk a little bit about the why. And it'll be fairly brief, but I put together a few things because I wanted to get us started and really immerse ourselves in something I've been involved in. And Natalia was most kind.
Mary,
Yeah.
sorry, Natalia, you need to change to, now we can see speaker's view of presentation. Now it's perfect.
Oh, thank you, Natalia. Anyway, I've done a lot of things in the field of mediation, and there actually is a book coming out out of India on the art of advocacy, a comprehensive guide to ADR competitions that my husband and I contributed to. It's still in press. I would have given you pieces of it if I could have today. but they're still working on those details. But know that there's a lot of work out there with that. Let's do the next slide, please. Thank you. I've worked with a lot of different tournaments. I'm a past president of the International Academy of Dispute Resolution, and have certainly done a lot of work there, continue to chair their law school tournaments. But because I believe in this, and because I think we're a community, have been honored to get a chance to judge at a number of other competitions, some of which are represented by the distinguished panel that I'm joining today. And I was so humbled because these are people I've known from different parts of the world, and some of them I've known for many years. And I just am very honored to get a chance to share a panel with them. But just know there's a lot of different things to get involved in. Next slide, please. So this is about, let me say a few things about the world of mediation and negotiation competitions. Next slide, please. There's so many of them. We're going to talk about, you've got speakers that are going to talk to some of the main ones, and certainly I haven't gone to all of them. There's a really wonderful one in Brazil I've not gotten a chance to go to, and a couple in India that I haven't been to, but I've been to a lot of the large ones and some of the smaller ones. So if you are interested, there are lots of ways to get started, whether you're a professional or whether you are a student. And whether it's local versus national versus international, they all give you different learning experiences, and they all help you dive deeper into the field of mediation and negotiation. There are some that are called tournaments and some that are called competitions. And I didn't realize how different that was until I talked to some of the coaches and some of the students that participate. And for some people, they see competitions as a little bit more competitive. However, they see tournaments as an opportunity to learn. I don't know that that's always true, because I've worked with lots of INADR tournaments, and they seem to be pretty competitive at times. But there are some subtle differences. Is training a part of the competition or the tournament? That can really enrich your learning opportunity, so that and sometimes they'll have a conference, and I know we've done this, and I know a number of my colleagues and friends in the mediation community do that also. Have some kind of conference first, and then they go into training, and then they go into the competition. And so that makes it a richer experience also. And for many professionals, that gives you the opportunity to have your law firm or your university pay for it, because you're going to be going to a conference, and then you can also stay for the competition. But you need to decide what fits for you. If you're going to be participating, or do they have opportunities for you to be a judge? Are there opportunities to be a mediator, a negotiator? What are the different roles you might be able to have there? And that might make a difference on what kind of choices that you make. Is it negotiation? Is it mediation? Is it arbitration? There are wonderful tournaments and competitions that look at all these different things. Then you want to look at what is the cost? How long is it going to be? Is it going to be 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days? Are you going to have to travel? Where is it going to be? Is it going to be a place you would like to visit anyway? And so you've now got an opportunity to also visit a wonderful part of the world that maybe you haven't been at before. I'm going to show some pictures of some of the different competitions on some of these initial slides. This one happens to be at ICC in Paris, and this is where they do their finals. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about why. And sometimes knowing the why helps you understand how you enter mediation and negotiation competitions. Next slide, please. You can learn at a really deep level what winning really means. If your background is law, which is different than mine is psychology. And in psychology, We don't, in the 5 years of clinical training I received, we not once got any kind of instruction on this is how you win. We did get instruction on how you help people heal, how you help people learn to get along with each other. So it's just a little different focus. But mediation competitions and negotiation competitions help you really reinforce the idea that litigation doesn't give you an opportunity for everyone to get their voice to get heard, and that there's a lot more satisfaction and control of the process and more long-lasting resolutions to conflict if you were to choose mediation or negotiation. I could cite research, and this is just a brief overview, but there's lots and lots of articles, and if you want to, I can send you some of that talks about how much money is saved when people go into mediation or even to negotiation. It saves money for the company, it saves time and effort and emotional energy for all of the parties, and everyone has an opportunity to leave satisfied. You also learn the impact that alternative dispute resolution can have on conflicts. And that's a good takeaway for all of us. Next slide, please. You can also learn how the soft skills are really hard skills, but they can be hard to learn, but they're invaluable. They're invaluable in whatever context we are. The ability to listen well, which I want you to know is probably one of the most important skills you can take with you. It will get you promoted. It will, I can guarantee you, get you a job if you don't have one, because people in interviews don't know how to listen well. But people who come out of mediation learn those skills. You learn how to have better judgment, how you learn how to connect. You learn to communicate. And you learn some things about emotions and emotional intelligence and how important compassion is, how important it is to connect with people and really listen to them, to be present, and the power that has in relationships. Next slide, please. I can't underscore this enough. They help you develop connections with other students. You don't know how many of these people are going to help you in your career, but I can guarantee you many of you are going to use these contacts you make at mediation tournaments later in your life, and you may end up going to work with any of these people. You may cross national borders and work in different countries because you have opportunities and connections there. Connect with other professionals, and they can open doors for you as well. I write letters for students in many different countries, but as a professional, I connect with other people. And I'm really honored to call a number of the people I'm speaking with today friends and colleagues because of those connections. I've taught at universities in other countries because of connections I've made through the mediation world. It helps take us out of our insular mindset and help us realize we're part of a broader community and we're here to support and help each other. Please, next slide. You learn cultural differences and learn that we're not all the same, but there's real beauty in that. You understand people and learn how the differences and how you can accommodate to those and honor those. You also get a picture of the broader context. You learn and grow as a person. Next slide, please. Probably most importantly, you can learn that as a future leader, and all of you are future leaders. All the students are future leaders. I fully expect and know some of you have gone ahead and gone into government positions. You're the key to a better world. Mediation tournaments and competitions help you to develop the skills, experiences, connections, and understanding to get you started. Last slide, please. And you can connect with me in a lot of different ways through social media and certainly through my email. I am done with this. I'm honored to have had a few minutes to say a few words to get us started. Thank you again, Natalia, for your kind words. And I am honored to be a part of this group.
Many thanks, dear Mary Lou. Thanks for perfect timing. We still have time for questions and answers. Questions, and dear participants, you can ask the questions now, or we'll have a bigger questions and answer sessions after all the speakers. So I think that we will proceed with the general questions and answers sessions, and still we have time. And now I'm absolutely thrilled to introduce our next speaker. He's Dr. Kenneth Frank, and he brings a very special perspective on the panel, because I have seen his slides, and his experience in mediation competitions is huge, and within the International Academy of Dispute Resolutions. And I think that I'm quite sure we will learn a lot of interesting from his speech. Dr. Frank, the floor is yours.
Well, hello, and I too am honored to be a part of this group. I look around at the other speakers, and I know that I'm going to learn a lot from each of them as well. And it's always an interesting task to follow my lovely wife in one of these presentations, because she always is very engaging, and I have to work a little harder to grab your attention. But what I want you to know is that I've been around this mediation competition for a very long time. And I've got a series of slides, and if you would be so kind as to put those up, and thank you, Natalia, for your kind words to get us started here. All right, you can go to the next slide. So just a little bit about who I am. I am a professor at Brenau University in Gainesville, Georgia. I'm a court-approved mediator with the state of Georgia, and have been for many years. I come at this from a lot of different perspectives. I started out as a coach for students doing these competitions. That's how I first got hooked into doing the competitions. And then I've moved along to become a judge and an expert assessor at a lot of other competitions, including INADR, an adjunct professor at one of our local law schools here in the state of Georgia. And currently, I'm the president of the International Academy for Dispute Resolution. And it is from that context that I have prepared some comments for you about what this journey into mediation has meant for so many of the students and professionals and coaches that I've worked with over the years. Next slide, please. Well, these competitions existed a long time in other areas, and not only at the law school level, but at the undergraduate level as well. And I've just listed a few of the competitions just to give you an idea of the breadth and scope of these things. And for some of you, you've been involved in these, and you've been a part of these competitions. At the undergraduate level, back in 1985, we started the American Mock Trial Association, which did allow students to really participate in mock trial kinds of activities. And we would have students function as witnesses and go through examination and cross-examination, and it became huge in the United States. The American Mock Trial Association had colleges and universities that participated almost every weekend, starting in October and going clear through the championship competitions that occurred in April. And students would participate every weekend. Well, one of the things that happened along that journey was that there were schools that felt that maybe we should be looking at mediation as a vehicle to teach students skills rather than trial. And we'll talk about that journey in just a minute. But on the law school level, American Bar Association has been doing moot court competitions since 1947. Many of you have probably participated in the Viz. moot in Europe. That's been going since 1994. But interestingly enough, until the year 2000, there was really not a competition format for mediation. And, you know, in some sense, the idea of competing in mediation is kind of inconsistent with the essence of mediation. And when we first started these competitions, people would say, you're having a mediation competition? Isn't mediation all about cooperation? Isn't competition kind of uh, the negative of what you're trying to do? So we overcame that. Next slide, please. We overcame that by sitting down, and the founder of mock trial is Dean Richard Calkins. He was dean of the Drake Law School, and then was also the president of American Mock Trial. But there were a group of us who decided that we needed to be looking at mediation instead. And so, as part of the American Mock Trial Association, we got together and put on some competitions which involved mediation. That group that kind of broke off from the AMTA umbrella became the International Academy for Dispute Resolution. We started competitions back in the year 2000, and yes, I will admit my age. I was at that very first competition in the year 2000, and we had a wonderful turnout of undergraduate schools that were doing mediation. And INADR has grown up over the years. We now sponsor competitions at both the law school and the undergraduate level. We have done over 100 mediation competitions since the year 2000. We have the opportunity for students to move from undergraduate participants to law school participants, and we've seen this happen. And it's a wonderful chance to see students acquire these skills that Mary Lou talked about. The tournaments, whoops, please go. Yeah, you can go ahead to the next slide. Thank you. So we've been around since 2000, and here are some of the central or essential attributes of all of our tournaments. First of all, we believe that there should be some training by professionals prior to the tournament. And even in the small invitational tournaments that are held locally and regionally, we ask the tournament hosts to bring in some of their local experts on dispute resolution, bring in their experts on mediation, and let them teach the students about the skills that they use in their lives. We were the very first, and for a long time, the only tournaments that allowed students to serve as the mediators. We use the co-mediation model, where we take two students from two different schools who may not have met each other prior to the mediation session, and we give them an opportunity to become acquainted with each other and figure out how they're going to conduct that round of mediation together. So it really requires students to work across school lines. One of the things about mock trial that some of us found troublesome is that mock trial didn't encourage collaboration at all across school lines. The teams just sat with themselves when there would be time alone, and we wanted people to connect with each other. So we created the co-mediators, and there are a lot of tournaments that use professional mediators, and those are wonderful tournaments. We thought maybe the students should have an opportunity to serve as the mediators. At every one of our competitions, there are 3 rounds. And because the teams that come from the schools are 3-person teams, each student gets to serve as a client once, an advocate once, and a mediator once in those 3 rounds. And it really gives the students an opportunity to have a rounded experience. We use new and different cases each round. Unlike what they do at some of the tournaments where they have one case and variations of that case. At INADR competitions, we use a variety of cases drawn from the domestic relations world, from contracts world, from personal injury world, and we keep some case writers quite busy coming up with the cases for our students to use at the tournaments. And by going into the different areas of law and seeing different scenarios, we believe that we are able to show the breadth of what mediation can do by working in these different areas. We, of course, have our professionals that evaluate the student work. And we give awards. One of the things that Dick Calkins believed in was giving out lots of awards. He said if students can go home with a trophy or some other recognition of their work, they're going to be more encouraged to do that in the future. And they can also go to the persons at their universities or colleges that hold the money and say, look at what we accomplished. Will you please fund us for the next activity or fund us for the next year? So we give away team awards in mediation. We give away team awards in advocacy. We give individual awards in mediation, and we give individual awards in advocacy. And what we do is make sure that students feel really good about the work that they've done. And we also, at all of our competitions, we have time in the schedule where the students and the professionals can mix with one another, be it in training times or banquet times or other opportunities for the students and the professionals to work together. And you know, the picture in the corner is a typical INADR setup for one of our tournaments, and the professionals are from the viewpoint of the picture. They're sitting back there and seeing the two mediators at the far end of the table working together with teams from yet other universities. So in any particular round, there are at least 4 universities represented in the room, and it's a great opportunity for the students to learn from each other. Next slide, please. So how do you enter the world of mediation competitions? Well, as Mary Lou pointed out, there are so many of these now, and they are all over the world, and they're being sponsored by wonderful organizations, other organizations that are going to be speaking on this panel today. And it's easy to become involved. As a professional, just find out where this work is happening and volunteer. You can volunteer to be an expert assessor or a judge. You can volunteer to give a training. Believe me, as someone who has organized tournaments for 26 years now, I know how valuable having experts come forward and say, hey, I am willing to help. I'm willing to judge. I'm willing to present. That is an incredible asset for those of us that are hosting tournaments. So, or contact your local university or college that may or may not already be doing some work with conflict resolution. Perhaps you could meet with a group of interested students. Perhaps you could even assume the role of coach. Having these students learn from you and having an opportunity to work with them is a most fulfilling activity. And just go to one of the many events around the world, because if you see the quality of the work that our students are doing, you'll get hooked. You'll say, I really want to be part of this process. And the professionals that do this work all the time are most excited about that. As a student, you've probably got some group on your campus that is involved in conflict resolution activities of some sort, peer mediation, or some activity which you can bring this idea of going to a tournament to, and start a group that's interested in, expand campus interest to develop faculty allies. Find yourself some faculty members who will support what you're doing, and that allows you to kind of open the door to potential funding sources. And we encourage in INADR, we encourage students to attend events, even if they're not participating. They can come as observers, they can watch the work. Although a lot of times, if you show up at an INADR competition, you're going to be involved in it in some capacity, because we many times will take students who don't have enough to have a team and put them with other interested students and create what we call a buy team. And those students from other universities form a team and work together during the tournament. And you would be surprised how often these buy teams do so well in the tournament environment. Next slide, please. Now, there's the way that you can get a hold of me. That's my LinkedIn site and email. And I am always happy to answer questions from either professionals or students or someone who anticipates being a coach. I can tell you from having been around these tournaments for as long as I have that you will develop friendships and connections and relationships, the things that Mary Lou talked about in her presentation. that will be so valuable for her. And I see friends and colleagues on this presentation today that I've known for a number of years, some of them as students, and then they've moved on and become coaches and professionals. So it is a wonderful experience to get involved in, and I hope that that all of you will find an opportunity to participate in one of these wonderful tournaments around the world. You know, ICC and CDRC and all of the great tournaments that are held in the European area. And just one very quick story before I leave. You may have an opportunity to even find someone that you might want to be married to for the rest of your life. At one of our tournaments in London, a young man from Singapore met a young woman from the Ukraine, and they wound up getting married. In fact, Mary Lou and I had the opportunity to attend their wedding in Ukraine, and they are now living very happily together in London. So you just never know how one of these things is going to evolve. So thank you for your time. Thank you for asking me to be a part of this presentation. Natalia, thank you for organizing this. And Louisa, certainly thank you for organizing the tournament or the conference.
Dear Kenneth, many things, and I loved and truly believe in two ideas. You highlighted that once you are in, you cannot leave this world, and the next thing is, yes, the faculty and me as a faculty member, yes, we will always support all the students' initiatives with any mock trials and especially mediation competitions. Many thanks, and many thanks for the history. I love that so much, and your explanations as well. And I think that if we have agreed that we are going to have a general Q&A session. So we have no, we will move to a general Q&A session because the question in the chat is quite a general one. So our next speaker is Mr. Thomas John, and we are moving from US to Europe. And Thomas is international mediator, arbitrator, negotiator, legal consultant, and what means for this panel, he is director of the mediation and negotiation competition in Vienna, one of the leading international competitions in this field. Thomas, I'm very pleased to give you the floor. I guess that Thomas is either. I will check the participants. Yes, he has this connected. So I think that we will need to move to the next speaker to save our time. Dear Ruslan, are you here with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Natalia.
So
I don't know if you can see me or not.
Yes, anyways, we are moving to Europe, and I'm pleased to give a floor to our speaker, Ruslan Mirzaev. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Natalia, and it's my pleasure to be here. I would like to thank Louisa and Natalia for organizing this. It's my pleasure to talk to the audience, to share the panel with the esteemed speakers, the pioneers of the mediation competitions globally. So it's very humbling to share the same panel with our colleagues here. I think it is, I don't remember any previous time when I talked to more than 500 people online. So I need to give credit to the Ukrainian Mediation Academy and personal Louisa for this, and Natalia for this let's say, excellent organization. So moving to my discussion, I'm Ruslan Mirzaev. I'm head of education and training, global head of education and training at ICC dispute resolution services. I'm responsible for capacity building globally on arbitration and ADR. We organize various events on arbitration and ADR, and one of those events, the biggest event we organize on mediation, is the mediation competition that we have been organizing for more than 20 years. And for the last few years, every year, the number of universities applying to the competition has been rising. We receive more than 100 applications from different universities, and we select around 60 universities to come to Paris to compete. The structure of the competition is, as both Kenneth and Mary Lou were describing, we have different types of competitions where the formats are different, but in our competition at ICC, we have professionals acting as mediators, we have professionals acting as judges, and the students act as parties and party representatives. So I would like to address a couple of points, maybe not very general questions, but then the floor will be open so you can ask any questions you may have. Why we organize this competition? That's the first question I want to address. The second question is probably what we aim to achieve by organizing the mediation competition. I think in order to answer the first question, why we organize it, there is definitely no link between our mediation services and the mediation competition. There is, over the few years we have analyzed, there is no link between the number of cases we receive at the mediation center or the mediation services we provide and the mediation competition. They're completely separate. They don't impact each other. But the reason we organize this competition is very different. I think by organizing this competition, we contribute to the mindset of peaceful resolution of disputes globally. Not just to help the students become mediators, but even as lawyers, even as business people, we believe that we are helping them to develop this mindset of creative negotiator and also peaceful resolution of conflict. I'll mention a few testimonials we received from the participants, why they enjoy the competition, why they attend the competition. To summarize, to generalize, I think there are three directions. Some people would say that it is transformative experience, moment of self-discovery and growth. So we believe the mediation competition helped the participants to go through a transformative experience, personal development in terms of their self-reflection, their thinking, how it transforms throughout this competition. That's one of the reasons why people appreciate the mediation competition. The second reason the participants appreciate the competition is they believe that by participating at the mediation competition, they develop skills that will accompany them throughout their careers in different fields, in different domains. When they act as a lawyer, the skills they get in this competition will help them, let's say, negotiate various transactions, various business deals with a more creative and, let's say, collaborative manner. They believe that these skills they get at the competition helps them throughout their careers, irrespective they become mediators or not. And the last reason why the people attend this competition, what they appreciate about this competition, and probably other competitions as well, is that they believe that by attending this competition, they befriend passionate, like-minded peers from around the globe. So these are the three main reasons why people come to the mediation competition. And we believe by organizing this competition and financing it, and every year we have, let's say, teamwork on the competition, we believe we are trying to give back a fair share to the world of peaceful resolution of conflicts. We believe that it is our duty to support this competition, this industry, this field, this mindset, so that we believe that by getting together all these professionals, more than 100, around 150 professionals, around 300 students coming from all around the world, organizing this atmosphere for knowledge sharing, for educational events, we try to contribute to the future of peaceful resolution of conflict. Some participants also, some professionals also describe the competition as the let's say celebration of mediation. They get together to celebrate mediation. And some other participants appreciated the fact that there is transition between the kind of more senior generation and younger generation, and the exchange of thoughts between two different generations. So to summarize, we believe that the mediation competitions, they serve as a platform for people to exchange their knowledge, to learn more about peaceful resolution of conflicts, as well as mediation, to meet new people coming from all around the world, appreciate the diversity in cultural background, appreciate the diversity in the let's say, reasoning or in the approaches to mediation. And it kind of can create a platform which has a huge potential for future development, for people to get together and discuss and see what can be done next. So this is brief information about the ICC mediation competition. We have a deadline for the professionals approaching. It is, I think, 14th of June. This year, we changed the deadline for the application for the professionals to an earlier date to make sure that people can plan in advance. We used to have it in the autumn, in the fall. That was kind of complicated to make 3-4 months arrangement. Now the professionals can plan their visits more than half a year in advance. And the application period for the students is coming up in October. So we are looking forward to hosting you, and we are looking forward to our dialogue in the mediation competition, at ICC mediation competition in 2027.
Many thanks, dear Ruslan. What I loved the most from your speech was that ICC, we are supporting this mindset. I think that's great, and I do appreciate this approach. It's what the big organizations, big businesses should do, support this mindset and support some changes in the society. Many things that was very inspirational as for me. Now I checked the participants list, and still we do not have Mr. Thomas John among them. That's why we are smoothly moving, as we have planned, from an organizer, one of the leading competitions, to the participants of these competitions. Dear Ruslan?
Just one point. I think Thomas will join at 10 a.m. in his time zone. I think there might be confusion about the time zones. Just to clarify.
Yeah. That's expertise from a person who works in international environment. And anyways, we are moving from organizers to participants, and I'm extremely happy to introduce our next speakers. It's Katerina Manetska. She's I would say a very successful coach in mediation competitions with a huge experience, and I would say a very specific and special mindset, accompanied by Yulia Shumila. She's one of the Ukrainian students who are participating in mediation competitions both in Ukraine and abroad. And as you see, they have prepared their joint presentations. So Katerina and Yulia, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you for a very warm welcome. And just to give you a sense how addictive students' mediation competitions are, I myself graduated from the law school 6 years ago. I participated by myself. Then I joined the INADR as intern. I started coaching teams, and I'm still doing it. Whether in the coach capacity, in organizer capacity, in judge capacity, doesn't matter. Every time it brings another portion of joy and a really pleasure experience, nice friendship, and so on. So And before starting talking about our story, how do we start, how we do organize our mediation and negotiations club, I will start with a very simple note. You don't need perfect conditions to start. Everything you need is just have the right people who are willing to take the first step. So let's start showing our story. Yulia, I will ask you to provide the first slide. Just a bit of background. So yes, we started with an willingness of the people to start a community that will provide a space for mediation knowledge. As many of you have known, back in the day in Ukraine, there were no academic hours dedicated to ADR at all. Right now, it's starting to change, but back in 2015, there were nothing. So there were a group of student volunteers who decided that they would love to learn what is a mediation. And thus I have actually started doing the community and started preparing to the mediation competitions based on the student community at Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv. And that's when I joined the club by myself. I started participating in 2018. Then I was changing different university. I was representing Taras Shevchenko National University. Then I was doing masters in Lithuania. I represented Mykolas Romeris University. And then how it started. And in 2022, I went back to Ukraine and I realized that there was a small pause in the club because of the COVID and the generation changes. So nobody actually picked that up. And then me and my colleague Lydia, we reunited the club and we started all this election all over again. And even we organized a mediation course conducted by Professor David Dowling, coming himself in person to Kyiv in war in 2023, doing the lectures, workshops, and we even had to do it in the bomb shelter because Kyiv was under attack back in that days. So that was very, very unique and extraordinary experience, but that show how resilient the community are and how the willingness to do something that impacts the knowledge, that creates more opportunities for students, is actually capable to exist no matter what is happening in the background. And the competition history of the club has more than 10 years. We started with the competitions in Dublin, and in the end ended in Chicago this year. And I will now explain how that it happened and how our story actually looked like. So when we reunited the club in 2022, we actually didn't think about the winning. The idea was just to get back students to start doing mediation. And again, we synced up a course of lectures. We prepared a schedule for just to give the students the basic understanding for the theory. And after that, our very first competition was in Italy, in Bologna. And how surprised we were when we actually proceeded to finals. And I would say that the number of teams was enormous because that was very first on-site competition after the COVID years. So we were so overwhelmed and so excited about that win that we just decided now we cannot stop for sure. So then there was like a very huge timeline of progress, and you can see it on our results because in 2024, we proceeded as advocate client team to the finals again and got a third place. In 2025, we made a small shift. We proceeded as mediator team. So you see that we started progressing in another direction, which was really quite well. And this year, I would say that we made a quite unique success for Ukrainian teams on this arena because we were selected as quarterfinalists at ICC mediation competition, which is also quite big. It's quite different format. And that was something that our student didn't expect when we were just filling in the application form. And then we closed that with a very historic milestone, I would say. It was first place as mediator team in Chicago in March, organized by INADR and Loyola Law School. And after that, like we saw that all the efforts we have done through the years, they have been rewarded. So, but exactly as I mentioned in the beginning, it's always about efforts, and even not only about one person. That's always about the team and about the teamwork. And who can't you tell you better what is a teamwork and how does it look like if not the student itself? So right now I will invite Yulia to show how the past looked from her perspective and where did we end up right now, to see that actually everybody can do it. Everybody can do it, and there are no obstacles unless you are really willing to do something.
Thank you, Katerina. First of all, I want to express the gratitude to the professionals and organizers that I'm sharing this stage with, most of whom I'm lucky to know in person. So my name is Yulia, and truly I went through this path from the early beginning of selection till the winning the first place. So definitely have something to share about regarding the practical guidance on how to start. If someone asks me, or if I'd had a chance to do it all over again, first of all, what I would do is that I would build a foundation, because before you walk into any competition, you need generally to understand what mediation is. It is especially important for the competitor that compete as a mediator. However, the second and one of the most important is to find or start a community. You can find the community in your university as such as I did. However, many universities in Ukraine just do not maintain mediation and negotiation program. And there are experiences when students just initiate going to competitions by themselves. So they just simply created a community. And it is also an option to do so if you're a student and have your teammates who wants to share this journey with you. However, if you'd be as lucky as I was, you'd find a mentor and you would find your teammates. So you basically will be connected with the mediators, with other coaches, professionals who support you throughout the journey. And that would drive your progress, I'm sure, 100%. The last thing sounds pretty simple. It sounds as just to try it. But actually, this is the hardest step, because no one is actually ready for their first competition. There are obviously a lot of teams from Europe or the US who do their best at their first competition and win like the first top 3 places. However, personally, in my experience, my first competition was the preparation for the second, and that's okay. So the key 4 words and the key idea I want to share and is the 4 words of learn, connect, practice, and compete. It sounds straightforward, but in reality, most people stop somewhere between the practice, compete, and I do personally have such a teammates who just stopped at the practice and never competed. Because sometimes it's uncomfortable. Sometimes you just simply get criticized not by your coaches or by your teammates, but simply by yourself. But it's exactly where the growth happens. And I didn't become the best or the good competitor or competitor mediator alone. I just had my coach with me. I just had my teammates, which basically drives my progress throughout the years. So my final message to the students probably who is listening is that just start now. If you're interested in mediation and competitions, just learn along the way, trust the process. And I would say that the most important one is to enjoy this journey, since every good words about the mediation and competition that the other speaker has already mentioned is exactly true. And I can acknowledge that by myself because my journey shows that. Thank you. Now I'm passing the floor back to my beloved council. Sorry, that's my beloved.
And council as well as coach is always ready to protect interest of their students. Yeah, and personally, it's lovely to observe how students evolve, because I have had a chance to see those who joined the club like 3 years ago, and then in the end, they were participating 3 years later. And that's completely another story. Like in the beginning, they were afraid even to start and to apply as a participant because they feel like they are scared to participate. And in the end, they were just thinking, oh, finals, okay, I can do it. I will go there. So that shows that there was a huge growth on a personal level, on the professional scale level, and on a skill level. But let's talk about the flip side, because there's always nice things like medals, wins, nice emotions, skills, but there are also some challenges that people who are preparing for these competitions are facing. And we will talk about it in a Ukrainian context because we have some extra level of challenges due to the known situation with the war, but I would divide them to those who are very typical for every team that is preparing for the competition. Like in our case, as I mentioned, our club was never tied to one specific person or the organization or the student. We simply were born on the basis of students that are studying at Taras Shevchenko National University, but we never had a formal backup support from the university, which in a way created that need to utilize the organization by our own, which in the end made better for us because, yeah, we gained more skills in the fundraising and the doing all the logistics stuff. But sometimes it just could be easier if you have this side support academic institution that just stays for you and is ready to go with your willingness and your initiative and to support it. Another one, obvious, I think it's typical for everyone, is fundraising challenges. Right now, it's becoming harder and harder because there are different organizations and law firms that are changing the direction of their support. So when we are doing it, it's very, very diverse. It includes different kind of organizations, law firms, even individuals themselves who were participating back in the day, and right now they see like, oh, there is a group of students that we would like to support. We are in. So my message here is just don't be afraid to reach out to everyone you know who might be involved with this sphere or who see the potential in this sphere. And sometimes you will see the give back from them from the people you would never expect for in the beginning because they don't work with the mediation directly. And besides having a coach, students also need to have a strong network of international experts who are listening to them, giving the feedback to their presentations and sessions. So try to make this network as much as possible and invite different side experts to join the sessions and to hear so people can see and students can hear different perspectives. Because coaches themselves also have their own mediation style. And that's not necessarily something that will work universally for each tournament. So as many people as you have involved in the preparation and hearing and giving the feedback, sharing knowledge, the better it is. Also work strongly with the scheduling and try to involve international teams, international students already at the preparation stage. Don't hesitate to Google the university to find whether they have a team, whether they have some mediation club as well. Write to them and organize a mock session before the tournament so you can get the sense of this practical skill and how it will look in real. And then, as Mary Lou already mentioned in her first presentation, plan accommodation, travel, think whether you are okay with the budgeting and so that has to be done well in advance. And of course, in a Ukrainian context, our scheduling has to also match scheduling of blackouts, scheduling of attacks, because not all the time you can match that with all the students. Also, what I have seen as a coach, it makes it more difficult to prepare only in online environment. And right now we are situated in a different parts of the country. So that lack of on-site and in-personal communication and interaction, that also has its side effect, I would say. But as you see, everything is possible and everything could be overcome. So just stepping next, while having in mind all these challenges, we are still keep doing it simply because already was mentioned here today. It gives a huge set of skills for the students. And talking generally, yes, mediation, negotiation, teamwork, but besides that, like adaptability, flexibility, learning for creative thinking, learning cultural differences, how to adapt, how to communicate with people from different parts of the globe. And even if those students will never be mediators themselves, they will use it in their daily professional life. They will meet international mediators, mentors. They will learn more, find out more about professional opportunities. And what is also very impactful for us as Ukrainians, we have a chance to represent Ukraine at the international stage. And same for the other countries. You are bringing knowledge about your country, your culture, and your mediation expertise to the world. So just go ahead, inspire future generations, and invest in building a culture of dialogue, as Ruslan already mentioned today. And finishing this presentation, I would love to wrap up that whether you are a student, a mediator, a lawyer, or other practitioner that is simply interested in conflict resolution, we have a lot of psychologists here today. Like, there is a place for you in this community, in whichever capacity you would love to. So we are always looking for new partnership projects, whether you would love to connect with us and just step into the mock session and hear the students' simulation, you're always welcome. So don't be afraid. Think up how you will be involved, how you can be involved in these activities. Maybe you would love to be a judge. There are plenty of tournaments that are inviting and looking for judges to step into this community. Just do it, and you will definitely be grateful to yourself later. And just one warning and disclaimer, you will never stop.
Many thanks, Katerina and Yulia, and you proved the idea of Kenneth that once you are in, you cannot get out. And also the appearance of Mr. John here proves the idea and experience of Mr. Mirzaev that the time differences do matter. Many thanks. I have already some question for Katerina and Shumila. However, I will pose it afterwards because we can welcome here Mr. Thomas John, and we are back to organizers' side, and he's representing the Vienna Mediation and Negotiation competition, and I'm expecting a lot of interesting things from the perspective of an organizers to hear now. Dear Thomas, the floor is yours.
Dear Natalia, hello everyone. Thank you very much for these warm introductory remarks, and may I in the first place thank the organizers for putting on yet another fantastic forum and for asking me to come along. Luisa Romanadze, who is quite central in all of that. Of course, it's an avid CDRC supporter, so thank you very much, Luisa, for putting this on and also for having me. My gratitude also to the interpreters who do such an amazing job coming to terms with my slightly mix of German, Australian dialect. So I will try to be as neutral as possible, a true mediator in that sense. So I speak from the CDRC Vienna perspective, and it's probably some of the things that you have heard already. So forgive me if I rehash things, but you will by now have seen that there are some common threads that actually permeate the competitions, which are really important. So what I propose to do is I give you a short introduction on the CDRC Vienna itself as a competition, and then I focus on three broader objectives that we pursue. These are not the only ones, but these are ones that I pulled out for the purposes of this presentation, and they are that the CDRC Vienna is a melting pot for cultures, that we are obviously also in the game of promoting mediation globally, and then finally that the CDRC is an engine room for innovation in the field. So let me start with a short introduction. So the full title of the competition is actually the IBA VIAC CDRC Vienna Mediation and Negotiation Competition. This is a very long term, and we usually just refer to it as the CDRC Vienna. It developed into one of the world's leading mediation and negotiation competitions that is dedicated to commercial mediation and negotiation. And it's now in its 11th edition. Only actually in about 3 weeks' time, we will be in Vienna from the 2nd to the 7th of July this year. And many of the people that I see here in the list of video online participants, I will see you in a couple of weeks. I'm looking forward to that. The competition is co-organized by the International Bar Association and the Vienna International Arbitral Center. And it brings together student teams, it brings expert assessors, it brings practitioners from across the world to test their skills in simulated mediation proceedings. Incepted in 2015, the CDRC has evolved into a mediation and negotiation, we call it sometimes Fiesta, a week in Vienna. And in 2025, we hosted 66 teams and 100+ experts from around the world, with every continent represented. The competition itself is rounded out nowadays by world-class workshops, seminars, roundtables that we do together also with leading partners, including the IBA, VIAC, UNDP, UNCITRAL, Freshfield, CMS Austria, Baker McKenzie, to just name a few, plus a comprehensive networking program. And since 2023, we also have the annual CDRC Vienna Mediation Conference in the program. So we now can confidently say that the CDRC Vienna week is truly unique and global. I'm glad to say that this year, and despite many geopolitical factors that really test the resolve of students and assessors alike, we see similar numbers than compared to last year, with about 350 people descending upon Vienna in July. We could do bigger, yes. Pure application numbers, about 100 teams now. But we don't want to be, because that is a question of quality assurance for us. And we simply ran out of space, capacity, and time to accommodate a greater number of teams within the 5-day competition window that we actually have. The competition itself is built around a very deceptively simple idea. The decision makers of tomorrow are best trained not by lecturing them on dispute resolution, but we believe that putting them inside it, negotiating and mediating real impasses, managing competing interests, learning to find resolution where confrontation would otherwise prevail is far superior than theory. And there are two elements that make the CDRC Vienna unique among other mediation competitions. First, it's based on the Willem C. Vis arbitration moot case. And people who know the Willem C. Vis arbitration moot, they know how detailed, how rich the factual scenarios are in these cases. Students are challenged to resolve them by a facilitated negotiation. It's probably the most realistic of all cases that you can find in this field of play. And we add to that comprehensive confidentials that steer in certain directions. And so in that sense, the CDRC Vienna, I would say, is probably one of the most, if not the most, real-life mediation experience a student can have. Second, the CDRC Vienna is actually two competitions, one for mediator teams and one for negotiator teams. So our experts hail from all four corners of the globe, but they only assess. They do not provide professional services as a mediator between two negotiating teams only, but they actually do mediate. The students actually do mediate, and our assessors only assess. Ladies and gentlemen, it's fair to say that the CDRC Vienna has grown into what I would call now defining fixture in the international ADR calendar. That brings me to the broader objectives that we pursue, and let me start with the melting pot of cultures. Now, the annual competition, the learning and training we organize, the networking, our well-being program, these are all pillars since 2023, and each year we develop the competition around those. But there's a broader objective that we bring to Vienna with those. We bring together cultures. And when I use the word culture here, we view it as a broad concept that includes languages, legal traditions, communication styles, cultural traits, and yes, since 2025, I add to that also cuisines. And people who were in Vienna last year, they know what I'm talking about. And we succeed in that endeavor. From Brazil to the US, from Kenya to Pakistan, from Korea to Australia, we cover all continents, most legal traditions, many languages. At the CDRC Vienna, we also strongly believe that culture is not a footnote to mediation. It is the medium through which every interest, silence, but also a gesture acquires meaning. And we strive to hone cross-culturally competent advocates. Only those can read not only what is said around the table, but what a culture permits to be said. Combined with practiced tolerance, that is the entry fee that we ask for. While genuine curiosity in the otherness is the dividend that we pay. And this applies beyond mediation. It applies in law generally. It applies in politics. It applies in daily life. And those who mistake their own norms for neutral ground, they do negotiate blind, and we work hard to shift that perception, that understanding. In that sense, we aspire not only to prepare the next generation of dispute resolution lawyers, no. In that sense, we also hope to make an ever so small contribution to world peace. Someday, hopefully. Let me turn now to my second point. At the CDRC Vienna, we understand that the majority of students who compete will not become mediators. Katharina just said that as well. Nor will they become litigation or arbitration lawyers. And we appreciate this precise point as an important aspect of our mission, to promote mediation globally. Those who pass through our training carry mediation into private practice unafraid. They are ready to try it. They are ready to ask their own senior colleagues in a law firm, or perhaps their own lawyers if they do not practice law one day by a CEO in a company, to include mediation in a contract right away. To use mediation when the moment comes, they need to resolve a dispute. And in that sense, the CDRC Vienna seeds a culture. We do not just look at profession, we seed a culture. A culture where consensus, not adversarialism, reigns supreme. A culture where genuine interest trumps hardline positionalism. And to that end, we also foster genuine exchange between generations, so that the experience of those who've been there before and the fresh thinking of those who come now sharpen one another. And I use fresh thinking here for a very particular purpose, because I view moot competitions generally, but also the CDRC Vienna in particular, as incubators for fresh ideas. They are safe places to try new things. And the CDRC Vienna, this applies to both our competitors and our assessors. They try and test perhaps an unorthodox yet successful call for a caucus, an innovative negotiation strategy that nobody foresaw, or a specific feedback element in relation to a team coming from an assessor. And we as a competition also never stand still. We always ask, what can we do or make better in the future? We listen to our students, we listen to our assessors, and we listen to our colleagues everywhere in the world. The CDRC Vienna is an evolving organism, for sure. And this year alone, we developed feedback sessions to include genuine self-reflections for students. We overhauled our IT systems. We deepened the use of AI at the back end. And especially the latter, I can tell you, caused my team and myself many sleepless nights. But when I look at the results, it was worth every waking hour. Next, I would dearly run a moot competition with AI itself in the room. And we will. But that will be a story for another mediation forum one day. Ladies and gentlemen, I approach the CDRC Vienna not as a museum of past practices. It's a laboratory of current and future best practices. I take the liberty of making one final remark, and that is born out of 26 years of mooting, in which I had the privilege of watching students from around the world discover what mooting can do for dispute resolution, for relationships, and for their own careers. And I've seen a moment where moot teams find themselves finding their rhythm in a session. The student who never before set foot in a professional environment suddenly hold their own alongside some of the best practitioners in the field. Being part of such competitions as a student is, without exaggeration, simply transformative. But I also have seen something else, and it has stayed with me over the years. And that is that students who attend these competitions tend to be from particular regions predominantly. They have access to experienced coaches. They have access to budgets that cover travel, accommodation, preparation. Yet there are too many students who cannot attend these competitions, even though they are just as talented, just as motivated, and just as deserving as the others. Sadly, what they lack in access to funding, access to training, access to networks, and to competitive experience that open professional doors and shape careers. This is a challenge we have also as mediation competition, and I want to change this. And I have set up a foundation, that's not CERC, sorry, that is actually me personally, with a goal to support mediation and negotiation competitions globally. And an integrate part of this foundation is to collect money that can then support deserving teams from countries and regions that are utterly underrepresented at competitions or face major obstacles such as war when trying to attend. Mediation must be an equal catalyst for excellence in consensual dispute resolution. It's a challenge that we at CERC certainly have accepted, and I'm looking forward to working on that. Thank you.
Dear Thomas, many thanks. I was so engaged with your words that I even forgot I'm moderating. Anyways, and I'm really thankful for all the speakers for your brilliant time management, and we have up to 10 minutes for the Q&A, and using my role of a moderator, I would ask the question first, what I'm interested in. So some abuse of monopoly power. My first question to all the speakers is, what makes a good mock situation for a mediation competition? What and where the balance should be found? Please, anyone who is willing to reply.
If it's okay, Natalia, I can make a start. Our case, of course, is given to us by the Willem C. Wismut. This is a historical situation. The idea behind the CDRC was to establish a mediation competition that is based on the Wismut case. The idea being that the Wismut arbitration gets stayed in order for the parties to continue in a mediation. So that was the idea behind it. This way we have a case file that is about 100 pages. It's extremely detailed. It's very rich in facts. We know from our students that they perceive it on the one hand as a challenge because it is so much information. On the other hand, they also love it because there's so much to play with. And of course, the other thing is, and I have to say I'm particularly proud of the confidential information that our confidentials drafting committee prepares, which are very rich, which guide the teams also into different stages of the mediation, focus on particular parts of the very rich and detailed Wismut case, so that they don't always start at the same point at the very beginning, maybe of the mediation, but maybe somewhere in between, with other mediations having gone before, sessions having gone before. I think that, I mean, at least, and I'll probably be highly biased here, Natalia, for me is a very, very good way of creating a real life experience for students.
Many thanks. Katerina, please.
Yeah, I would love to follow up the idea with real life experience. And in my opinion, what really makes a good mock mediation session is to make it as close to the reality as possible. And I personally admire the assessors or judges who are providing the feedback in the end. And then they are doing the evaluation and asking the student, like, if you would had it as a client or as an advocate, doesn't matter, in the real life, would you act the same? And they are like, no, we would do it this way and this way. And then they are asking then why. So I think to make it more practicable and to gain the real life experience, we should be focused on having a realistic solutions that are applicable in practice later, which make then competitions more useful for students itself, because once again, most of them won't be theoretic people. They will come to the company, they will work in different capacities, and that's what they will need later to be able to work in that real environment.
Many thanks, dear Ruslan, please.
Thank you, Natalia. I think, in my opinion, we have different let's say, conditions for a good mediation session, and one of those conditions is, of course, let's say the quality of the problems. I think when the problems are designed specifically for mediation, and when they have details that can create venues or issues that can cause or help the parties have creative negotiations and create value, I think that's an important element of a successful mediation session. In addition, for example, at ICC, the cases, the problems developed by the professionals, most of them are developed on the basis of real cases that they actually either mediated or they acted as a party counsel, almost all of them. And even that in some cases that cause us problems because they assume that the authors in some cases may assume that everyone knows the terminology, the language used in that industry, but we try to be, let's say, most layperson friendly in order to find the right language in those problems. But I think having real problems, it is one element. Designing problems specifically for mediation, which can create, let's say, opportunities for the parties to be creative and also create value in the negotiations. And let's say, be able to have a fruitful negotiation. And that's one very important element. And the other element, of course, the teams need to have some preparation for the mediation to understand how mediation works, how they can create value. They need to get these skills before the mediation competition, before the session, so that, let's say, they are ready and they understand, they know how to negotiate these problems. I think in order to reach this goal, mediation competitions should, and I think many of them do, have educational events. For example, at the ICC mediation competition, before the competition starts, we have online sessions where we try to create, let's say, allow the teams coming from all around the world with different access to knowledge to have some kind of a basic knowledge about mediation, so that they can compete in a manner that is kind of very helpful for both teams, so that they don't come from very different places. So I think that's one of the goals that we have with these online and in-person educational events at the mediation competition.
Many thanks for your insights. And dear Ken, please.
At INADR, we don't take a large case like they do in the CDRC. We take a variety of cases. Each round has a separate case, and our goal is to introduce the students to as many areas of use of conflict resolution and mediation processes as they can. One of the things that allows us to do is, if we have a tournament or a competition in a particular environment, we can tailor the cases to the kinds of situations that country or that culture has. And our case writing team really works hard to build cases that are not totally dependent on some system of law. We want everybody to have an equal opportunity to understand the concepts that are in the cases. So we've had cases that have dealt with domestic relations issues, divorce issues, contract issues, landlord-tenant issues, personal injury issues. And the idea is we expose our students to a real variety of scenarios where they can find use for these conflict resolution skills. So we take a little different approach, but I think we're all about the same thing. My colleagues from CDRC and ICC are all talking the same thing. We are trying to introduce students to activities and techniques that will allow us to have a more peaceful world and to build an understanding cross-culture. Thank you.
Many thanks. I'm absolutely delighted by all the answers and by all the information I got, because yes, it was absolutely interesting for me. And we have a hand raised by Vasil Ilkov. Vasil, your question, please. You have muted yourself. Василь, включіть мікрофон, будь ласка. Включіть мікрофон, будь ласка.
Have difficulties, probably.
Дуже дякую. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, the mic. I'm really glad to hear about that such very urgent topic. Professor Marilu, Frank, Kenneth Frank, and all other, which are making a lot of things for students. So now in Ukraine, I am represent the Dnipro city, the eastern part of Ukraine now, and I want to say that for students it's very urgent and important to take part in such competitions, especially from eastern regions. And thank you very much for Trinvanetska and another who take part in such activities. And I'm sure that after war, in the time of war, it's very urgent topic to solve the conflicts through mediation, and it's necessary to prepare students. I'm sure that all students which will take in such competitions, they'll have already some knowledges and will be prepared as mediators for future communication and work. And I'm sure that after the war for Ukraine, it's necessary to prepare a lot of mediators. So that activity is very quite urgent. My question is very simple, and thank you for possibility, Natalia. Is it possible to make such competition, for example, in Ukrainian city, in Lviv maybe, which is more safety, and make international competitions with representatives of all universities from eastern part, maybe central part, for law faculties, and make such a big competition? Thank you very much.
Dear Vasily, many thanks for your question, and I would try to answer it. Back in 2020, in Kyiv, we held a very big mediation competition. As I've said, I've been in co-organizers team, and I would say that the organizing a competition demands a lot of resources. Thankfully, we've got a sponsor, OECD, if I'm not mistaken, and we've got a huge support from the mediation community. Both Luisa and other mediators served as mediators, helped with the mock cases. And last year, Ukrainian Academy of Mediation supported another kind of mediation students competition, however, focus on information session and checking the suitability of cases for mediation. That's why in Ukraine we do have some initiatives. Probably they lack consistency. However, I think that the impulse is here and we will proceed. Katerina, if you have just 30 seconds, because we need to wrap up.
Yeah, and just talking about competitions in Ukraine, the biggest challenge right now would be the safety issue. Since there have been tournaments also organized by INDR in 2018, where we had a lot of international students coming in. But right now, like, I wouldn't dare anybody to invite them to Ukraine because this is very dangerous experience right now. And as an organizer, you have to make sure that you can ensure safe condition. And this is, I think, the biggest challenge and obstacle that we have in Ukraine against having a big international tournament.
Many thanks, Katerina. I would absolutely agree, and we are perfectly in timing. We have got a fantastic session. I'm extremely grateful to all the speakers for their preparation, for their insights, for their answers. That has been the best 1 hour and a half so far in this semester, and I will turn back the mic to Luisa, who has invested a lot to combine this panel. Luisa, the floor is yours.
Luisa, sorry, can I just barge in on something? The very first thing I want to say is we are at the CDRC extremely grateful because we have actually teams from Ukraine competing, and many assessors come to us. Katarina, obviously you're one, there's plenty, I think, among the list here. Yulia, you were a competitor last year, and I remember I have this on my desk. You remember that? Is always here with me. This is really absolutely fundamentally important. I'm probably by now one of the best friends of the head of your border guards because I write letters to him all the time asking for permission from some of the team members to actually leave Ukraine in order to compete with us. We love doing that as a competition because it is so fundamental that you can experience this. And we are incredibly, incredibly proud and incredibly grateful that you go through these extra miles, given the complicated, difficult circumstances that Katarina was also mentioning, in order to prepare so incredibly well. So our hearts go out to you. We are incredibly grateful that you compete, and we cannot wait to welcome you again in July. So thank you for that. Thank you really, really very much.
Так, я хочу щиро подякувати всім учасникам
Let me express sincere gratitude to all the speakers of this wonderful panel. I'm sure all of us had a chance to be inspired, to feel this impetus that we all share. Culture is a big thing, and unfortunately, very few know about the importance of this culture. There is a certain number of teams that partake in competitions, but so much more of those who have no idea about this or don't know how to prepare or take part. A small surprise, which I announced earlier. First of all, we at the Ukrainian Mediation Academy keep tracking and following up the efforts of our different partners, including Progressilny, universities, academia, and so on. We are committed to investing into our future through the work with the students and school students. They have to grow up in this culture of dialogue, to listen, to ask, to settle things peacefully. That's important. There is a very important achievement that we do have since 2022. All the master's curricula for lawyers at law faculties have this compulsory component. Wherever you go to get your master's degree in law, you would have this subject on mediation or ADR, something along those lines. And we at the Mediation Academy provide all the necessary support to those professors who need to teach their students mediation or ADR. Quite often these professors have no experience in it. That's why we have this mediatorium hub where professors teaching those subjects have a chance to get all the materials we share, or even have a consultation or a guest speaker from the mediators community. We can also provide support in organizing competition. So what Natalia mentioned about the competition from last year, this year we are going to do the same. We partner with legal aid clinics, and we are going to do it together. We want to popularize mediation among legal school students so that they know about this mechanism, about this tool to settle disputes. We are going to organize this event in autumn. Please follow us on social media. We were trying to do that on our own, and I hope we succeeded. We have this platform, Mediation Help. It's very much comprehensive platform that is being updated right now. There is a register of mediators, there is a register of attorneys who are aware about mediation. You can find notaries at this platform, notaries who know about mediation, who can help you fulfill a contract or agreement. There is a register of interpreters who know about mediation, who have been trained in mediation, because it's important. And these interpreters are aware of paraphrasing of all the tools and essential principles of mediation. Let me just show you. I hope you can see it now. That's a separate individual page. There is a lot of developments in the world, and I'm enormously grateful for a chance to take part in international competitions, to share knowledge and experience with esteemed colleagues. The fact that we are holding this forum now fully relies upon the network and contacts I gain during, among other things, these competitions. And that's where I find like-minded people who are who care about the future of mediation. So what have we done? We have created this page. It's available in Ukrainian and English. On this page, you can find information that we collect manually. Now, what we have here, information about 9 competitions. We have prepared over 60. It's just taking time to add this information. It's just like information page where you can find competitions that seem more interesting to you. You can use filters, filter this through venue, through format, through language. You can use tags. Let's see what we can do. Competitions that are taking place in July. That's the information we get. You can see it's commercial disputes, international format. Teams are competing in negotiation and mediation competition, and you can find this website of this organizing organizers of this competition. We also have this similar page for ICC. By the way, you can apply for Paris. The deadline is 12th of June. You can play the role of a judge, and then your candidate, or a mediator, by the way, and then your candidacy can be selected. And once again, you can click here and find the page, ICC page. about the rules and principles of the competition. Each competition is unique vis-a-vis the format and so on. Not all the competitions are created equal. Not all of them are designed for law professionals or law students. Sometimes they say a team can consist of one law faculty student, and others can be from different faculties. What I Nether is also here on the list. So here we have tried to make one-stop shop, so to say, for anyone interested in competitions. What are our next plans? Within a month, we are going to add another function that would enable students to find teammates across the different competitions. We will add Discord for easy messaging. Youth loves this messenger. Sometimes teams cannot get together for trainings, for preparations due to confidentiality issues, but here you will be able to find your peers who would agree to be your sparring partners, so to say, to prepare for the competitions. In general, I can say that this website is quite a handy tool. We have been able to establish it, to create it due to the support of UBOOs. They work with the youth and help them with internships. We have 2 interns in our program that have been working on this, Roxolana and Nika, who manually parsed over 60 different international competitions, and now they are adding the information on these competitions to our platform. Why am I saying this? Because there is this very simple button, submit competition. Tell us about your competition and we will add it, including the link to your website, so that everybody can go directly there and find all the essential information. I hope that this website is going to be of use not only to Ukrainians, because it's available in English as well. We want to promote the culture of international competitions. They are very, very useful. We have heard a lot about this in this first session of the day. We will gradually add information also on fundraising opportunities, because now that I have established a mediation and negotiation club at Southampton University, I am facing this challenge as well. Luckily, Southampton University covers this initiative, but there is a lot of Ukrainian teams who would love to join, but they need to find some funding, and they might not know where to start. And this page would be of use for them. I hope they will be able to find some useful information. There is so much going on in the world that is wonderful and useful. It's just not everybody knows where to find all that information.
Lisa, so we need to wrap up our sessions. I know while I was silent, I was excited, and that's a great job that you've done. And from the university side, I appreciate this effort very much, and that's astonishing. And once again, I'm thrilled that we've been listened by up to 600 listeners, and it means that mediation is important and crucial in Ukraine. I'm extremely happy that such attention from professional community is devoted to mediation. And once again, I'm extremely grateful for all the speakers, for all the organizers to make this session possible. Stay safe and never lose your trust in mediation. Have a nice day ahead and see you on the next sessions of this extremely interesting forum. Bye.
Так, вітання, шановні учасники форуму. І я так розумію, що ми органічно
members, so I think we are moving to the next panel.
We are moving on to the next panel that is
going to be talking about restorative justice in Ukraine.
Restorative
I
justice.
hope that our forum guests have a lot of experience, that we have some representatives dealing with restorative justice or those interested in. My name is Irina Fedorich. Oh, please do not rob me of this pleasure of presenting you. I just maybe thought about a break for a minute. In fact, I'd like to announce that we have a next panel dedicated to restorative justice. Again, this might seem like a niche sphere, but so many things are going on. It's a very social importance attributed to it. And sometimes lawyers believe that mediation in terms of criminal offense or criminal proceeding might be a taboo. So today we'd like to work on that. And due to the session organized within the framework of cooperation of free legal aid. So I'd like to pass the floor to Ms. Irina Fedorich, who is the head of Family Mediators of Ukraine Associations, and she's dealing with mediation in criminal proceedings. So today, Ms. Irina is going to moderate. I'm passing the floor, and I'm anticipating to hear about all the achievements where we stand now, as well as show how important it is a part of the mediation process. Thank you, Ms. Liza, for your introduction. It's a huge honor for me to be able to moderate this panel, because this restorative justice is one of my focuses of my activities, my practice. I think this culture-oriented approach that we touched upon the forum is very important. And restorative justice, for me, it's about culture of different reaction to criminal offenses. How do we actually restore the social fabric, so to say? In Ukraine, it is a good example of how mediation practice could be growing from grassroots to the up levels and to the national level programs. And at the beginning of the 2000, I think it was more focused on in the NGO sector, and now we have the second iteration already approved by 3 departments and realized as the basic of free legal aid. And we have some special requirements approved already and mechanism of their implementation and some budget funding. At the same time, civil society plays a key role in the development of restorative justice because it broadens the view of how these programs could be implemented. It questions their sustainability, quality. So due to the support of other countries and partners, So the development of this restorative justice have shaped the logic of our discussion. So today we're going to look through the lens of the civil society when it all started. Then we are going to turn to the experience of Finland and what lessons learned, and they are happy to share these. Then we are going to talk about international support throughout the whole process of restorative justice shaping. And it's important so that we could move to the next stages. And then we are going to turn back, so go back to the Ukrainian model of restorative justice, how they actually work based on free legal aid mechanism. And we finish this discussion with mediators conversation, because despite it being ratified at the framework of national standards, but it is happening between the people, among people. So I think all the panel speakers are ready to. We start with the voice of the civil society. I'd like to invite Ms. Alena Horova, head of the Institute of Peace and Reconciliation. She's a mediator of group conflicts with over 20 years of experience. She's an expert in restorative justice and peace building. Ms. Alena, could you kindly please show yourself? You represent the organizations at the roots of development of restorative justice. So it's extremely valuable to see your experience, your expertise, and to hear what the value of restorative justice, especially considering the context of our times and how this has been evolving from your perspective. The floor is yours, Ms. Alena. I can see Ms. Alena, I think.
Пропала. Луїс, підкажи, будь ласка, чи є звук? Тому що я бачу, що в чаті хтось написав, що немає звуку. Це
Could you please let me know if everything can be heard?
Альона?
Вітаю. О, нарешті мені дали
Greetings.
звук. О, і дали
Okay,
навіть дозвіл на показування слайдів.
I can hear you and I can show the slides to you. Greetings to everybody. In fact, I'm very proud. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for this kind introduction. It's not a simple task in front of me today because I'm going to talk about.
О, Боже мій, що ти хочеш? Комп'ютер воює постійно зі мною.
I have some technical issues. Just a moment. Please bear with me. I'm not going to talk about restorative justice per se. I'm going to broaden the framework and I'm going to talk about restorative justice and challenges during the context of war during the wartime. As far as I remember, I have 5 minutes, so I'll be quick and brief. I hope it will be a bit different perspective on mediation and restorative justice, and that it might help to make this discussion even more interesting. So imagine a fabric, very tight, very warm, made of millions of threads. These threads are metaphorically saying our trust in each other. And this fabric, it's something that holds the society as a whole, especially when everything is tearing apart. And the war, it is the time, it is a process, it is an event that tears everything apart. And this social fabric is suffering. Social capital is suffering. This is something, it's the pillars of the society. So, the restorative justice, if you are talking from social cohesion, this concerns about those and these, somebody who is sewing and mending this fabric all the time. Our mutual teacher, Howard Zer, in the 90s suggested something that could be changed, to change the lens, to change the perspective, how we perceive offenses. So we could see offenses not as a violation of law, but as a wound to people and to relationships. So somehow to have a look at this as a wound that should be healed. And in this regard, we have three main pillars, a bit different from the traditional system. It's for us important who has been suffered and how, what do these people need to be healed, and whose responsibility it is to make amends. Tony Marshall called this process that where those touched, affected by this crisis, should be doing this together to resolve. And we focus not on punishment, but on restoring. So it's a more human-oriented approach we are talking about. And the main players, the main actors are the victim, the abuser, we not call them offender, or and also community is a part. So we create a more wider concept of support. We have community, civil society, and we have business actors. So this construction is based upon very common, very understandable values. I'd like to just briefly say about paths and milestones. I think Ms. Irina has partially mentioned how Ukraine has been moving since pilot projects to the systemic approach. 2002 was the first pilot project, and I'm proud to be a part of the organization who actually contributed to implementing restorative justice into Ukrainian system. 2011, we had 11 pilot projects, including the Republic of Crimea, and it was between civil society organizations and courts. We had a mechanism developed between mediators. The pilot project lasted for 2 years, and there were 170 mediations, even more, as far as I remember, because I was monitoring this process and assessing. I think the next milestone is 2008. Why it is special? Because a mechanism of cooperation was being developed between the General Prosecutor's Office and regional subdivisions, as well as from the part of the civil society. We have developed a model, the so-called Center of Restorative Justice in a community. And this community has been working ever since in some regions, doing some restorative practices at the level of communities. We had regional centers, 17 of them. During the cooperation with the Prosecutor Office, we have developed a mechanism of cooperation, but mediation in criminal proceedings was implemented as a 3-level system of juvenile delinquency. It was a terminology back then. Now we have a different one. And this was implemented at the national level in educational institutions, in curricula. Also earlier, since 2002, we had education for judges, for investigators, in the internal affairs structures. And also we had developed a special program for social workers. It was called Mediation, not the Restorative Justice, because the Department of Law of the Kyiv-Mohyla Academy refused, and it said that social workers cannot deal with legal issues, so mediation was. I'd like to highlight that since 2002, it was not solely a civil society NGOs. It was also always a collaboration between the law enforcement and state authorities. As of now, mediation in terms of minors is done through the free legal aid system. We are going to elaborate more further later on. And I'm very happy that we were able to pass all our achievements through the mediation training. What's important, and I would like to mention that specifically, that the civil society sector is not intended at replacing civil states authorities. It aims at implementing innovations so that then state authorities could implement it. I think we could move to another factor. Why mediation in criminal offenses is not the only restorative justice, because as you can see, there are a lot of different formats of restorative justice. As of now, they are not practiced that widely, but the civil society pilots and implements them more often. As of now, dialects have been developed very much, especially in affected communities, war-affected communities, and some circle of support during the war for the victims. This slide, I think, is the most important in my presentation. It is about the perception. There is a formal role in a good sense, some standards, some normative practices describing what a mediator is supposed to do, what language they have to possess, all very nice and cool and right. But also we have the unwritten role, and I think, if you may, some mending fabric role, because everything we are doing as a mediator, as facilitators in these dialogues, it's about holding this fabric and not letting it wear apart, not letting the Balkan scenario to happen when the society was so torn apart, people lost trust in each other, where all these chances of advocacy and restoration were lost. I think this social cohesion is something that keeps us together. I hope I have 3 minutes to finalize. When I'm talking about restorative justice, especially during the war, I'm talking about, of course, first and foremost, practices not in criminal cases. However, mediation works well in criminal cases, especially in terms of trust shaping, because it helps to restore this trust in communities where all this happens. Restorative practices are more about participating in a circle or dialogue. People, the parties, and the affected, they can feel this sense of personal dignity being brought back to them. They understand and feel seen and heard. And when the official system of justice is not capable of satisfying all the requests in terms of justice, the restorative practices, first and foremost in communities, people gain the sense of justice and feel seen and heard. For example, they can decide on which moment of occupation they could remember. It's about inclusion and engagement of people and getting their control of their own life. So what my call to action is, what civil society could do. It's incredibly important for us to bring restorative practices to communities where the pain is the most pressing. We cannot wait because it's incredibly hard to bring back society to a functional state. It's something that civil society has to do right now, and mediators can do it in criminal cases and proceedings as well. This would be their contribution to civil society initiatives. And during wartime, it's about impossible and necessary. because as long as someone holds the needle, the fabric holds. Basically, that's what I wanted to say about restorative justice during wartime. Ms. Alona, thank you so much about this emphasis, because as soon as we know why, we can find how. It's about the values as well. I'm happy that this value-driven blog has started our panel discussion. And as you have has aptly mentioned, your organization passed all your achievement further to be distributed, disseminated. And here I'd like to change a bit my role from a moderator to a speaker. I represent a focus of law organizations supporting sustainability and in restorative justice. So we receive the balance between what you mentioned, so civil society can broaden this understanding and perception of restorative justice. Before I represent the program itself, it needs to be context needs to be considered as well. At the moment of development, there were no other initiative or restorative justice. So the first iteration of the free legal aid program was seized then, and we did not have the new one.
Коли системного доступу до програми відновного правосуддя не було. І саме в цей період громадська організація «Фокус права» розробила модель,
during that period, the new program period started. We then supported and extended the promotional activities for restorative justice. Let me now share my screen.
Сподіваюся, що мій екран видно. Хтось мене
I hope you can see my screen.
Отож, так, що ми зробили, розробляючи модель? Яким чином відбулося розширення доступу до програми відновного правосуддя?
How did we extend the access to this program? When we talk about access, we talk in the first place about who can take part in the program. The program that was working on the level of state before was designed for cases with the engagement of juveniles. Now it carries on working, but now the grown-ups and both minors and people of age can take part in this program. So the scope has extended. The next criterion is category of crime. Compared to this program before it was first-time offenders only. Now we don't have this limitation anymore. Any crime can be worked with through this program. There is no exceptions for repeat crime and other limitations. Another criterion is informing where can the potential participants learn about this program. In the past, it was only prosecutor's office, and now we have tried to add investigator and inquisitor. We are also betting on defense lawyers, because they are the ones who use high level of trust and represent defendant. These lawyers can inform them about the program. One more point of entry, we added mode of participation. They can do it through civil society organization, and express their willingness to take part in restorative justice process. We are trying to be flexible and use client-centered approach. Let's move on. Next slide. Step-by-step mechanism of the program. I'm not going to dwell on this, but let me just highlight for you that our program has been developed not just like this step-by-step model, but a ready-to-use program. Take it and use it. We have all the necessary documents, the whole package ready. Whenever someone wants to take part in program, they can use our scripts where they can find all the answer to all the potential questions. We also have memo for mediators, for all the stakeholders. After I'm done with my presentation, I will share links to these documents. The website of the judiciary contains this link as well, and the materials themselves are stored on our Google Drive. I'm sure some of you will find these materials useful for yourself or for others. On this slide, you can see analytical data and statistics that we have collected and accumulated during this program, and also live links where you can find court cases where this program has become a solid foundation. We can see that from among the general array of cases, we see that the leading category is grave offenses. I'm sorry about the slides not moving. Let me try to relaunch my presentation.
Чи видно зараз? Скажіть, будь ласка.
Please tell me if you can see my slides now. We do see your presentation, but it's not the slideshow mode.
Воно, власне, в мене так і виглядає.
In my screen, that's what I see. Is it moving? No, it's not. Okay. You are looking at this slide with implementation results. Is that right? Yes, it's right.
Зупинюсь.
Okay.
Покажу окремо.
Let me just do it in a different way. I'm very sorry about this technical issue. So, with the implementation results, you will be able to see them using the link which I'm sharing. It's also important to underscore that apart from mediation service model, we have developed monitoring and assessment model. And that's what you are supposed to see at the screen now. So mediators and coordinators have to fulfill reports based on their mediation, and then we will be able to see the timeline of the service, how long it was, the content, the results. Of course, confidentiality is the key with all this data collection and an assessment. We have certain data collected from the parties. We have questionnaires that parties have to fill out after the procedure is over. Apart from that, we also conduct in-depth interviews. It's not only used for collecting statistics, it's used to optimize and improve the further iteration of restorative justice program. Let me see if I'm moving my presentation. What do you see on the screen? What do you have on the screen? Challenges and perspectives. Okay, great. Challenges and perspectives is my last slide. It's a great news for you all. So during implementation phase of this model, we have faced certain challenges, and of course, we want to make them perspective for our next iteration. Like I said, one of the important aspects for us was to extend the scope of the program to make it possible for the minors to take part in it. So far, we've had only one minor who has participated in the program. They received information from the mediator, from a mediator. It's very important, by the way, to think about this. What kind of optics do we use? Do we associate restorative justice programs with minors? Do we make sure they have access to these opportunities? So far, the common understanding is that we have to provide support to adolescents, and then when they turn 18, they are kind of adults. It's a legal timeline, but in fact, psychologists know, or we can think about our own personal history and remember when we really grow up. It might be different, not just 18. We have these notions, young adults, which covers age between 18 and 25. It's also a challenging period of life when this young adult is going through a new phase full of challenges. And we have to provide access to these young adults as well. So this is what we are going to explore and see. We will try to find out why there is no requests seen from adults. We need to popularize restorative justice program among legal professionals. We work a lot with lawyers, with very good feedback, with very good response. We see high level of awareness about mediation about our program, but there is a huge gap between awareness and practice or practical use. So far, we've had only one participation originating from information provided by a lawyer. So, dear lawyers, please let's be more active. Another challenge we have is further development of the program. Once we finish the grant period, but we keep moving on. We are so grateful to mediators who are working pro bono. They are doing that because they understand the value of this service for this society. Together, we are advocating for mediation in Ukraine as a whole. We have to advocate further changes, and hopefully we will be able to extend the program. A challenge for us, another challenge for us is social rehabilitation and reintegration. We hope that that could become a topic for another event. I would like to round it up and say that we invite all the professionals here, regardless of your country of origin, of your affiliation. Please reach out to us, become our partners. We would be happy to extend our network and connections everywhere, inside and outside of Ukraine. Thank you so much. A sip of water. And now I'm putting back on my moderator's hat. Despite certain technical issues during my presentation, I hope others will not experience anything like that. The next speakers, I mean. So civil society plays a huge role in advocating for mediation and restorative justice. Let me now move on to another topic, how we can respond to challenges relevant for Ukrainian society with a view to veterans. And then I will invite Mykola Soma, who is a director of Ukrainian Foundation for Legal Assistance, PhD, and works in the field of human rights and equal access to justice. Can you hear me? Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and be among prominent experts. My role is not so easy because I'm not going to disclose outputs and results, which I love, but we are going to talk about the future plans. What makes my job easier is that our plans are based on the real needs that we have explored. Let me say a few words of introduction. Our organization have been working on safety topics in free legal aid network. So we are Ukrainian Foundation of Legal Assistance or Legal Aid. We have established a register of all the custody records so that everybody who is apprehended by the police could have their rights protected. We have also worked for a long time with specialized lawyers. For example, those specializing in legal aid in the regions adjacent to the front line. We have worked a lot with the police, and there is now this institution of contact person specializing in the work with veterans. There is a lot of war veterans in Ukraine. That's why we have to cover that. Justice. What is justice? We are convinced that justice has to be just. All the services within the justice sector have to be just and fair for everybody. Why do we speak about restorative justice for veterans? Based on our practice, we see that traditionally investigation is focused completely on the crime itself, completely disregarding psychological aspect of the offender. For veterans, PTSD and disability can become powerful triggers of numerous conflicts. Veterans can be on any side of this deal. They can be a witness, a victim, or an offender. Very often we have these cases where they travel around this circle during one case. So justice and fairness, that would be overarching principle for the justice sector, is what we aiming at. We can see that law enforcement and the judiciary need tools to protect, to effectively protect veterans, efficiently protect veterans. Restorative justice doesn't mean that offender avoids responsibility. Restorative justice promotes dialogue to restore the damage to the victim. We are we have enormous respect for our defenders from the front lines, and they, after they come back to the society, often get in trouble and they need our protection. We need to protect them the way they protected our country. And that has to be reflected in the work of all the law enforcement. I'm very grateful to the speakers who came before me that mentioned that we have the history of transformation of a theoretical model into practical model in this restorative justice area. There is plenty of organizations that took part in this process.
Розроблена і впроваджена модель відновного правосуддя для
restorative justice model for juveniles has been fully developed and implemented. It can be used as a landmark, this model, when we are working on promoting restorative justice for veterans. As for scaling up, it's an important but very complex task that requires broad interagency cooperation.
Не можна просто взяти модель і скопіювати, модель відновного правосуддя для неповнолітніх і взяти для
just copy-paste the model, the adult center restorative justice model for people with combat experience. We have a different considerations to take into account. So we need free legal aid to cooperate with experts for NGO sectors, cabinet of ministers, other veteran servicing mechanism. It's a very simple and pragmatic benefit we receive, even without all these slogans and words. It's not about humane thing, it's just about optimization of financial and people resources. Mediation allows for efficient conflict regulation. It helps a lot to law enforcement and court system. So it's beneficial as such. So our next step within the framework of the pilot project, we are now negotiating with the international donor partner funding for this initiative. And the next part is the piloting part itself. So the real big data are as part of the project. They will be useful for advocating this innovation. So as soon as we can prove this model works, we can justify funding for restorative justice to be implemented by budget costs. So our aim is to integrate restorative justice as part of the guaranteed services packages for veterans. I think realistically it might be 2028. That's the only possible way to make it works long-term, not just as a one-off project, to make it sure it works at the level of state. This is something I wanted to tell, and that's good that similar experience because of our partners. It's good that we have the synergy and this experience. I think we will be able to achieve this and to successfully overcome this path. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, dear Mr. Mikola. It sounds as an incredibly important social task. As soon as we hear that something very good and beneficial could be economically sustainable, it helps our motivation. I think it escalates interagency cooperation. I think if somebody here is happy to join and help with their expertise, please come forward. It's a good way to network. Thank you, Mr. Mikola. Now that we have seen the civil sector innovations and initiatives, I'd like to draw attention to the experience of Finland It would be good for us to see what happens when the restorative justice is already in action. I'd like to pass the floor to Dr. Arne, the Senior Counsel in the Ministry of Justice in Department of Criminal Policy and Criminal Justice, the Ministry of Justice of Finland. Dr. Arne, the floor is yours.
Пане Арне, чи є ви на місці?
Thank you. Can you hear
Dr.
me?
Arne,
Так, чутно вас чудово. Раді вас бачити.
we are very happy to see you. We can hear you well.
Let me see if I can share my slides. Can you see my slides?
Так, так. І можливо одразу спробуйте, чи вони перемикаються, щоб ми з вами не потрапили в схожу ситуацію.
Could you please test if they can be changed? If you yes, I think it works well. Thank you. Everything
Okay.
works smoothly.
Very much, Irina, for giving me the floor. I would like to tell you about the restorative justice and mediation in Finland and the experiences we have gained during the past decades. First of all, I would like to say for the interpreters that I have slightly shortened the slides and revised the order of showing them. So I hope you don't mind, but the content is the same. Yes, dear audience, I was listening a couple of the last presenters of the period before me, and I would like to first of all mention that mediation and restorative justice is very much a civil society issue. And this we have really experienced in Finland, and I would say we are proud to gain the different ways to do restorative justice. Also innovative ways, and for example, previous speech on veterans was very much that using restorative justice methods to that direction sounds very promising. I was first of all say a few words about the different ways we do restorative justice in Finland, and then concentrate especially on victim of the mediation and mediation in courts. First of all, mediation in criminal and minor civil cases is the most, I would say, strongest variation of restorative justice in Finland. Related to that is so-called restorative dialogue in serious offenses, which we do in prisons or prisoners and their victims. This is, I wouldn't say that much established in Finland. It suffers difficulties in finance, but the idea is very good to give a possibility for prisoners to have restorative talks with their victims. This benefits victims as well. Voluntary, of course. Then we have court mediation. I come back to that later. Relating to that, we have mediation in family matters, which is done in well-being services and municipalities. And cases that are not succeeded in mediation in well-being services and municipalities can be taken to courts. And especially a special way of doing that is the so-called follow mediation we learned from Norway, and that is expert-assisted court mediation in family matters. We have dispute conciliation by Finnish Bar Association, kind of a business model, if I would say so. We have mediation in workplaces with disputes, disagreements in workplaces. This can be mediation, and we have a system for helping that, and also training workplaces if they are willing to have persons to do that within a working place. Very, I would say, broad application of restorative justice mediation is school mediation, which is organized in a way of a peer mediation, where students or pupils are taught to mediate minor disputes within the schools. If they get more serious, teachers are trained to do that. And even if that doesn't work, these are directed to the official victim offer mediation system. We also have so-called street mediation. It's quite widely spread as well to the bigger cities in Finland, means mainly, I would say the most common application is that thefts in shopping centers, where owner of the shops and the youngsters can mediate the cases of shoplifting. Also, disputes, fights, this type of thing can be mediated during street mediation. This is done by NGO, Aseman Lapset, Children of the State, NGO. We have neighborhood mediation that helps to solve disagreements within the housing circumstances, and also community mediation in conflicts between ethnic groups. So just to summarize, I would say quite large variety of different types of mediation. Sometimes we even like to call us a kind of a super nation in field of mediation. Maybe that is an exaggeration, but it'd be nice to believe that ourselves. Even our government gives trust to mediation. The present government from 23 to 27 have a couple of things in their government program. First of all, mediation, domestic and intimate partner violence will be generally abundant. To be honest, this is a kind of a stepping back a piece. We have gained quite good experiences actually in this field, but the government is very much willing to do that, and I will come back to that later to abandon this type of mediation. Secondly, victim of a mediation, criminal and minor civil cases will be transferred in the sphere of Ministry of Justice from the field of Ministry of Social Affairs and Health. I come to that back to that later as well. There are mentions about developing the judicial mediation and increasing alternative dispute resolution. Important is to prevent prolonged custody disputes and alienation and improve the best interest of the child. That is always most important, to improve the best interest of the child in family disputes. And there is attempt to promote mediation in these cases. And there's also let me see, access to legal aid will be improved, and using legal aid within the mediation. I come back to legal aid also later. This was our government program. Now a few words about the mediation in criminal and minor civil cases. This is the most, I would say, strongest application of restorative justice in Finland. It already started in the middle of the 80s, together with a couple of European countries, Norway especially, and Belgium was another one that came in early. This was influence from the US and Canada, New Zealand, Australia, who started to criticize a traditional criminal justice system not being very sensitive to the in the interest of the parties. And it all started, I would say, from the grassroots level, and started to, step by step to increase nationwide, and all the way to the 2006, 2005. We started to work with the mediation law, victim of the mediation law, and it came in force beginning of 2006. At the same time, which is very important, we have government funding for that. And why we did that was that this kind of a successful grassroots way of doing restorative justice, victim of a mediation, was really, really successful, but it had led to discrepancies within the countries. So the services were very different and already started to be kind of in discrepancy against, if you have a look at the legal principle of that everyone should be equal in front of the law. This didn't take place anymore because that, of course, the practices were quite different. Okay, we had the law, we had legislation, we had the state funding, and this was really where I would say officially started. We created a voluntary and free of charge service. I would emphasize that this is a public service. Everyone can take their conflicts to the mediation of criminal and minor civil cases. Most of the cases are referred by the police, and then next one is, I would say 95% comes from the police, and then from the prosecutor also almost the rest. But in principle, everyone can take their disagreements and if they feel they are been victims of a crime and so forth to this service. The Finnish Institute for Welfare and Health under the Ministry of Welfare and Health has been responsible for the services. And practical mediation is carried out by mediation offices, and those can be well-being within the well-being services or within the municipalities, or they can be NGOs. And they with the state funding, they are providing the services. And this is quite extensive. We have 14,000 cases per year coming into this service. And I would say it takes certain crimes, it starts to take quite big of a share of the criminal, especially minor criminal cases. And police authorities and prosecutor authorities value the service a lot because it also helps them in their work, and they see the preventive effects of mediation. We have about 90 qualified professionals working with this by pay within 17 mediation offices that are spread throughout the country. But as coming back to the importance of civil society, I must emphasize that we have 1,300 volunteers doing the practical work. They do not get paid, they get only their expenses covered. And this we see very, very important, and also giving the civil society and the community perspective to the work we are doing here. Now back to the government program and ban of domestic violence cases. And this became in force in beginning of 2025. This was one of the first things government wanted to do. And this applies not only to intimate partner relationships, but also other close relationships. For example, siblings and from youngster parent relationship, etc. Not only violent offenses, but also threats and stalking and such are included here. And the arguments behind here is that this would strengthen the position and protection of the victims and prevent victims from being pressured in the mediation, and ensures that criminal liability is properly enforced. According to the studies we have conducted on this work, this have not actually been a really big problems, but there is certain political will to protect victims of domestic violence in that way, and this somehow indicates for me that politicians and certain part of the society don't trust the mediation system enough to let domestic violence be mediated, unfortunately. But this has taken place now, and this we have to live with. And then another big change, this mediation, victim of mediation, will be, or I would say has been already almost transferred from the Ministry of Social Affairs and Health on the sphere of administrative sphere, Ministry of Justice. And this will become in force in the beginning of next year. And services will be transferred from the Institute for Health and Welfare to the National Legal Service Authority, which take care of legal aid and other legal services. They have now been all concentrated in this authority, National Legal Service Authority. And victim of the mediation will be part of that authority as well. And this idea behind it is that this strengthens mediation as a part of the justice system and crime prevention, and supports increased use of mediation and closer links to the criminal process. It also aligns governments with international practice. Within most of the countries, European countries at least, the services of criminal cases, victim for mediation type of cases are within the justice ministry. But many of the things remain the same. There are still the service providers who work under the contract, and they do with the government funding, they do their work as they did before. We still use the volunteer mediators to do the work, and the basic principles, voluntariness and such are still exactly the same as before. But very interesting to see how this will work in practice. I believe this will be a good new development for the mediation, and probably bring even more trust to the system and even more cases to be mediated and restorative justice served. And national legal services authorities, they carry on, as I said, public legal aid, public guardianship, financial counseling, and now beginning of next year also mediation. And they will be responsible of that all. And they will steer the operations to build up the contracts and observe them, and develop the services and monitors and evaluates the quality of the services. Ladies and gentlemen, few words about mediation in courts. That's another, I would say, very second most important type of mediation in Finland, I would say, because it's also backed by law. The legislation behind these two practices is really important. And of course, the possibility to use state funding, of course. And the Act of Mediation civil cases in general courts entered in force at the beginning of 2006. Also here, mediation is voluntary. Why it is the initiation of mediation requires the consent of all parties to the dispute. This is very important, and the law is based on the theory of facilitative mediation, which is the same as in crime mediation of crimes, victim offender mediation. Mediator is not making solution on the issue. That is the work of the parties to do. Mediator facilitates the process, make sure that everyone in the process will be heard and understood. In court mediation, judges often ask the parties' willingness to transfer a matter to the court mediation. And the mediator is a judge in court cases, but this is different from the one who has handled the case in the actual court proceeding. So if the case is transferred to the mediation, there will be a new judge that's acting as a mediator. Important is that an agreement accepted by the parties may be confirmed as a court decision in a matter. And the Court Mediation Act applies to the extensive civil matters and disputed application cases in general courts. Just to make you to understand the importance of these services, we have this extensive civil cases before court. Annually, we have about 8,000, 9,000 cases. And from those, that goes to mediation, court mediation, to 2,500 of those. So I would say 1/4 of the cases are mediated nowadays. And that's also a remarkable share, I would say, and also saves the resources of the court. Then at the end, I would take a few recommendations. This come from the working group I was chairing myself a couple of years ago, and we were kind of examining and thinking what would be important ways to increase the application and the use of restorative justice and mediation in Finland. And we would see that we should establish a national cooperation body that would coordinate the different types of mediation I just told you about, and develop their existence and that they would be more known in the society. Generally, would increase the culture of mediation within the society and support the competence, improve quality, and give a channel of a cooperation. And we should improve territorial and equal access to the various conciliation procedures. This we are still not there yet. I would say we are quite good advanced in this two legally grounded application, namely mediation of criminal cases and court mediation of civil cases. I would say these are very well equal throughout the country, but the same cannot be said to the other types of mediation. We should develop training, establish uniform codes of conduct and ethics in the different mediation varieties. Statistics are very important. At some part, we have a good statistics, but everywhere not at all, and we need more research as well. Increase awareness mediation. This is very important. Still, I would say mediation is not restorative justice not very well known in my country, although we think it's far better than in many other countries, but still there's a lot to do. And understanding, for example, now when we see that youth crime, gang crime is increasing, and we are worried about that, but we could really see importance of restorative justice as an intervention to help youngsters with crime problems and help victims with their suffering and stress they have caused, and also help the process of compensation to victims. One I would see is like a really important now when we have AI at our hands and possibilities to use new ways of digitalized tools. We should create automatic crime and conflict case assessment and routing system that really evaluate and see what do they entail and what would be the best way to solve the crimes or solve the conflicts. So not all of the conflicts go to the court or even police investigation and prosecutor, but we should find another ways to solve the problems, and this could be helped with the AI. Irina, this was all I wanted to say, and I would like to thank you for listening.
Перепрошую. Арне, дуже дякуємо за надзвичайно цікавий досвід.
Thank you very much, Arne, for sharing this important perspective of Finland's experience. I can say that the cultural and national context always reflects the development process of mediation. It was really interesting to see and hear about interagency cooperation you mentioned. If I may, I would ask you something with this regard. You are now looking at bringing restorative justice in subordination to MOJ, Ministry of Justice. How did you move towards this conclusion, if I got you right, of course?
Yes, Irina, you can be right. We are moving. Well, court mediation has been under the sphere of Ministry of Justice always, because we give the funding and then take care of our judicial system. But the mediation of criminal cases, when we started to develop the service in 1980s already, the emphasis was very much on the youth and the youth crime and the youth work, and the possibility to help youngsters and give the possibilities to solve their problems and meet the victim and get ahead in their lives in that way. But quite soon we realized more and more that it's really important to also to attach it to the justice system. This helps. It's a motivation for youngsters if they can prosecutor can waive their crime if they have been successful in mediation, and in this regard, it is very important that police as an authority and prosecutor as an authority trust this system, and taking it within the Ministry of Justice, it gives more just kind of trust, way to trust the system and get a little bit closer to the criminal justice proceedings. That said, I must say one worry I have is that I wouldn't like to see this being entirely a part of the justice system. There still must be we still must keep the original understanding of restorative justice, which means that the parties themselves own the conflict, and they must discuss and solve the conflict, and not give it to the justice system totally. So there is a little bit still. All I want to see how it goes. I'm very promised it goes well, but these are the ideas. Taking it to under the Ministry of Justice. Another one is that Justice Ministry have gained or put much more interest in the services. So within the Ministry of Social Affairs and Health, I feel that they didn't really feel ownership to this service because it was understood as being kind of a part of a justice system. I hope that answered your question.
Так, дуже дякую. Ви відповіли, і власне це дуже перегукується
Yes, thank you very much. It's very clear now for me. I can look at the Ukrainian context and see parallel processes. They are not included or fully integrated in the criminal justice or Ministry of Justice, but they are closely related. They are tied together. So the results of mediation have to be factored in, so to say. Thank you very much for your expertise and sharing your experience. Thank you so much. Now, moving on, let me give the floor to our next speaker representing UNDP, Olena Krivko, who was a leading expert throughout many years. When we talked about the law, when we worked with the law on mediation, when we were working on establishing new programs, legal aid network, and so on. UNDP was supporting the first program for mediators in restorative justice. Olena, could you tell us more about your perspective on further development of restorative justice and mediation, especially in youth cases? Thank you so much. It's a great honor for me to speak about mediation in Ukraine, especially through free legal aid, and I will happily share about the UNDP perspective. Let me briefly tell you about some individual projects and initiatives, and also say that in general, free legal aid system was gradually transitioning from pilot projects to building systemic approach. We started this process in 2021. There was this small initiative which was free legal aid and mediation plane. Then we started ADR and mediation tools. We launched these tools in free legal aid network. The system, in parallel to that, the system started working on bylaws and practical mechanisms to build the capacity. Our support was quite comprehensive. We trained professionals working at free legal aid clinics. We raised their awareness about mediation, trained them about which kind of disputes can be resolved through mediation. So we've done that, and also we trained mediators. We launched this mechanism of referring clients to mediation. We trained them in rules and principles, and we conducted some strategic sessions so that systemic approach could be fully developed and implemented. That's why in this short time frame, we managed to train a lot of professionals in the free legal aid clinics and certified mediators. For us, it was very important not to just train people. We wanted to see mediators to work closely with free legal aid clinics throughout Ukraine and work on real cases in, let's say, family disputes. We also launched restorative justice trainings. Irina mentioned about the specialized course for mediators, especially with the focus on youth. The key takeaway of that stage was when the law was just adopted and there was no established corpus of laws and bylaws. It was important to build multiple partnerships based on human-centered approach. The next stage was not so much about training, but rather about cooperation with expert community and mediators. Here, I'd like to mention on our partnership with Focus Pravo. It was like a platform, and they worked really well at analytical documents and guidelines, especially in the field of monitoring of mediation quality, monitoring of mediators' qualifications. They provided guidelines on cross-border cases, on further development of restorative justice, social reintegration of youth. It's important that these joint outputs didn't end up just on paper. They started being implemented. Practical work kept going. Register of mediators was built, and the systemic approach to mediation development was launched. Let me also mention here this experience of ours where we organized regional roundtables on roundtable discussion on restorative justice for juveniles. We covered 20 regions of Ukraine, and we had over 3,000 participants of all legal professions, also civil society organizations, local governments. These were all the participants of our roundtable discussions. It's become very clear how relevant restorative justice, how timely it is for youth cases. We saw statistics, but we also heard voices of youth, real stories of those who got some help through restorative justice procedure. So whenever we speak about juveniles, it's not only about legal process, legal program. We talk about the future. We talk about risks of future reoffenses or bringing them back to the society. We have seen three key points after these regional roundtable discussions. First of all, there is a huge gap in general awareness. We have listened to the experience of Finland, and we have heard that before. People hardly know what restorative justice or mediation are. There is a huge gap of qualified professionals. And the second point is there is a big need for coordination. Very often, one set of institutions doesn't know about what the other institutions are doing in this area. And third point, restorative justice is now seen not as some kind of soft alternative, but as a real, actual tool to be used with the youth in conflict with law. And also changes and shifts in the mindset of the legal professionals. It might be the most challenging part of the process. Legal professionals on the local levels, on the regional levels, were sharing their visions and experiences, and they said they are open to this new set of tools, but they need more knowledge, more information. What are our general takeaways in the area of free legal aid? Maybe the most important lesson is that strong and motivated mediators are the key. Register of mediators is not some technicality. It's important that registers of mediators have people who are really working in the field with full motivation. The second point, scaling up of the system. And I'm not talking only about the general public, but first and foremost, professionals, legal professionals. Third lesson, this work must be based on quality data. Without high quality data, there is no understanding what works and what doesn't. We don't know what requires extra attention.
Also, we need a strategic vision of the system development overall under the umbrella of free legal aid. And one more important lesson and conclusion as a partner of an important international organization is that the development of mediation should be implemented via free legal aid system. It's very important for our country because this ensures accessibility through the system. It helps to develop sustainability and coordination of all the mechanisms. As to where to move further and what to consider, and maybe some reflection points, I think, of course, the presence of systemic perception of development of the restorative justice is important. Development of mediation in criminal proceedings, not only in terms of adolescents, but also other groups, as we mentioned already today. Also trans-border family disputes mediation development, and also enlightening education and sociological studies. And just to summarize, to wrap up, I'd like to mention that in order not to lose the focus on human and the victim interest, it is important to ensure restorative justice is present. It not only helps to respond to criminal offense, it also helps to restore trust. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your work. And I hope we all achieve our goals to have this instrument in our country. Solana, thank you for this comprehensive speech. It's important to listen to these results, that you see some progress and this investment have some return on investment, and the systemic vision. Yes, we need to see problematic points as well where to move forward. And if I understand correctly from what I heard, you are ready and willing to support the restorative justice development in Ukraine. Yes, we are going to do whatever we can. Of course, the donor support means a lot and understanding of our donors, but we always say that if there is a demand for what needs to be supported, we always say that mediation and restorative justice are some important things that needs to be developed. Thank you. In fact, after the conversation about international experience, Finland's experience, as well as international support of our partners, I'd like to circle back to Ukrainian practice in the domain at the state level program based on legal aid. And we have heard for a few times that for the successful implementation, we need intra-regional cooperation. And this exactly have been developed starting at the first reiteration. Maybe Ms. Irena is going to mention this later. And I think it would be very useful and valuable to listen to the perspective on restorative justice, not only from the NGO factor in civil society, but from the representatives of the criminal justice system. So I'd like to pass the floor to Ms. Oksana Degtярuk, head of the Children's Adolescents Department and also Department of Children's Interest Protection at the Office of Prosecutor General. So Ms. Oksana, we'd like to listen to your perspective. Good day, everybody, dear representatives. Thank you for this opportunity to share the experience of application of restorative justice in the juvenile justice domain. Our path started in 2019 when in 6 regions the pilot project was implemented for adults, juveniles suspected of committing a criminal offense. Then we managed to broaden and scale up this to the whole of Ukraine. It was about mediation procedures between juveniles suspected of committing and the victims, as well as resocialization events. Mediation was conducted at the basis of free legal aid. The results of the first pilot projects were used for analysis within the framework of the act, the law. So that over the period of this criminal proceedings, exception for criminal liability, withdrawal of charges by the victim, was the result 323. And under martial law, we did not cease to work on and apply these practices. And on the next slide, you're going to see the dynamic development that since 2022, 63 children cases closed. In 2023, 46 children cases closed. In 2024, 12 children proceedings were closed. The main reason for this was the increase of responsibility for criminal offenses in terms of property theft, and especially under martial law. And these were further qualified as grave offenses, and they were not in the domain of restorative justice. So the pilot project could not deal with them. Also considering the enactment of the law of mediation and the broadening in the domain of juvenile justice, in 2024, in September, the restorative justice program involving minors who are suspect or accused of committing criminal offense started. Using this occasion, I'd like to say that work on the achievement of this pilot project, apart from the Minister of Justice and Office of the Secretary General, NGOs joined, as well as Ukrainian Association Mediators, a focus on law, non-governmental organization, and it was very good and productive work, and the categories have been considered for mediation, but finally we received the mechanism that was very productive. Second, well, basically the objectives are compensation for harm and reintegration of the victim, prevention and resocialization and reduction of risk factors for unlawful behavior moving on. But unlike the previous project, the new pilot project covers all the offenses regardless their gravity, and investigators and prosecutors are also involved, case officers. Based on the experience of these two pilot projects, this form of justice helps to integrate interest of every party. It has advantages for the adolescents. They provide them the opportunity to understand, to realize their behavior, and the teenager can undergo socialization, and this way preventing recidivism. And the advantages for the victims that instead of formal and long court proceedings, they can receive quick and efficient compensation, and also they can hear the abuser apologies. Also, for the law enforcement, the advantages, restorative justice basically reduces the long term and duration. Also, atonement, the sincere apology helps to foster psychological rehabilitation. And the system receives a long-term effect in terms of prevention of reoffending by juveniles. To say briefly about the role of the prosecutor in this regard, I think the two functions would be information and coordination. The prosecutor informs the victim and the one who commits the crime. In the previous pilot project, this was the case, but in the current pilot project, this could be done by the investigating officer. And also we refer them to legal aid office. And also the next function of processing function, they have to consider the results of pre-trial investigation and court proceeding. Could you please show the next slide? If we are talking about the results of the second pilot project, I'd like to note that as of now, we have, based on mediation, we have 160 minors court decision made, taking mediation into account. And among them, 98 adolescents committed serious offenses, and 4 of them committed particularly serious offenses. This proves that restorative justice helps not only with minor offenses, but also in categories where there are serious offenses involved. Please, the next slide. You can see the decisions that were passed. 49 criminal proceedings were discontinued because of exemption from criminal liability or withdrawal of charges by the victim. If you're looking at 107 convictions, of which 41 were based on plea agreements, sentences imposed under Article 69 of the Criminal Code of Ukraine. So the punishments were softened a bit. So the next slide, please. And we are going to see the geography of implementation of these restorative justice practices. The most successful where the most of decisions were passed of Zhytomyr region, Sumy region, Poltava, and Dnipropetrovsk. Also, it's actively implemented in Vinnytsia, Lviv, Ternopil, Volyn, Khmelnytsky, Chernihiv regions. Other regions have implemented as well between 1 and 2, something up to 5 cases. If we're talking about practical application, I'd like to show the example. For example, there was an attempted murder of the father by an adolescent. So they went to the custody, but they were involved in the restorative justice practice, and the parties managed not only to find common ground, there were some resocialization intervention and psychological intervention involved. And during the trial, court studied all the conditions, all the circumstances, and included mediation. And the adolescent was punished as 4 years of imprisonment, despite originally being designed over 10 years. Also, the boy was probate and received special psychological help. Also have positive results in criminal cases involving adolescents with the focus on law NGO, example in Kirovgrad or Kyiv regions. Now we are actually working on the legal implementation of these practices, especially mediation. We have a bill of project of law for child-friendly practices where the adolescent could be removed from the proceeding using mediation practice. But even if this is enacted and adopted, we have a lot of work in front of us. And juvenile justice has a lot of things to consider, and analyzing the experience of application of these pilot projects among adolescents, I'm sure that restorative justice practices should be widened and used not only towards juveniles, but also those who are of age. And I would like also to emphasize it's not about lack of responsibility or punishment, as it might seem at the first sight. It's about more humane approach. It's a tool to not just damage somebody's fate, but also to make sure that there is apology involved. Thank you for attention, and I wish everybody to have a productive forum. Ms. Oksana, thank you so much for this real-life experience. Practice always speaks for itself, and for this analytics, especially geographical map, infographics. Just a brief question. You said that it's very good for adolescents. If we are about to expand this to those of age, I think it would benefit everybody, regardless of their age or category or gravity of an offense. Restorative justice should be applied. I think it's something that should be developed further in the criminal justice system. Thank you. It's incredible to hear about this human-centered approach from the prosecutor's office. Thank you for attention. Every speech mentioned today, free legal aid system at the state level, being the structure where restorative justice is realized. So I'd like to invite Ms. Irina Bondarenko, who manages Coordination Center for Free Legal Aid and who manages this approach, especially in alternative dispute resolution sphere. She's a mediator, a coach. So based on the analysis of the reports of the previous year, this program managed to conclude 90 agreements based on mediation. And this is a very tangible result, and I'm sure it involves a lot of professional efforts, a lot of work. So I'd like to hear today, everybody would like to hear how we managed to come to this point.
Hi, everybody. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be here. Thank you, everybody involved in the organization of this forum. For our system, it's crucial that we are closely engaged in the communications with the civil society and other professionals. Thank you very much for your trust in the legal aid system. This is exactly what is aligned with our mission and vision of the legal aid system. We value accessibility of our system to everybody. We can look back at 2019, we were launching this piloting mediation in family disputes. There was this Canadian project supporting this pilot back then. We had this restorative program, that's what it was called. We were working on the international level back then. We had certain guidelines from other countries which we used in our pilot work. We launched this child-friendly justice system in Ukraine. We worked with this de jure organization. Alyona mentioned about the transition of knowledge. We also got some support from the Interagency Coordination Council under the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. This coordination effort yielded this law that has been integrated into the legislation of Ukraine. Now we are looking at the definition of restorative justice that is aligned with the best international standards. We are now still going through piloting stage, but at the same time, it's so long. We started in 2019. How many years? It's 7 years, right? We already have a well-established practice. even though we are still piloting some of the aspects. The mediation practice itself is quite well established. I will give some statistics later. What's also important is in our everyday work, starting from the very first steps, it's not only prosecutor, but also investigator. It reflects political will of the respective bodies. They agreed to implement alternative dispute resolution tools in criminal procedure. That's how the whole world is working in restorative justice. That is very effective in prevention of repeated crime and restoring, compensating damage to the victim. So this program is working at the very early stage when a minor receives a note of suspects, no suspicion. Then restorative justice is communicated about by prosecutor or defense lawyer at the very first stage of the process. What global need do we cover with this program? We have to maintain restorative justice principle. Mediation is already well regulated in Ukraine and is more complex than other simpler tools. Alona was mentioning them before. It could be something that is used at educational institutions, but we focus predominantly on mediation. It's on the one hand is quite complex and regulated. On the other hand, it's very effective and can improve the outcomes of the criminal procedure and the criminal process. Like Oksana said, we have to be very clear about understanding what restorative justice principles are, how we can benefit not only the justice system, that we can also improve the outcomes for the parties, for the parties of the trial. Voluntary participation is the key. It's absolute must. It's an absolute must. Also, restoring compensating damage is closely related to real conciliation. And then it promotes further reintegration and social rehabilitation of the offender. Mediators do work with this issue, and they also work with the implications of an offense. Parties to a conflict are benefiting the most from this process. Any one of us can get into a conflict with someone else, but many of us can be damaged as a result. This program is now going through the second iteration. The goal of the program is to set the best practices in the procedure, to compensate losses, prevent repeated crime, and so on. Civil society is working very closely with us. Alona mentioned our teacher, Hovardzer. Before we started implementing the second program of restorative justice, we had a wonderful meeting with Hovardzer. USCD was supporting us back then, so we found out how restorative justice perception was changing. We were looking for an answer to this question. How relevant restorative justice is in cases of re-offense. can such youth take part in this program again if they committed another offense once again? And we had this simple but very good recommendation. A juvenile in conflict with law can successfully take part in this program, but then can get back to the unfavorable social environment again, and then the second attempt might be necessary. So this program is designed this way. We also give access to the program for those juveniles who reoffense. In 2 years, we have had only 3 cases like this. They are quite few. We are analyzing this data and we look at them. If we do have cases of reoffense, we are looking at which mediator was appointed, what agreement they managed to fulfill. We can use different approaches, engaging mediators who have already worked before with this juvenile or a new mediator. There is different criteria that define the choice of mediator, including surveying the parties. This program, restorative justice program, this new one, made a huge step forward in regard to extending the scope of cases. We now include grave crimes. In the past, we didn't used to be able to include such cases in the program. Deliberate crimes that resulted in death of a victim. It could be a traffic accident or other categories of crimes, also sex crimes. We also have this practice now as well. We are quite skeptical about the first stages or requests about participation. It's quite complex and complicated. It requires continuous development for mediators working in criminal cases. But this practice does exist. This specialization is not easy, not simple. But we often talk to mediators about their willingness to work with cases like this. Like emotionally, it could be challenging. Each mediator has to take the decision case by case. This program gave a chance to initiate participation by the lawyers. That development has been possible because of our cooperation with MOJ. We filed a request to change the procedure in regard to cooperation between lawyers and the free legal aid system. Unfortunately, we don't have much of a practice like this. Very few cases when lawyers initiate the procedure. We have to engage them more. So the scope of the program: investigators, inquisitors, prosecutors, they all have to be very clear communicators about scope of mediation. They have to have all the necessary documents, facts. We can do a lot through our own documentation. We have a mandate for that. We shape a register of mediators. We select them. We also have certain procedures in place that can confirm specialization of mediator, like specializing in restorative justice. That's possible due to the support of the projects that we worked with. And that's all done based on the practice that we have had so far. And of course, prioritization of the needs, psychosocial state of parties in conflict, and potential re-traumatization. Mediators certified, they undergo testing, problem solving that show their ability to qualify for this kind of work in restorative justice mode. Mediators provide these services based on state funding to the legal aid, free legal aid system. It's a very proactive step. We have taken some time to take this step with co-mediation. It's possible when a case has only not more than one juvenile. There is a lot of cases like that where we have several juveniles, both on the side of offenders and on the side of the victims. There is a lot of cases here that are repeat crimes, and that's often the case that two mediators have to work on these cases. A restorative justice program also engages probation service to this mechanism. It's very important. We are not talking only about a restorative justice program. We talk about reintegration and social rehabilitation of offenders. It could be not only offender, but also the victim, social reintegration especially. It was crucial for us to try and help mediators receive information, especially psychosocial portrait or profile of offenders. Why? So that they could see what had an impact on them offending or committing the crime, what criminogenic needs they had. So psychologists do provide this report. They fill out this form, communicating with the offender. So our centers are middlemen. It's an auxiliary tool to mediator, because mediator is the one who can see parties immediately during mediation, and that's the clearest view. Mediators have to be clear about psychosocial state of parties. As we could see from the mediators' feedback, it's a crucial thing that they have this report before, and it's really helpful for them. So we are enormously grateful to probation service for this support. I hope we will be moving together with them in this direction. We do need their support. Entities responsible for social reintegration of juveniles. Our program is quite broad. It's not exclusively about mediation. It's about anyone who can get on board to help juveniles change their behavior towards pro-social behavior. It could be educational institutions, social institutions, and so on. It's critical to have this art in place where we are promoting pro-social behavior through the help of other institutions and bodies. That's what's crucial for restorative justice. It's a complex issue because mediator cannot do the whole of this work, but mediators have to be able to clarify things, to give access to more information, how they can use other services. Maybe a victim can be part of the this rehabilitation process of an offender. And free legal aid centers is yet another element here that where they play an important role, because I believe you understand that the state collects data, fulfills reports, and so on. It's important to understand what is useful, what is not. It's a lot of everyday work that is done by special units of the free legal aid centers. They are dealing with a lot of information, analyzing it. They are prioritizing one mode over the other offline, online mediation. They look at the load of the local mediators and so on. There is a lot of factors to consider. Local coordination of the respective institutions and authorities, probation, prosecutor's office, police, and so on. All the communication with mediators is performed by the free legal aid centers, and they do this quarterly based surveys about the restorative justice mechanisms.
At the beginning, based on our act, enabling to survey the parties, provided they are willing. We are not surveying the quality of mediators' works. We just want to study what it meant for them, how it helps them, and their attitude, and these results will be further presented. Restorative justice, basically, it's about 10 steps, how we accept at the initial stage from the prosecutors, we involve a mediator who have been through a qualified training and have proved they have these skills. Then we make sure they understand what is going on, so they conduct both online and offline, separate and collective meetings, depending on the format and based on the lack of mediators or their presence in different countries. Also, sometimes they need to report the funds, and in centers of free legal aid, they have the opportunity to monitor the agreements. Suppose there was some, because based within the framework of our program, they have to notify the free legal aid how and when they completed it. As I already mentioned, the aspect of resocialization is extremely important in this program, and it's our challenge, of course. And this aspect has to be dealt with to make sure this mechanism is sustainable, so that the mediators could work. Because when we have the map for mediator, some roadmap where they can inform the parties where and whom to address to support the parties, especially minors. I'd like to mention that the practice of restorative justice is different in terms of parties of the conflict, when some of them are coming from the underprivileged families of different background. I can't say all of these are about underprivileged minors, where they have very complicated relationship with parents, where there's alcohol abuse or substance abuse or neglect. There are some cases, of course, they are often happening, but sometimes the kid is being raised in a good family, and nevertheless, this conflict happens, and we need to somehow foster this understanding and development towards a better future. So mediators often encounter this problem, this absence of legal representatives. Sometimes it might be, for example, initially based on the, but then for the preparation events, we understand that these parents are present, the legal representatives are there, but they might be abroad or they might be unavailable for other reasons. And we need to make sure to motivate these parents to participate in this change of behavior and somehow empower them with some tools. And these practical situations are happening, and they prove that this mediation activity is not only about conflict, criminal conflict per se, it's also about deep connection, reconnection, and conflict resolution. The qualification of criminal offenses encompasses a huge spectrum of different. We do not work with cases where there is no affected party based on the classification. We have some cases with children with highly grave cases. Sometimes mediators struggled with these cases, but practical cases also happened when we were able to manage this. Overall, in the last year, 341 juveniles were participants. Most of them were boys, 317, 24 girls, and 79 cases included more than two parties to the conflict where we were accommodating. On this slide, you can see our stats. For the first iteration, I won't be elaborating on that much, but we have some practice for these 2 years, 2024, 2026. So 623 agreements were conducted based on mediation. This is something we do in practice, and this is something we will have to conclude to the preparation of future mediators. Also, analytical data for these 2 years, and based on analytical data, there are some conclusions that 73 cases, 33% of cases is the overall result based on mediation, 228 agreements, and 93% of cases involving underage boys. And when we conduct surveying and analyze, we also assess not only the agreement made, but also where the process of mediation was. Sometimes it helps to make a restorative effect as well. As I already, Ms. Oksana mentioned, 473 cases court decisions have been passed, and also we as mediators face the fact that it's important to explain what restorative justice is about. So in simple words, it characterizes a juvenile and provides them with the opportunity to prove that they have been reconciled and that the harm has been repaired. In terms of infrastructure, I've already mentioned briefly. I'd like to note that we are in the context of war and we have no funds, no public funds for restorative justice purposes. Not only in terms of minors, of course, we strive to make sure we can do it, but the budget for the 2025 was 2.5 million hryvnia. But 20,000 hryvnias is an average cost of a mediator if there is an agreement completed. But these are, well, they fluctuate between 18, 90,000. So depending on the criteria, of course, it also depends on some specialized costs involved. As for the level of satisfaction of parties of the restorative justice process, this is something we do, this is something we assess. So we have assessed over 340 people involved. So sometimes these are very grave offenses involved. Sometimes we do not publish them for ethics considerations and confidentiality considerations. Sometimes we need to check whether these cases have been closed. Also, sometimes it's a passion crimes between boys and girls, resulting in criminal offenses, sometimes neighborly relationships, as have been already mentioned by Ms. Oksana, when the son attacked their father, or sometimes about stealing a bag from a bus driver. So you can have a look, you can monitor these cases in our website. We are proud to say that today our restorative justice program complies with the international standards of the Council of Europe. And apart from the definition itself about the restorative justice, we have understanding of further additional means for remediation. And mediators are trained based on principles and criteria of international standards. And we have a separate panel discussion for this. I think this forum will be a starting point to a broader understanding of restorative justice understanding, because this is a very pressing, hot topic. And wrapping up, I'd like to say that there is an understanding that as soon where the state is involved, it can be both very slow, it can be not interesting. So this is, there are some objective criteria, of course. Sometimes it's objective, yes, but lack of time, lack of resources. We need these platforms with civil society included. And we need support from the mediators. So we are very happy to cooperate and with mediators, of course. I think they have a lot of things to share. And we, on the other hand, we'll be happy to cooperate and to empower them and to share. We do not only work for the professional services, we also want to support mediators so that we could have enough mediators. So thank you for this opportunity to tell. Thank you so much for the thorough description and information. I think this analytical information should be integrated into the curricular. This should be shared in the media. I think we have one question and one hand raised, but you cannot just omit this. Maybe just very briefly, Ms. Oksana. I think it's a question to Ms. Irina. No sound. I think there was a sound. Okay, could you please? Yes, we can hear you. Good day, Ms. Irina. Very briefly, I work as a psychologist involved in court proceedings and criminal offenses. Also, as a mediator, I was trained as underwent a basic training. So free legal aid event and training in terms of restorative justice. Do you think there will be planned other trainings so that we could receive education and work in this domain? Well, using the occasion of this wonderful forum, I think I need to say that we have a competition-based selection of mediators, and I think it's going to be announced very soon on June 15th. And after that, we are going to announce a training, and we will also look for funding. Yes, so please follow. As I also mentioned, the very important question from the lawyers: what is the algorithm of involvement of a minor on the basis of a lawyer? Very briefly, a lawyer can file a request and fill out documents to the free legal aid office, as well as the victim informed consent. It is accounted in their program, in the structure. So we encourage lawyers to use these opportunities. As of now, people cannot do it on their own. It's only through the lawyer, investigative officer. So this is about your work, about your art of being able to explain how they could help you to find these forms, to fill them out. And the algorithm is the same. If the lawyer files informed consent from two parties, then the mediator will be appointed. I think they could be downloaded and the lawyer can find them, right? Thank you very much. I think we need several days for this question. And as we promised, we are finishing this panel with practical representatives. As far as I know, we have a lot of mediators present. You probably might have seen some of their photographs. Miss Olena Antonova, Zenka Pohodzhaeva, a lot of them. And Miss Irina Tkach, a lawyer, of course. I will just ask a few questions now. I would like to kindly ask you, those willing to answer, one question for one mediator, just to inspire the mediators, those who might be hesitant. So, dear colleagues, dear practicing colleagues, why did you opt for restorative justice, and who is a mediator in restorative justice practice for you? Who would like to answer this? So if there are no hands, I can see some raised hands. Miss Ola, everybody knows, raise your hand, right? So, greetings to everyone. I'm the first to answer, so I'll be starting out. I'm a lawyer. I'd like to start that I'm a practicing lawyer. My path to mediation, it lays through the protection defense of my clients as an advocate, as a lawyer, cooperating with the free legal aid system. So as a lawyer, with my practice, I started feeling the traditional justice at some point cannot hear the voices of the victims, and I could not understand what to do with it, what to do about it. And I was not sure completely if I was satisfied with the result. Sometimes something was off, something was lacking. There was this educational outcome was lacking. If you're talking about adolescents, somehow I had a lot of adolescents offenders who were, and I had this internal conflict and some questions, what could be done? What can we do? And in 2019 or in 2020, I might be confusing the dates. There was the program for restorative justice for minors, and this was the answer to my question. So I was lacking something as a lawyer. I lacked these skills, this knowledge, this deeper understanding. And this restorative justice program appeared in my life, and I was a mediator to implement this program. And it's there where I found answers to my questions. What is usually are not considered? What the affected party might want to ask the minor, for example. Sometimes it was something new to me that affected people very often want to be involved in improvement of behavior of these young offenders, and we have more opportunities to use this.
And understanding that parties can hear one another there and they can ask questions they never ask in the courtroom, something that is deep inside, it's something that prevents them to address this conflict in terms of the legal procedures. And I found that and found this internal satisfaction for myself. Always have to work to enjoy your work, and then people are going to enjoy the results. So I started enjoying that after all those mediations. And it's not always about the settlement or agreement. Sometimes the lack of the agreement or settlement, but the opportunity itself to be heard, to speak about when you're not interrupted without objections, that it's not relevant. This is something I truly appreciate. And the question who mediator is, this is a guide who is walking hand in hand with the parties and yet not doing good for them, let's say, or making decisions instead of them. They are empathic and very careful in this guidance. This this program is equally important for the victim and underaged perpetrator. And my role is this is how I see my role. It may sound philosophical somewhat, but this is what I feel. Thank you. Thank you, Olga. And I may say that your words could motivate your words because you speak about important things in simple words. Miss Petrenko, I could see your hand raised. During all these years of practice, how has your perception, your understanding changed? We could hear about this changes in the progress. I know that you work in the Focus Prava project, and you also provide this free legal aid services. Could you please unmute our speaker? Olena will catch up because mediators. Please raise your hand because I cannot see who I shall unmute. Олена.
Олена, тоді Наталя. Хто в нас зараз буде?
Это Наталя.
Включила мікрофон, дуже дякую. Ага.
Пропустіть тоді Наталю.
Okay, let Natalia be the first, if I may.
Я, так?
Who is speaking? Me first? Okay, let's go ahead.
Якщо це можна пояснити коротко.
I'll try to explain that briefly. When I started working in the restorative justice, I perceived it the way our field-specific law interprets that, and it was the only way. I realized that a mediator is a neutral agent mediator who carries out mediation and helps parties to settle their conflicts through negotiations. And today, I'm sure that my main mission, my main objective is to help parties hear one another. And to hear each other so well so that the parties could find their own pathway for restoration. I used to see only facts and legal norms as a legal professionals, while now I see a story behind each case. It's about pain, it's about fears. So now I'm more focused on the human needs, on emotions, the affects of the harm imposed. So I have changed my philosophy. And first of all, now I'm thinking about my party's needs, about the harms they experience. I do not think so much about guilty, not guilty, about specific laws being violated. If we speak about some case studies, I guess this is something you want to hear from the practicing mediators, from practitioners. I work with the fears of the victim. There was the case when the teenager visited his aunt, and this community, he broke a window of a small store and stole some groceries. And the victim was asking the question, why was it my store? Am I going to be safe? How is it going to happen? And during this meeting, it was an accident of the accidental behavior of this teenager. He was sincere in his apologies. He burst into tears in front of the victim. And I also recall a case when the underage imposed their corporate. He actually beaten the police officer during the detention, and the teenager felt he was like a superhero, but after certain conversations, negotiations, he admitted he was not right. And I'm sure that mediation is dialogue based, of course, and you see through the root causes, you see the ways how to influence that. So I believe it has taken some time because, well, I believe I was quite brief because I can speak at length about my favorite topic. Well, I guess this is it's a sneak peek into the sessions we're going to see in the future sessions. Natalia? this restorative result? How does mediator see it?
Мікрофон знову.
О,
Uh,
зараз, дякую.
I am muted
Дякую,
now.
Ріта.
It works now. Thank you,
Всіх
Irina.
вітаю, дякую за
Hello,
запрошення до
everyone.
слова. І
Thank you
перше,
for
я б хотіла
giving
сказати,
the
коли я
floor.
говорю про
And
відновний результат,
want to speak about the
напевно, більше
restorative
всього
result.
теж мої кейси і моя
Uh,
практика, як
my
він
cases and my practice is
виглядає
going
цей
to
відновний
speak
результат для
for me
неповнолітніх.
what it
Тут я
looks
завжди
like
згадую
for
кейс, пов'язаний з
underaged
успіхалом сільської ради.
individuals. And
Це
I
зараз
recall
дуже
the
складна
case with
категорія спорту, тому
setting
дуже
the
складне
village
відношення
council on
суспільства до таких
fire. And
неповнолітніх
in
підходити
fact,
своїм
the
приводом
underage
сільську
with
раду,
his
оскільки
friend
був, це
set
як зараз
the
про це говорять,
village council on
вихований
fire
на
because he
вчиненні
was
злих дій, на
recruited
агресії.
to
І
commit
тут
these actions for
голова сільської
money.
ради
And
погодився
the
на цю
head of the
програму, і для
village
нього
council
це якраз
agreed to
було
take part
важливо
in the
почути,
program. It was important
в
for
чому
him to
причина, чому
hear about the
неповнолітні
reasons
хлопці, які проживають,
why there was
навчаються в своїй
underage
територіальній громаді, це зробили.
guys who
І
live
за
and
результатами проведення
study in
медіації,
this
ця медіація,
Hromada
напевно, була
could do
найтриваліша
that. It was one of the
моєму
longest
досвіді
mediations
роботи
in my
медіатором.
experience.
Вони погодили те,
And
що неповнолітні
they
прийдуть до
agreed
сільської ради,
that
до цієї
this
громади,
underage,
де
the guys
вони
will
займуть свої
come
споруди,
to this
і
village council
будуть допомагати її
and will
відновлювати.
help to restore it.
При цьому ми проговорювали, який
And
період це буде, що
we
це
discussed the
буде
period
час
it is
їх
going to
навчання і так далі. Тобто всі ці
be. This
моменти
is
ми дуже уважно
going to
проговорювали.
be
І
the
ми
time
проговорювали
after
також
classes.
після їх
We discussed all the
відвідування цієї
details.
сільської ради,
And
як
after they visited this
працівники
village
медичні,
council,
вони
how they were,
розходили не просто приміщення,
how
вони
the
приходили
staff
місце
of the
роботи
village council
людей
saw
вони
them. It
розходили
wasn't just the
місце,
premise.
де
They
приходили люди
set on
з
fire
територіальної громади
the
отримати
premise where
певні
people
послуги.
worked, and
І
someone
вони,
would
сільський
come
голова
there to
говорив
get
про
some
те, що
services. And the
якраз
head of
таки
this
він
village council said
пояснив людям,
that
чому
he
вони тут
explained it to the
знаходяться, а
people
ці
why these
неповнолітні, вони також
teenagers
мали
were
можливість
there.
пояснити
Those
працівникам
teenagers
сільської
could
ради
also
свої
had
дії, бо перед
also
ними
had a
все
chance
було
to
достатньо
explain themselves
насторожено. І
because they were
потім, коли
people were quite
вони вже
tense
там
when they
певний
first
час
saw them.
ходили і
And after
допомагали,
some time
діти вже
of
абсолютно
participating
нормально,
in the
безуважно
recovery of
сприймали,
the
тобто
village
їм
council, they
вдалося
felt quite
фактично
welcome.
не просто своїми діями
So in
відновити
fact,
безшкоду, а
they
їм так
recovered
само
that harm
вдалося
not only through
показати
their
те, як вони
activities, they
сприяють відновленню і
demonstrated
готові
they contribute to
співпрацювати
the
далі.
restoration
І
and recovery,
вони
and they're ready
навіть
to
вони
collaborate
занепокоєні тим, що
further.
вони зробили.
And
Тому
they
для мене
demonstrated
відновний
their
результат
regret and their
це не
concern
просто
about
відшкодування
what
шкоди, а це якісь
they
активні
did. So
дії, які
restoration is not
роблять
only about
таких прикладів дуже багато
remediation of
насправді.
harm, but
Коли
it's
на
about
території
the
дають
demonstration
можливість іншим, коли цей шанс був даний,
that
я зараз
they
вибачаюся,
contribute.
але все,
And
щоб цей шанс був даний, це
when
дуже велика
the
підготовча
victims gives
робота,
another
специфічна
chance
медіатора. І це
to the
ця робота
perpetrator,
не має
but
насправді
the
проводитись не
prerequisite for
слідчим,
that
ні
is
відвідувачем, ні
really
адвокатом. Тут про різні
long
підходи.
work of
Тому
mediator, and
так, я
that's
вже
not
закінчу. Дуже
not
дякую.
not on the shoulders of
Наступний.
investigators or attorneys. That's on mediators. I must say that we must wrap up, dear colleagues. I will give you just a few seconds, so Olga and Ilona, to finalize this panel. So we're saying that it's not a question whether restorative justice is going to work in Ukraine. It does work. Olga, Ilona, just a few words, 30 seconds, not even a minute. That's a very short statement, mostly for those who would like to participate in restorative justice. Not only will you gain this very interesting and profound profession, you will also become a part of the community, because restorative justice mediators come together quite often time to discuss difficult cases. There was the information that there's going to be a training, and we will be happy to welcome you in our restorative justice community. Ilona, over to you. Yes, thank you. I would like to say that this pilot has fantastic results, and I can experience that in my experience. Since 2019, we only mentioned traditional justice, but now we can see that restorative justice and traditional justice have different tasks and objectives. We speak about criminal proceedings, and then we do not even mention the restorative results because the judge can't care less about the emotions of the perpetrator, what he or she was, how he was triggered. But when we speak about restorative justice, this is something people were missing. The parties of mediation we work with were missing that. So I would like this program not to stuck at the pilot stage. I would like to turn into the stable, durable mechanism, because we can see results and that should continue to work. Thank you very much for this important conclusion. So the mediators, attorneys, the legal professionals, let's weave this social dish. So thank you very much, and welcome to the practice of restorative justice. Thank you very much for this very insightful panel. We're a bit behind timing and agenda, but it's quite traditional when there is so much useful information you would like to share. It's very difficult to squeeze it into a specific timeline. Our suggestion now is take a break for 26 minutes. After that, we're going to resume. We're going to have the panel discussion with the overseas experts. They're going to share their own experience of introduction of mandatory mediation, a mandatory first initial session, and before the court hearings, we will hear about the experience of Italy, Greece, Romania. So let's take a short break and we'll get down to work. I would like to welcome, and we are going to do that timely. I would like to welcome our fascinating participants of our panel. I'm not going to introduce anyone apart from Mr. Leonardo. He represents HR Center. He's the co-author of a fantastic book because it travels to Ukraine now, but otherwise I would show it to everyone. Leonardo is a very experienced mediator. He develops this area systematically, and today Leonardo, together with other panelists, help us explore the topic of mandatory mediation, how we can introduce it, how to make it in a safe manner, how we can measure its efficiency. And Leonardo brought together the panel who will be quite representative. It will cover various experience in this dimension. Leonardo, over to you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind invitation for me and my co-panelists. And first and foremost, I want to express our solidarity to Ukraine and the population of Ukraine for this terrible, time of the war. And we hope really in the deep of our earth that it will finish very, very soon. And it's so great that you added the time for organizing once again for the 10 years this great conference and conversation around mediation. So we are all with you, first of all. So let me explain a little bit what is the goal of today's conversation. That could be you want to be a conversation. We will have time to answer any Q&A at the end of our presentation. So we have full 2 hours, and we are all to your disposal to all participants to answer any questions that you have regarding the topic of the session, that is, the famous mandatory mediation. And which model works. So the idea is mandatory mediation is not black and white. There is not one model. There are different models of mandatory or quasi-mandatory mediations. And which model works and which model do not work. There are models that do not work. So we want to focus on what it makes works. And what we want to talk is with data, not opinion or wishful thinking. We have in Europe more than 20-25 years of experience, data and statistics, where doesn't matter what I think personally about voluntary or mandatory mediation. What is important are the data and the numbers. And a second, topic that we want to discuss is how to implement, how to introduce whatever model in a jurisdiction, in entire jurisdictions. If we can introduce from one day to another, or which way you can introduce over the time, and of course how to measure the results, the statistics, how the monitoring the statistics. For doing this, I would like first of all I will present the data from and the model from Italy. So I will be a speaker myself, not only the moderators, but I will take about 15-20 minutes to explain and to show for the first time, by the way, some statistics and some data from ADR Center, from our mediation center, that has a good sample of all Italy. But then I asked some friends really and colleagues, more friends than colleagues, to join me today and to share their experience of their countries. First, in not particular orders, actually, I have an order. I want to Elena and Ajan to talk first. Elena Kolsaki from Greece, Greece has introduced another model of mandatory mediation, more or less similar, let's say, taking inspiration from the Italian model, but with some changes. And we will hear from Elena what have been the results and what is the status quo of the situation in Greece. Then Ajan Süleymanoglu, another deep, close friends from Turkey. Turkey actually introduced mandatory mediation a little bit before Greece, again, taking inspiration from Italy, and we will hear what is the situation now in Greece. Then I invited also other two close friends, and just for another, I would love to hear from Julia Radanova from Bulgaria, that, by the way, she's a co-author for me from what the book Solve with Adi Gavril, I'm sure a lot of you knows. And the Bulgaria example is different. They start to introduce 1 year ago a model, different model of mandatory. Actually, it was a referred cases in Bulgaria. Didn't work. Now they are starting with this new model. And then we love to close the panel with the other, women first, and then finally other men. My close friend Chris Cherei, Professor Chris Cherei, and are talking about actually the wrong model of Romania. He will explain why Romania introduced, actually before Italy, a model of mandatory mediation, but it didn't work well, let's say. Now it's very difficult to get it back, because once it doesn't work, it's very difficult to go back to this kind of approach. So let's start from Italy and a general introduction in about these models. First of all, and this is we have, as I said, like study, analyze the data, the experience of our part of the world, as I usually say, they say Europe, Africa, Middle East, where I've never seen any model that is not so-called, and then we will talk about what means actually mandatory mediation, that produce many mediation itself. We cannot copy United States as a market. The mediation techniques of our colleagues from United States are the same. I mean, I learned, from Boots Edwards, another friend that is a speaker, from Judge Danny Weinstein, or others, very close mentors, not friends and mentors, how to mediate. But then that market, what happens inside the mediation rooms is more or less the same in matter of techniques. But outside the mediation rooms is completely different. The forces that shape the market in the United States are completely different from the one that shape the market in Europe. In the United States, as you know, is very costly. Going to court is very risky to go to court. If you lose in court, you lose a lot. So regardless of the legislation framework, there is these incentives to go to mediation. And by the way, the driving force in the US historically in the 70s, 80s have been judges first and insurance company. Okay. Here in Europe, it's completely different. I mean, it's especially in Italy, is going to court is easy. Not costly at all, and even if you lose in court, you don't lose too much. So even if you are as a plaintiff, you're called in court to defend, and you know that you are going to lose, it's better to wait 3, 4, 5 years to give the money to the plaintiff rather than to mediate. So this is this is the huge difference. So before the European Directive of 2008, no one in Europe had any mediation legislations, I mean, strong mediation legislations. Only after, the member states have been, asked to introduce a domestic law in line with the directives. And Italy was the first one that actually introduced first model of mandatory mediation with a lot of resistance from the lawyers, from the judges as well, and from the community. But it was a political decision at the time to go ahead full speed. I think it was even, I don't know if it was a mistake or not, so it was like a fight with the lawyers. And then this model changed 2 or 3 times. I don't want to give you all the history of the changes, but now this model, talking about numbers, works, and not only works with the numbers, it works on qualitative feedbacks. Everyone is happy, even the lawyers. After 15 years of introduction, the first supporters now of mediations are bar association, are the lawyers. So after, of course, 15 years, mediation has been embedded in the Italian jurisdictions. So everyone knows that you need to go to attend mediation first in order to file in some dispute types the case in court. So, but instead of before explaining what the model, how the model works, I want to start from the end. I want to, as promised, let me see if it works. Okay, let me see here. Start with the numbers. Okay. Can you see the screen? Perfect. Sorry, of course, I'm sorry that these are in Italian, but I will explain. It's easy to understand. These are the screenshots from our case management system, ours, I mean, ADR Center, of the last 6 months. So basically, as you said, on the top left, these are based on 7,000 cases mediation filed in our mediation center. So are 7,000 of about 170,000 mediations managed per year in Italy. So we are the first one as a mediation center, the largest mediation center in Italy. But the market is very fragmented, as you say. We have only 60% of the market. There are more than 500 mediation centers accredited by the Ministry of Justice and more than 20,000 mediators in Italy. So this legislation created a mediation market. Okay. So in the last, you can see that the bars are the mediation cases filed month by month, compared with the previous month of the year. You see here that in some months we grow 10, 12%. In the last years, we are growing around 6% with about 20 cases, 20 mediation filed per day. But this is something I never showed, and this is great to show for actually the first time. I will explain how the data, how it works. Let me confirm that you can see this second slide, and I will explain. And this is a way to monitor and the statistics and the data in mediation where we have first mandatory meetings. In Italy, again, the mandatoriness of the legislation is only to attend the first meetings. Then now is 2-hour meetings. so up to 2 hours. So the mediators should be available up to 2 hours, where it's not an informative session anymore. So the mediator has to start the mediation in 2 hours. And the mandatory part is to attend in person, either in a room or in a virtual room, but the parties themselves needs to be in person in mediation, and with a mediator in a mediation center accredited by the Minister of Justice. Okay, these are the results on the about 600 and 210 cases. No, not about 600 and 210 cases. You can see on the first bar on the top that have been closed, defined. So out of these 600 cases, about 7% of cases, 400, are being given up or renounced before the first meetings. What does it mean? So when we received the mediation request, we have in 1 or 2 days, we have to inform the defendant or the invited parties that the mediation, the first meetings will be held within 20 days or 40 days from the date of the filing the request. So what happens? And 7% of the cases, now could be like 10%, the plaintiff before the first meetings send us an email, a certified email that he or she renounced to the mediation, so give up. What does it mean? That means that they found an agreement outside. So it means that the invited party, just when received our letter, just call directly the plaintiff and say, okay, let's mediate right away. I know that you are starting a lawsuit and mediation. So actually, these give up are good sign. These give up cases are not bad sign, are good sign of parties that before the first meetings they settle outside the meetings. So then we have 61% of the cases where both parties attend the first meetings. So both parties, so the invited parties give us a reply and say basically, okay, I will attend, and only 32% now they do not attend at the invited party the first meeting. The plaintiff or the requester should always attend the first meetings, otherwise they cannot go to the court. So what we call mancata partecipazione is the participation that the invited party will not, is only 32%. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, that percentage was much larger, was 50%, even 60% at the beginning. Why is this now is about 70-30, the percentage? Because of the sanctions. If the invited party will not attend the first meetings, the judge will economically sanction the parties. They would not attend without justifiable reasons. So that's why this is, we have only 30% of cases, about now in 32, where parties, the invited party, will not show up in the first meetings. So the second bar is about the definition of the first meetings, how these first meetings, end. And again, 36% of the cases, they decide to go ahead with full mediation and basically entering in a voluntary sessions. So the mandatory session, again, is only confined on these 2 hours. Then the parties, they can decide if they attend, they can decide, they have all the rights to say, I'm opting out, I'm not interested, and without any sanction. So the sanction is, of course, not to settle, but to attend the first meeting. Then we have 80% of the cases where they settle right away on the first meeting, so in 2 hours. while we have 57% of the cases, again, that the parties say, okay, I understand, I'm not interested in mediation, sue me in court. Out of the 36% of cases that parties will go ahead with the full mediation, again, usually we have a second, a third, a fourth meeting, depends on the parties, and 57% they agree, they settle, and 53% of parties that do not settle. So if you, had the settlement at the first meetings and the settlement in the meetings after the first, you see that the total percentage of success rate is 65%. However, this is what the statistics say. So, however, on top of the 65%, you have to have, first of all, the settlement that the parties, the 7% the party reached before the mediation started. And then also we have at least the other, we estimate, of course, 15 or 20% of cases where after the first meetings, so out of the 57 party, they will settle outside the mediations in few weeks and some weeks after the mediation ended. So basically, the 2 hours first meetings, thanks to the 2 hours first meetings, the party, they reconnect, they start to talk, and maybe they found ground to settle. And just to be clear, sometimes the lawyers say, okay, thank you, Mr. Mediator. Now we understand there is a ground for settlement. We will settle outside the process. And of course, we will not pay you as in the first meetings. We will pay you only a fixed fees that is fixed by the Minister of Justice of the first meeting. So this is also done, sorry, give some water, is done only for saving a little bit of money. But this, as we say, is part of the game. This is one advantage of the first of this mandatory model. So I will not complain so much. So these are the data, the statistics, and where every model that is based on a first meeting should be monitoring the statistics. The risk of the first meetings is always that is just what we call a lip service, so a formality, but with the sanction, and by the way, with the incentives, because in our system, up to 600 euro of the parties can deduct from the tax up to 600 euro paid to the mediation center. So this is the result in just one slide. Let me explain, go ahead with the other breakdown. That is again from our case management system. This is live statistics up to yesterday actually. So on the upper right of your screen, you see, and this is very interesting, the meetings, if they are done in person, only 20% mediation are done in person now. 73% of session of mediation are done online, and 6.3 mediation are done in hybrid, means one session online and one session in person, or a mix of the two. So this is interesting. What is more interesting is that this varies across Italy. In Rome, we have more or less this average, even that actually a little bit more in presence than online is about 40% in present, 60% online. But up to Milan, that is in the north, 95% of mediation are online. And again, the results are great. So we have, we have developed skills and trained mediators how to mediate online. Then another interesting data are the types of mediation. So 80% of mediation comes from the mandatory first meetings. That is for us is proceedability step. It's not an admissibility, it is a proceedability. So the parties can always file a case in court, but at the first meeting, at the first hearing, the judge will stop the parties if they didn't attempt mediation. 80.8% of mediation comes from the voluntary modalities. So on the other dispute types that where mediation is purely voluntary, the 78% is mediation coming from some dispute types I will show in a minute. And then there are referral from the judges. The first one, 80.2%, is referral. The judges in Italy have the power to refer cases in any stage of the proceedings in court or even in a court of appeal, but in any dispute types. But as you see, after 15 years, the referral cases are only 8.2%, a very small percentage, even that we have few millions of cases pending in courts. That means that at least the Italian judges, but I see even many judges across at least again Europe, actually they do not use their power to refer cases to mediation. And again, the data speaks by themselves. In Italy, it's not an invitation, it's an order. So the judge can order the parties between the hearings to attempt mediation during the first meetings. But again, they do not use this power. And then only 1.4%, this is the fourth typology is 3.6, where the judge stopped the first hearing and ordered the party to attend mediation in the dispute types where mediation is mandatory, that they cannot go ahead. And then we have 1.4% of cases from contract clause. This is another great surprise on me. 10-15 years ago, I thought that the companies, large companies, will introduce the mediation clause in all term and condition of contracts because it makes a lot of sense, and unfortunately they didn't. So we have in percentage few cases coming from the contract clause. So this is another breakdown by dispute types that we use. The first one is condominium, where people live in the same buildings, they have to share common expenses. The second dispute types is renting between landlord, or owners of real estate and people that rent the offices or apartment. Real rights, that means property rights, and then bank contracts, contratto d'opera is professional contracts, contracts of lawyers, of engineers, and then wills and assurance, division of assets, medical malpractice, defamation, and so on. This is the breakdown by dispute types. So these dispute types are set by the law, where while in the first meetings we have only three brackets of dispute types, where the cost is fixed, is something from 50 euro to 200 euro per person, per parties, at the highest level. But then if you go ahead with full mediation, the parties have to declare which brackets of the dispute, the value of the disputes they belongs, and we have different fees. Again, but this point is voluntary, and usually more or less I can say that the fees are similar to a lawyer's fees, more or less. I mean, so it's like to hire a lawyer. We see that the highest number of mediation we have from a value from 10,000 to 25,000 of euro. And this is sorry, a last slide where you see here, this is the percentage of a single mediator. So we track performance of each single office. In ADR Center, we have a headquarter in Rome, but we have 90 offices in Italy. As my job is also to coordinate the offices and to ensure the quality of the service in all our offices. But we have also the statistics by single mediators. And you see this great mediator is called Giovanni that has his percentage, success rate is 9% points higher on the average. So he's doing a great job in mediate. So this is the results. So I wanted to start not to talk about the model actually of Italy, but the results, the really data and statistics from our experience so this I think it could be a good example. So at the end of the day, our model in Italy, our mandatory model in Italy, again, that is very peculiar, is details, is very, details in rules, works. But again, and going back to the topics of our panel, what does it mean works? Which model works? I see that a model works when it produces a lot of mediations, just to be clear. Number of mediation that compared with cases in courts could be similar or around 50%, 60% or something like that. So if you have 100, just a number, 100,000 cases, civil and commercial cases, and I'm talking about, civil and commercial cases. If you have 100,000 cases in court, incoming cases in court, a model that works means to have at least 50,000 cases, in mediation. If you have only a couple of hundreds of mediation, that model doesn't work. Maybe there could be, a lot of, good mediation, but that simple doesn't work, and usually there are more mediators than mediations. How to implement? Takes time. In Italy, as I said, it took a lot of time. It was introduced only at the beginning, only on some dispute types, not to all dispute types, civil and commercial, but was introduced by some dispute types. Before the law was entering in force, the mandatory part, it was 1 year of gracious time to wait for mediators and mediation centers to be trained and mediation center to set up. So a mandatory model like that, I see we are working in different jurisdictions now. It cannot be introduced less than 5 years at least. With again introduce some dispute types, having good mediators trained and mediation centers. By the way, our model works is based on mediation centers outside the courts, and mediators should accredited by the Minister of Justice and controlled by the Minister of Justice. And our mediators needs to work within these mediation centers. And each mediation centers, they have to prove to have the offices for the meetings, to have a case management systems, to have a secretariat. We have in the law is written that as mediation center, we have to have employee to manage the secretariat of the mediation centers and so on. The basic idea was, at least at the time, and actually worked, that since the courts were clogged with cases, were overflowed with cases, courts, they didn't have the time, the resources, even the space to manage mediation. So everything should have done outside. So basically, in our system, mediation center and mediators, we do, even as a private space, a public work. Like notaries in more or less in our systems, where we are accredited by the Ministry of Justice, but we work for the public. So control. And again, the numbers speaks by themselves. The numbers works. The systems now, after 15 years, as I say, is embedded in our jurisdictions. And I hope, of course, not everything is perfect. There are room for improvements, and we hope that we amended this law a few times. So the next step, I hope soon, will be to extend the first meetings to all dispute types, all civil and commercial dispute types, and maybe in the future, even in family cases. In family cases where I think mediation works well, very well, we do not have mediation because it's purely voluntary, and we do not any legislation, of nudging. I see this in Italy. This mandatory is actually a nudge the party to the good, to the right path to mediation. And just I conclude, and then I give the floor to Elena. What has happened is that I've done with my colleagues thousands of these first meetings where the parties show up in a meeting room like the one you see in my background. They are not happy to be there. They need to be there because otherwise they get sanctions. But they have 2 hours. They pay a little bit for, again, €100, 200 in the high value only for the first meetings of 2 hours. And you have a disposal of professional mediators. And in 2 hours, what happens is they reconnect. They reconnect the communication, basically. They start to talk and to fight. And at least at the end of these 2 hours, you have seen the result. Basically, if you do all the sums, 50% of the cases, they either settle or they go ahead with full mediation, and 50% they opt out, they go to the court. But this 50% of, hundreds of thousands of cases. So they are, in the first meetings, they don't want to settle at the beginning. They are not there to settle. They are there to comply by the law. But then when they reconnect, when they meet in a neutral space, this is very important, either in person or online, again, and if, of course, the mediator is a professional mediator, they start to talk about their dispute, to focus the disputes, and so they go ahead 50%. So this is the result. That's you judge if this model works or not in Ukraine or in the other jurisdictions. For us, it's working very well, and I'm working in a lot of other jurisdictions. And first of all, I want to be clear that under the European law, this is not a barrier to enter to access to justice. Is clear that with this balance of mandatory voluntary is perfectly in line with the European legislation. I stop here. Sorry, I have to apologize with my co-panelists. I took a little bit more time than expected, but I think was useful to reflect on the numbers and on my opinions. Now, Now we'll pass the floor to Elena Koltsaki, my dear friends and colleagues, just to explain us what is going on in Greece. Greece adopted, again, a different model of mandatoriness, of shadow mandatoriness, and let's hear from Elena. Thank you, everybody. And again, at the end of the panel, we have all time for Q&A. Elena.
Thank you, Leo. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for this presentation, and thank you so much for the invitation. Lovely to be here among dear friends and colleagues and share the experience from Greece. Following up on Leonardo's detailed explanation about what has been also in Greece, the base for the reform that was enacted a couple of years ago. I'm gonna share my screen in just 1 second. Just wanna be sure that, is it full screen for everyone? Does this work?
Actually, it's not full screen. We can see the other. Okay, yeah, now it's perfect. Now it's perfect.
Okay, excellent. All right. So as you see here, we are landing in Greece, trying to check which model works, how to implement it, and obviously how to measure results. What you're going to see is basically derived from data and available data that we have, very limited, which is a huge problem. Some from the official web pages of the Greek Ministry of Justice, some from surveys that have been conducted by the Association of Mediators, and some from publicly known data, but again with lots of kind of problems in trying to verify the accuracy. Basically, what we have here is a system that never did so well. Greece has been always very low in delivery of justice, with an average time for a final judgment. Actually, the EU Justice Board that I checked yesterday refers to 270 days for a first hearing. So cases are moving slowly, have been moving slowly. Backlogs have been accumulating for years. And of course, that affects very much the citizens' confidence in dispute resolution mechanism. What changed the setting, and Leo referred to that earlier, is the directive back in 2008. But what really made the change imperative is a model that came in our discussions in 2018 for the first time, but was finalized in 2019, as you will see. So this is how we started. This gives like a timeline to understand, starting from 2008 and what the EU directive kind of asked member states to do. We transposed the legislation in 2010, but it wasn't before 2018 that we started discussing about the need for mandatory mediation provisions. That attracted a lot of negative reaction from the judicial and the lawyers' perspective, only to have a law established very late. We call it IAS. I will refer to it as MIMS, which is Mandatory Initial Mediation Session, which is established in 2019, and this is exactly what we still have in force. It has put in force something that we call IAS, this is how it's called in Greek, a certification system and a platform, we call it KED platform, but I'm going to refer it as the Central Mediation Committee platform. A couple of years after that, in 2024, a new category of disputes was added, which refers to land registry disputes. And here we are today. But what we are having ahead of us in 2026 is a bill which has been announced that it's already drafted, a bill that will abolish all previous legislation in a way, but recreate something that will be called the ADR code, which will include also provisions not only about mediation, but also for arbitration and judicial mediation. So under preparation, not yet enacted, but according to the latest announcements, it's going to be enacted in September of this year or before September of this year. What we have so far, three categories of disputes, and Leonardo just mentioned that they didn't need mandatory mediation in their family disputes, where in Greece we had to, and actually they're producing the biggest numbers. We have civil and commercial mediation disputes that have a value of above 30,000 euros. We have most of the family disputes under the mandatory first mediation meeting, very similar to what Leonardo described that happens in Italy. And we have all disputes where parties do have a contractual mediation clause, regardless of what subject matter of value it is, that would inevitably follow the route of mandatory mediation if included in any kind of contract. What mandatory means to the Greek nationals? It means that if you do not comply with the process that is prescribed by law, the hearing of the case is declared inadmissible, practically meaning that parties would need to take the case back, have and do them the mandatory meeting before they can have their case heard. They can file, but they cannot have the hearing proceed. A few numbers. So far, we have almost 4,000 mediators accredited in Greece. That's the number as of June. This over the year is adding at around 300 or 400 more mediators. Out of them, almost 2,700 had declared that they have been experts in family mediation, and we have this very special kind of accreditation for a land registry specialist. How is the system performed? So if any of the cases fall within the mandatoriness 3 categories that I just explained, parties can either agree to appoint a jointly accepted mediator, or, this is a different thing, party or council submits a request to what we call an online platform by KED. This is the Central Mediation Committee oversight, having a platform that is freely available to everyone within the website of the Ministry of Justice. The mediator is appointed by the parties or chosen automatically by the platform. He has a 3-day window to accept or not accept the request. And then all parties and council need to attend with the mediator the initial session. What is the outcome if they decide to proceed? Very similar again to what Leonardo just explained, all good and done. But if they don't decide to proceed, they just issue like a record, they take it to the court filing, and the case can be heard with the court. In terms of certification activity of mediators, I just referred to the numbers before. This is the interesting finding. We have numbers for 2023, we have numbers for 2024, but these numbers are only available if the Central Mediation Committee submits its report. So the report for 2025 is not yet available. It's always submitted on June 2026. So limited available data, and in my presentation will be derived for the year that has passed. So I will only focus on 2023 and 2024. These are some findings that you might find interesting. Again, I'm referring to problems. They're good. There is some positive information coming from Greece, and of course, some lessons learned that need to be corrected. What you're seeing here is something that reflected from a survey conducted by SEDI, which is an association of mediators. What you actually see here is how the culture has changed. So the survey that was conducted in 70 the 733 certified mediators kind of revealed that that 100% of justice said that the low use of mediation is a cultural problem. 95% of mediators and trainers said the same, 75% of lawyers said the same, and the general practice said the same, identifying as the main barrier to be the culture. But at the same time, they identified that the culture can be changed by the law. What are the problems 5 years in? The most important problems in measuring success is that we had mediators report. Mediators are under an obligation to report every 4 months the number of mediations they're conducting. So out of the 1,500 active mediators, this report for 2024 has only been submitted by 400 to 450. That's a huge problem because it doesn't relate statistics with reality. According to the survey, we have almost 90% of the mediators that reports that parties do not attend the mandatory session in person, and they only send their lawyers to attend with a power of attorney. We have a very high score saying 93.6% that lawyers focus exclusively on updating this formal record that we attended, but they declared that they have no intention of any substantive engagement throughout the process. These are very, very frightening and striking numbers if you come to think of it. What is an operational problem that has been identified, but still it's now been on the process of being rectified, that there was no dedicated department in the Ministry of Justice that would deal with mediation. But as of early 2025, a special secretariat has been set up within the Ministry of Justice, which now seems to be operating in a more formal way. But the Central Mediation Committee, which is actually overseeing the functioning of mediation in Greece, only runs on voluntary goodwill of its members, which creates some problems in how much they can engage. Again, here, what you can see is a summary of what I just said. But what is important to see on this slide, that we have actually no impact assessment. So there is no published study that links mediation uptake to measurable reduction in court filings. Leonardo just referred to that how can you measure success if you do not measure how many mediations you produce and what is the ratio that it produces to the backlog of courts. And there are no standardized indicators consistent across years. What I've managed to gather, and probably these are some numbers that you might see that are interesting for 2023, this is data available from the Ministry of Justice, is the number of mediation sessions. The only data that is actually reliable refers to 2023, because as I said just earlier, because reporting is not mandatory, for 2024, although we have 1,500 plus active mediators, we didn't have everyone reporting, only 450 of them reported, because there are no sanctions for not reporting. And although for 2024, we have registered, we have actually records that there have been 7,400 requests submitted online. Mediators report that only 3,115 mediators have been conducted. This by itself self-evidently has created a huge problem about the accuracy of the data collected. What is interesting to see in this slide, I think we need to basically focus on how many mandatory sessions actually produce full mediations, and you will see it here. We'll see a rate of an average of around 10%. So some statistics show 11%, some statistics show 9.18%, but overall it looks like we have 10% of all cases going into the mandatory initial mediation sessions, and leading to full mediations. And out of them, we have quite a big settlement rate that is above 75%. But out of all the mandatory sessions, we have around 8 to 10% success rate. In terms, again, the system is differently to Italian because we don't have the mediation centers in Italy. That mediators have to provide their services through mediation centers. On the contrary, parties can choose individual mediators. By having a different system in this way, the mandatory sessions can be conducted, as I said, by either party-appointed mediators or by an online system which randomly appoints mediators. So the collection of data can be confusing by itself. What it shows here, at least, that is one interesting finding that you said, that in family disputes, you can see that there is the highest percentage of agreement for party-appointed mediators. But for the rest of the cases, and what is interesting to see for commercial and banking cases, banks never, ever want to seem to be cooperating with a joint appointment of mediators. So lawyers go on the platform, choose a randomly appointed mediator just to conduct the mandatory session. So there is a lot of learning for good things and bad things, but I think some focus should be placed on this slide, which basically demonstrates the rise that the introduction of mandatory mediation has given to the voluntary mediation and the success rate of voluntary mediation. So it is fair to assume, and it's fair to conclude, that the introduction of mandatory mediation may not have created a better balance of how many cases are mediated and how many cases are not mediated in Greece in terms of how many are still being taken to court, but it has given rise to the use of voluntary mediation, which produces a rate of success of around 86%, and I think that is pretty encouraging. Here, I'm not gonna spend too much time on this. A couple of more outcomes that you see here that I've already inferred to. There is a huge push for more cases to be included for mandatory mediation sessions. This comes as a result from what we hear from the researchers, but also from the statistics. These are some recommendations, but I'm happy to revisit them at a later stage, so I don't want to spend too much time on this in our discussion. I just want to give you a sneak preview to what is coming up. Again, there is a bill that is announced for 2023, which will obviously aspires to have taken into consideration the drawbacks of the previous system and turn them into something much more effective. So the new code will be responsive in forcing, in a way, parties to come, forcing lawyers not to be present by themselves, but being accompanied by their parties. But what is very, very important is that there's going to be introduced a unified digital portal for collection of data, which at this point seems to be very much lagging behind and, of course, not able to produce very reliable statistics in terms of how effective mediation is. So we have so far, and this is my last slide, the law has definitely created a very effective mandatory framework. It has a clear scope, it has a process, it has sanctions. We have many mediators certified, but again, there are some pretty important gaps, and the monitoring of results is the weakest links. Data quality is not commendable, to say the least. And we are again aspiring that the new revision of the law will place Greece in a position to provide more reliable data in the future. So hopefully we will be addressing these drawbacks, but lessons learned. And as Leonardo just said, it takes years to make an effective model. We are on our 5th year, Leo, as you said. Hopefully the new legislation that will be enacted will encapsulate all the wrong things that happened during the implementation of the mandatory. But what I have to say is the mandatory mediation session is here to stay, and it will grow. And there is strong commitment by the government, and it looks like now there's some commitment also from the legal and judicial community. So thank you so very much.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Elena, for sharing your data, your thoughts. It's very, very important. As you see, 2 different mandatory mediation models, different results. So again, it's not one that fits all. Now, let's go to another large country like Italy, Turkey. Back in the days with Dacian, we worked together under many projects, different projects sponsored by the European Commission to introduce mandatory mediation in Turkey. So this, I think, will be some inspiration from Italian model, from the work that we did with Dacian a few years ago. Now it's a few years actually that I'm not invited in Turkey or in Istanbul anymore. I would love to go back there. Ajan, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I hope you can see the screen now.
Yes, perfect.
And I would like to thank you, Leo, for inviting me, and also for the organizers, and hope to see you in Turkey quite soon. As Leo said, we kind of follow the Italian model with several changes. So, in this presentation, I would like to also get into some interesting numbers, other than the general volume of the cases, because as also Leo mentioned, as Turkey is a large country, we have high amount of cases, high amount of lawyers, and high amount of mediators as well. But there are some other stories behind the numbers. So I would like to go into deep a little bit more. And first start with what is really mandatory for us. In Turkey, it's not like the first meeting is mandatory. It's full mediation. It's a prerequisite, whatever we can call, is filing a lawsuit. So in order to apply the court and start your legal case, and you need to first go through the mediation. But it is not, first of all, when we started, it started with several cases, and it started with labor. But I'm explaining for the parties is kind of is an exit before the litigation path. So exit before the bridge, first of all. And we are conducting, if the parties are willing to continue, not just the first session, the whole mediation process as well. So one main difference is, other than the first meeting, it is also has no cost to try mediation for the parties, unless they had an agreement which they have a benefit. So if there is no settlement, if they fail to reach a settlement, mediation fee is covered by the government. But there is a limitation that government covers only 2 hours of first mediation is covered by the government. So if the parties are liked about mediation and want to continue after 2 hours, I'm asking whether they would like to continue the mediation process. Again, they don't have to settle. But I will continue to in hourly mediation session. But then is into if they settled, they need to pay according to mediation tariff, which is another different story. Is in other than the other countries, if there is a settlement, is the mediation fee based on the amount of the settlement. So there's a percentage then to covering this if the mediation is successful. In that sense, this make an encouragement for the not just the parties for the settlement, for the mediator to push for the settlement. So as I said, it started in 2018 with labor cases, and then the following one was commercial, and the year later we follow with the commercial, and then it started with rent disputes and include many other disputes like partnership and to agricultural disputes as well for the global and local supply chains. So why we started the labor dispute is the story behind actually to the background before the mandatory mediation process. First of all, it's in another difference is in Turkey, in order to become a mediator, you need to be a legal professional. You need to have a legal degree and 5 years of experience in the profession. And you need to get an accreditation training. And there is also state exam to become a mediator. And after you become a mediator and register the list, there is a specialization training in order to get the cases like labor, commercial, or consumer disputes. These are the basic 3 fields. So you need to complete into this training step as well. And who is responsible body is the Minister of Justice is the responsible body, and they have a mediation department fully responsible and following up the mediation activities and also encouraging for to development of mediation activities. Also, they are monitoring and for the mediators when there's a complaint, mediation board is responsible to follow up. So after you registered into mediation is the whole cases coming from the nationwide system called UYAP. So after we got the mediation certificate and registered into the system, we are appointing randomly. It's not based on the success rate, but if there is more settlement, you will get more cases. So before coming the numbers, where we start, and I would like to mention about is into when the law entered into force, when the law passed, it was 2012, and the following year it's entered into force. And in just 1 year, we had only 4 cases. And at that moment, we have a quite and enthusiastic, I can say, but also has a very passion to mediation and Minister of Justice representative. So he called that for to mediation sessions and talk to the parties and ask whether they are happy or not. So, and when we talked to mediator is about it, and he said that first reaction, I really surprised when the government and Minister of Justice called me, and I asked how you did this mediation session, and he said that I started with labor disputes. That one of my clients, I suggest to use mediation because he wants to keep the relationship going on, because he was closing that project, but later on he might want to work the same person and not want to complete in a bad manner. So, and I suggest mediation, and in the meantime, it was acceptable for the workers as well. And so he said that our also culture involves about conciliation as well. So when we talk about mostly in lawyers, when we see is into the perspective about lawyers is in actually there was a quite resistance from the bar associations, and they were saying that we don't want as a mediation. There were even in the conference red flags as a published for We Don't Want Mediation system. So is into how the system evolved, is into when there is no culture in the legal culture, I can say, for mediation, because is that actually there's a culture for the public level, there's a culture in the business for negotiation and mediation. So we start, that's why in building a mediation culture also, and changing the mindset of legal and also business community, and we interact for both of them. And we started a commercial mediation pilot program in Grand Bazaar within the support of Ministry of Justice. In there, it was a kind of turning point, because is nobody expect that judges, lawyers, and to many people coming to the Grand Bazaar and introducing a mediation system. So they found a contact point earlier than the mandatory mediation start. They have a time to test it, try about the mediators, and in the meantime, is into for in order to create a trust, is the capacity building of mediators were quite important. In the meantime, for last, it's during the project period, we also trained as not just the mediators, also parallel to this, for them to use about mediation. But in the meantime, for the business community, is and so they interact with the mediators, they interact with the Ministry of Justice. So that's, and they, whenever they had the questions, they ask. And during the also voluntary based mediation period, is into there were some mentorship in between some of the experienced mediators, and in order to increase. And when we follow up, when we look the data from, I said it started with like 4 cases, but that this period of 3 years, it was kind of up through the 30,000 cases. And we reviewed that 30,000 cases, which was about, and we see that most of them is nearly 99% was about labor cases. So that's time the government decided, okay, if we start a mandatory mediation, then we will start from the labor cases. And it was one other aspects is why to labor cases, it's everybody has type of labor disputes into many. This was an introduction for also companies to use and try the mediation system. And why it become so popular in Turkey? First, as I said, we engaged a business community for trained, qualified mediators. And also there's another point, that resistance breakthrough as a to limitation only legal profession. Also this encourage for lawyers that to become a mediator, as they see this is second type of income. So, and I can say, or some of the issues are coming related with the social and also cultural issues. We have high adaptability in Turkey, and high, because of the high uncertainty, because we don't know what's going to happen in tomorrow, who is going to bomb where, and what's going to happen to Turkish lira, who is going to be the political leaders. So everything is lots of unknowns. In that sense, people are into looking for option to find a quick resolution, and to look to at least the future or today a little bit to free mindset. So economical, social, and uncertainty and conflicts is into in the region also help for to develop the mediation system. And we have also quite low trust to the courts. And so an uncertainty about also decisions regarding the court, what is going to, and which legislation is going to enter into force tomorrow. And this also bring lawyers into the mediation table, because they cannot guess what is going to happen in court as well. So when I see that it started with almost 0 to 4, it's into, until now, the recent numbers is passed through the 9 million. cases, and the overall settlement rate is in 62%, and 5 million and more is the settlement. In that sense, we have nearly 50,000 mediators now. And I said at the beginning there was a resistance from, and we have quite limited of mediators. Now everybody wants to become a mediator because they see there's a potential, and also this is the way of income. And the thing that and I found quite interesting data, because this is the most thing I spend in the lectures, that every lawyer asking me in the law whether I can, when I made a settlement agreement, whether the court approved this or not. And I always say that if this is a negotiated agreement, parties generally doing immediately and into action, no needed to get the approval. I think there is the reason that actually courts is, and they are refraining to going to court. Why they want court to review their settlement agreement. And it is also kind of a favor to confidentiality as well if they get an approval for the court. And the evidence show that is 99% the parties are following up the agreement. There's only 1% is going to court for the approval in case that one party didn't take the action according to the settlement agreement. So this is one of the most complained about the topics, because the lawyers have concern settlement agreement can get approval. And I said, if the party is happy, this is the result. So it shows that actually the public is in high interest to continue about the mediation process. And when I looked at the market view, and when we started to publish for promoting the mediation, there was a referral to win-to-win situation, but at the same time there will be no losers, but there's always a competition in the legal market, who won the most. And I can say, obviously, the state, the government is into per case, is that if the settlement is into minimum, and mediator should issue an invoice for close to the 200 euros. So in 2000 euros, almost 40% is the tax. So directly goes to the government. This is not, I'm counting about the income tax. Without income tax, the government takes voluntary-based year average is 1 million case. And 1.5 million case is approximately coming from mandatory mediation. So the minimum government takes and collects 100,000 millions as into tax without doing nothing, actually. The system is approving that there is a willing, because I recently got as into number. This is the 5 months past as into for this year, and my number for the mediation was nearly 200,000. So it's average voluntary-based mediation is like 1 million. There is another market for professional, for the universities. Mediation training only can given by the universities. So it's created a large market for training for the universities, is nearly 12 million yearly. They are earning from the mediation training, because we reach out nearly 50,000 mediators, and each of them needs to get not just the mandatory training, but also specialized training. Of course, the mediators and lawyers also earn that. This is kind of a new profession, and I'm seeing more and more, especially for the commercial cases, they gain time, they gain to also keep the relationship, and this process help, and some of the cases continue for a quite long time and connected to with several other cases. And I have recently is accustomed to in commercial cases coming from system to close them is into with one settlement agreement, we are closing the history of 10 more cases. So it's a big success for the mediators, not just the mediators, but also lawyers, because they have happy clients. Of course, people as into public gain most as they gain time, they gain the relationship, they gain also to alternative and sometimes even creative alternatives we are seeing that court can never reach. So what the numbers not show, of course, there is impressive results about the public side. There is a need, there is a trust about the mediation system. But since we have high volume and from the beginning, we are monitoring the data about the settlements, about the complaints, about the court rates, but not monitoring the mediators. And so the only monitoring mediation model if there is a complaint started in that sense. And I also checked the complaint numbers is nearly in this years it's reach out 4,000, but most of them are started by the government as the mediators are not paid their monthly fee for the registration to the system. And also that for the smaller and to settlement rates, in case of this, government also asks whether there are some problems and from time to time check with the mediators. And still there are some lawyers to resistant, especially when it's come to international cases. Still I'm seeing that other than using local mediator, they are selecting for a mediator is not although we have an
Ashan, I have to ask you if you can wrap up in a couple of minutes.
Sure.
We lost you, actually. I didn't want to. Ashan?
Piece of justice, but not sorry, my connection got.
Yeah, your connection is breaking down a little bit.
Okay, sorry. And the last point that I can say that is that the most of is like the risk of arbitrage in mediation for volunteers, for lawyers are accustomed to select that somebody they know, either friend or work. But when you ask the business community, they are selecting according to who can convince the other party. So there is a differentiation about the mindset of legal community and the business community. I think we need to train more to lawyers about the view of the business community. So these are my points, and I will be happy to ask. I will respond to questions during Q&A.
Thank you, Ashan. This was a great presentation. I didn't know the evolution of Turkey again. I've been away from Turkey many times, too many years, so I have to come back. This is a great result. So I have to say, a political is always, introduce a mandatory or quasi-mandatory mediation model is a political will. I mean, I think Italy, Greece, also Turkey has in common that at the Minister of Justice, in some way, there was someone that decide we have to do it. So we have to implement mediation in our country. Maybe sometimes the market was not ready, but again, it's not a technical issue, it's a political, always it's a political issue. So now let's turn the stage to Julia Radanova, again, friends, colleagues, lawyers, mediators. She works with ADR Center. She's leading actually our division of ODS, what we call the out-of-court dispute settlement body under Article 21 of Digital Service Act. but this is another kind. It's very important, a kind of ADR used to resolve complaints between users and online platforms under the EU regulation. But not today, but she's based a lawyer and a mediator. Bulgaria attempt to introduce a mandatory mediation, a quasi-mandatory mediation legislation. Let's hear from Julia.
Thank you, Leo, for the kind introduction. And esteemed colleagues, it's a pleasure to be part of this forum and to have a chance to meet you and maybe share some of the reflections we have here in Bulgaria. So greetings from Bulgaria. I know we've been already online for almost 1 hour and a half, so I think it's a bit of time to have a bit more of a, I would say, music approach. So I'll share my slides and I will start with a little musical note before we dive into this hybrid mandatory mediation we are developing here. So you see on my slide, and I do hope you're able to see the slides. Yep. So we have here the Eurovision Song Contest, and this time it was won by Bulgaria. And I'm not saying it because I'm based here, but actually it's to make a little bit of reference. The song itself was named Bangaranga, which means a riot. It means a commotion in a way. So I would use that metaphor to really kind of translate it into the mediation attempt Bulgaria is doing. I think we've heard so far the wonderful and excellent approach of Italy, and then we have Greece, of course, our dear neighbors, and then we have Turkey with this. I mean, it's amazing those millions of mediations having taken place. And Bulgaria is trying to be the rebel here, not only on the musical scene, but also in the mediation scene, because what Bulgaria wanted to develop at the very early stage when we started this mandatory mediation was actually to take a different approach. So as a result of that, we now have mandatory mediation almost 1 year in practice and in effect. And I will share a little bit the path behind it, but I'm also gonna follow up on what Leo just mentioned about the political will and its importance to have mediation really be functioning and to be able to create this ecosystem. In Bulgaria, actually, when we look back into the mandatory attempt on mediation, we can blame COVID for it. And I'm saying it with I think a note of probably everything changed after COVID, but for Bulgaria, that particular COVID was important because as part of the reconstruction plan of the state, it was envisioned that the judicial reform would have to implement mandatory mediation. So we took that position, and when Greece in 2019 and Lithuania as well in 2019 were already implementing this mandatory mediation, Bulgaria did not consider it before, after COVID. So as of 2022, 2023, it became one of the kind of ideas, and it was included and it was submitted to the EU. So in a nutshell, it was the political will, but also that political will was kind of backed up by the idea that the whole mandatory mediation would be funded in a way through some of the funding to be received, to be expected by the EU. So that's how actually we entered on the stage of mandatory mediation. And we have some rough beginning. What I mean by having a rough beginning, similarly to, I think, every single jurisdiction I have tried to study, the lawyers were not very happy with that. And in fact, in Bulgaria, that led, similarly to Italy, to a constitutional complaint being raised by the Bar Association a couple of months before the mandatory mediation legislation needed to enter into force. So in April of 2024, the Bar Association said, no, this is against our constitution. This mandatory mediation breaches the effective access to justice. It goes against Alassini case of the Court of Justice in Luxembourg. So there was this complaint. And every single organization, including the judiciary, supported the mandatory mediation model that was developed at the time. However, on the 1st of July, 2024, which was the date on which this mandatory mediation needed to enter into force, in the very early morning, after July was there, July morning, we have the Constitutional Court saying, no, it's anti-constitutional, and therefore quashing all the legal provisions included in the Civil Procedure Code, included in the Mediation Act. So the after effect of this, as we can all see, was basically no mandatory mediation, and therefore the need to quickly organize ourselves and get a new revised mandatory mediation model. Because going back now to what I just shared, EU funding was promised to support the reform, to build the infrastructure necessary to build those court annex mediation centers under the auspices of the, actually the judiciary, the Supreme Judicial Council that is in charge of this mandatory mediation. So what happened is we started on this revised mandatory mediation model, which now pretty much duplicated. It was a replica of what already was there, with the small exception, the wording. So it wasn't mandatory mediation. It was mandatory information session for mediation. And I think that was pretty much one of the major things. When we look back to what actually this model now requires parties to do, is the following. There is the hybrid model of mandatory mediation developing in the country is actually comprised of two main parts. The first one is the cases that are listed in the law and that you see on the screen. I will go over them in a second. And also on top of that, a second decision by the judge presiding over a case to decide whether to send parties to mediation, to this mandatory information session for mediation. So unlike pretty much every model we've studied, here in Bulgaria, mandatory mediation only comes in after a complaint has been filed in the court, it has been deemed admissible, it has been served on the respondent hired their lawyer, submitted a written reply, added all the evidence available, requested for all the expertise. It's only then when the judge is actually going to be mandating those parties to do this mandatory attempt to settle. So you see, the timing is very different. And we can argue, and I'm happy during the discussion to go over some of the pros and cons of this model. But the conviction here of the Supreme Judicial Council that is in charge of this mandatory mediation model was that only after the parties are in court, actually there is some clarity around the scope of the dispute that they are willing to engage in. So in fact, what's happening in all those disputes that you are now able to see on the screen, like ownership, monetary claims, property division, divorces, we do engage family cases in this mandatory attempt. Even grandparental contact is included in this mandatory mediation model, along with alimonies, employment disputes, similarly to the Turkish model. But then we have all the civil disputes up to 12,500 euro, meaning if the complaint is below that threshold, a judge may decide to compel them to go to mediation. It's not automatic. So we always have the judge on top. That's why we call it a hybrid, because it combines the pretty much statutory requirement plus additional assessment by the judge. We've got also in commercial cases included in this mandatory attempt, tort cases and unjust enrichment, all there, aligned for a mandatory information session. What else is then the judge looking into? Well, the judge, when he or she sees that the case falls in one of the listed categories I've just explained, then the judge is also going to be making another level, another assessment, which would be, is there a long-standing relationship between the parties? Are there a number of cases that they are filing among each other? Is a quick solution in the interest of the parties, or is is it in the interest of a child that's affected negatively by the consequences of this court dispute? And then there are also case specific, like they don't dispute some of the core facts, or the legal costs would exceed the material interests of this court dispute, or any of that. So the judge would be the ultimate decision maker in those cases. And of course, the legislation offered some exceptions where the judge would refrain from exercising their capacity to mandate parties to do this information session, which would be that the defendant has not been properly notified, they haven't been served with the court papers, or they have not, in fact, been submitting their own defense or their arguments, their evidence also, or if the defendant admits the claim, if there's evidence of violence, if there's some claims for domestic violence included, or participation would delay the resolution unreasonably. And therefore, it's not reasonable to ask them to mandate them to this information session. So what is really mandatory? Well, it's only the obligation to sit in this information session on mediation, and the actual information session would be taking place physically in those newly constructed mediation centers at the very court. So now the judiciary system that is in charge and it's funding, it's sponsoring in a way the whole mandatory mediation is creating new buildings, creating new infrastructure to allow this to take place. For now, all the information sessions that have been taking place for the last almost 1 year have been taking place at one of the mediation centers previously that were used, and while expecting that new premises would be built. And actually, active construction measures are being taken in order to facilitate for this change. What really is mandatory? For the parties to sit, meet a real mediator, so to say, who is paid by the government. And this is where it's very important, this political will, to, in a way, lift the burden of the payment of any fees. Even a small administrative fee is not going to be paid by any of the parties, because that's on the budget of the judiciary. So it's a judiciary-driven model taking place during the court proceedings and being funded by the judiciaries. Basically, that's the whole infrastructure. And you're now probably asking yourself, okay, but for how long? Because you cannot fund the entire mediation process if they do decide to continue with that. The approach taken by the legislator is very lenient. They are, in fact, the funding would be for 3 hours of actual mediation, which would include the information session. So those 3 hours would be paid by the court to each mediator, who is in fact selected by the Supreme Judicial Council. So that's really how the whole ecosystem is being built. Some additional benefits, though, for the parties, for the actual parties, why they should not only attend the information session, but actively and in good faith engage in this mandatory attempt to settle and to proceed with actual mediation. Well, first, it's the 85% reduction of the court fee that they would otherwise have to pay. This reduction would take place in case they settle after they have went to mediation, followed up from a mandatory information session. The reduction of this would be 70% if they decided to do a non-court mediation. So if they decided on their own to go outside of the court list of mediators. And that reduction would be only 50% court fees reimbursement if it is any type of settlement, be it through negotiations or through any of those attempts. So these are additional, let's say, stimulus for parties to really engage in good faith. The very minimal statistics I can actually tap into came from the Supreme Judicial Council, and they are based on the data from 1st of July, when it entered into effect, until 1st of February of this year. So in fact, I mean, looking at the Turkish numbers and now giving you a number of 372 of mandatory information sessions on mediation, it's actually nothing. When we compared it to Italy, I don't even want to think about it, because that's unbelievable. But still 372 people went actually. They sat in person in those mediation meetings, and they at least listened to the mediator explaining to them what mediation is. Out of those 372, 172 though continued with actual mediation. So they were good mediators advertising to them mediation and the benefits. So they continued with the actual process, and 62 of those actual mediations resulted in settlements. So the Supreme Judicial Council was reporting 36% settlement rates. If that's the case, we cannot verify for now. But the good thing is that as part of the whole new legislation to support this attempts to mandatory mediation, the court centers that are under the auspices of the Supreme Judicial Council have a statutory obligation to report the number of their cases, their settlement rates, how many of those information sessions resulted into actual mediations. So yet to see what's actually the first anniversary of mandatory information session shows. But for now, there's some room for optimism. So as a conclusion, the mandatory mediation session, in fact, information session for now is deemed to be proportionate to the obligation it imposes on the parties. It is deemed by local communities and also tacitly by the Constitutional Court, which is this time satisfied with this new motto, is that it doesn't impose undue burden on the parties. It's not too expensive. It avoids excessive delays. It doesn't prejudice on their effective access to justice, and it ensures fairness to the parties. So should we implement mandatory mediation? I think we all know that we should. The question is when this mediation attempt should actually be taking place. Bulgaria has chosen to do this at the very early stage of an actual open court proceedings. Perhaps that would be too rocky of a coast of the mediation. The comparison here is the Kaliakra Cape and its steep coast. So let's see if we manage to bridge it. With this, I conclude my presentation and I thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you. It's a great presentation. And now, without further ado, let's give the floor to Christian Celegi, our friend, Professor Christian Celegi. And Christian, you are last for one reason. It's not last but least. You are last for one reason. Let's share what the journey on mediation in Romania happened. Romania, maybe is another example. You will tell us if it's a good example or bad example for your neighbors in Ukrainian, and what we can learn from your example, your experience. Chris, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you. Thank you. And hello, everyone. I know that it's been a long time for you just sitting and listening. And thank you very much for joining us in such huge numbers. It's I'll share my
Okay, yeah, we can hear, we can see. No,
yeah, absolutely. I'll share it myself so I can control it. So
yes, yes,
thank
perfect.
you. Thank you. So to start with the title, which says everything, this is the not happy ending story. It's a story that started with good intentions and some good ideas, but unfortunately, the entire system fell into what in decision-making theory we call the trap of small decisions. So you take one small decision now and one small decision tomorrow, and in a long time, when you look back, you don't know exactly how you ended up in the position where you were. So what I will try is not to engulf you in numbers and the data. You've already had enough of that. I'll just try to do a sort of an anatomy of this collapse of a mediation ecosystem, so we can sort of have a set of lessons learned of what are the things that we need to pay attention when we build a mediation system, and what are the steps that we should pay attention to. So yeah, when talking about mandatory measures about of mediation in Romania, usually this is the reference to law provision from 2012, meaning something like 6 years after mediation was first introduced in 2006, that asked for or imposed mandatory information session. So it was not mandatory mediation sessions, as is in the Italian model, a first mandatory mediation meeting or session, but it was a first mediation information session, meaning the parties were mandated to go to a mediator, originally to a mediator, to be informed about mediation, and then in full knowledge of what mediation is, mandated had to make a decision if they continue with mediation or they quit and go to court. That was the original stipulation of the law. Of course, there was a lot of conflict around this legal decision. So lawyers, public notaries, other stakeholders opposed it. They said, why the parties should go to a mediator? We lawyers, we can also inform them about mediation. Well, that's definitely not exactly the same thing, but the legislator finally gave in. So at the end of the day, they struck down the obligation of both parties to join this session. It was just one party, the complainant, that had to go to be informed about mediation, and that could be done not only by a mediator, but also by a lawyer, a notary, a public notary, or a judge, meaning that actually what happened was that the complainant was going to his lawyer, the lawyer sent him to a colleague, the colleague informed them, meaning they just told them, well, you know, there is mediation, but this is not going to help you in this case, in your case. So here is the certification that you attended this information session. Take it, go to my colleague, and then you can fill the lawsuit in court. Thank you very much. And this was the mandatory measure about for mediation implemented in Romania in 2012. Even that was not good enough for various stakeholders. Therefore, in 2014, the Constitutional Court struck it down completely, saying that it blocked access to justice, and sent it back to the Parliament for modification. The only thing is that the Parliament decided to don't do anything. So for something like more than 10 years, mediation has been in a coma. I don't know, even the coma or life support or whatever, actually is not working. So a system that started slowly, against all odds and building a little bit of momentum, was killed by all this political plays. And Leo, yeah, definitely, this is politics, no, it's not technical. So let's first, well, it's easy to say, well, it didn't work because it was badly implemented. Actually, the whole story is far more complex, and it is about this. So we have 5 structural failures here. We are not talking about, you know, the court or the lawyers, but something that was far more, far deeper, far more consequential, and all these 5 structural failures feed it into each other. So from the very beginning, we had a law before having a public policy on mediation. So basically, we adopted the law without having any idea what exactly is that this law about, or what are the problems that the law is going to solve, and what are the ways of implementing this law. Actually, as in all Central and Eastern Europe, mediation was adopted or translated into national legislation by the requirements of the European Union adherence process, meaning it was part of the Home and Justice Affair file of this joining the EU. And in that file, one part of was mediation. So parliaments had to adopt these laws even before the 2000 directive of the European Union. So the law was adopted because it was a requirement, but it was adopted without responding to a clearly understood problem in the Romanian society that the law was going to address. So there was no debate, there was no clear understanding, okay, what's the use of mediation for? Why do we need it? Besides general things that we all know, it's cheap, it's fast, it addresses the backlog of courts, which are all questionable ways of marketing mediation. And I put this down in an article that I published last year in mediate.com. This was the law before a policy. So adopting a law was checking a box in the adherence process without having a clear understanding what do you intend to do with it. Then the second one was the training factory, because mediation was completely unknown. The only dynamic part of the field at the beginning was not mediation, because no one was using it, no one had any idea what it is. It was basically the training. Many people, and surprisingly, some 80% of them having a legal background, decided that mediation is a good way to, I don't know, make a turnaround in their profession, and they joined this. 10,000 accredited mediators by 2019 is about half the number of people actually trained. So the system trained more than 20,000 people, but only half of them chose to go also through the accreditation program. So within the Romanian law, to make a little clarification here, within the Romanian law, in order to become an accredited mediator, first you need to go through a basic training, and then to apply to be accredited. So just graduating the training didn't automatically turn you into an accredited mediator. So there were actually 3 steps. One was going through the training, then applying to be accredited with the national body designed by the law to manage mediation, which was the Mediation Council. And only after that accreditation, you could also incorporate yourself with the financial registry, so you actually practice and do it like a business. So there are 3 steps. So there were more than 20 that were trained. Only around 12,000 chose to go through the accreditation, and less than 50% of them went to the final step. But then, because, of course, the number of mediation cases, at least from 2009, when the system started working, until 2011-12, started to grow slowly. So by 2010, we already had something like 1,500 mediation cases recorded by courts. Meaning, even if it was completely voluntary, even if there was no culture of mediation, even if the government and public institutions did not support in any way mediation, it still started to grow slowly. But the pressure was very huge, because with more than 10,000 mediators and 1,000 cases, pretty clear that none of them were practicing and none of them were actually able to make money out of it, to turn it into a self-sustaining business. So the pressure grew to introduce mandatory measures in order to force the people to come to mediation if they didn't want to do it voluntarily. So this was the game. Now, the problem was the quality gap here. One of the problems was the quality gap, because the Mediation Council authorized various training institutions to do this basic training, but they didn't they set up some quality standards, but they never enforced them. So at the end of the day, those 80 mandatory hours of basic training in many institutions, in many organizations, turned into 2 weekends of training, and the quality of the training was suffering, meaning we put into the system a huge mass of mediators who are barely mastering the basic language of mediation, with no experience, with no backup, with no mentoring system, nothing. So when this mass of, I would say, untrained mediators, other than they were accredited, hit the public, the market was, I would put it mildly, horrified, you know. So even that small trust that existed at the beginning and small goodwill toward mediation has evaporated in contact with these mediators, I would say. So trust was not built by the mediators themselves, given this problem with the quality gap. Then, of course, the economic trap. Too few cases, which of course couldn't support the huge number of mediators, which of course became increasingly frustrated. But there was also another consequence here, which was not foreseen by the legislators. The Mediation Council, which was the body regulating mediation, was elected by the mediators. There were 7 members or 9 members plus another 3 supplementary. And this body was supposed to build the system, to regulate the system, and also to represent the mediators' body in contact with other stakeholders, lawyers, judges, corporations, public institutions, and so on, and promote the interest of mediation. The only problem was that the legislator in the original law, and is still the same today, provided that there were no public funds for this mediation council. The mediation council was supposed to finance itself from taxes and fees collected from the mediators for various things like accreditation, like training, exams in the training, and so on and so forth. But no one thought what will happen when nobody will want to become an accredited mediator anymore. So no fees going to the council from the accreditation process. And the training is that completely no one is running any basic training in Romania, so no fees going to the mediation councils. So basically, started something like 15 years ago, the Mediation Council found themselves zero funding. So how exactly are you supposed to maintain the apparatus, do all the administration, and also market and represent mediation and the mediation interest in contact with other stakeholders without no funding? So the Mediation Council tried to impose some levies on the mediators, who of course revolted because they didn't make money out of mediation. So they said, how are you asking me to pay money for being a mediator when you don't do anything to promote mediation. So I have cases, I make money, so I can pay you the taxes. So it became a sort of a vicious circle that brought up a lot of conflicts between mediation council and the mediators, ending up with more than 3,000 lawsuits, which was exactly what mediation didn't need. I mean, how can you build the trust in mediation when the large public sees that mediators and the council of mediation cannot solve their own disputes otherwise than going to courts? So whatever the court, the Constitutional Court decided in 2014, that was a sort of a cherry on top of the cake. The cake was the entire structure that was increasingly jammed because of all these provisions that, of course, I'm not going to accuse of bad faith or unprofessionalism those who created the law in the first place in 2006, given the fact that there was no solid experience by that time, no lessons to be drawn. I mean, they were international experts counseling the Romanian government and the Romanian parliament. But that was the limit of the knowledge at that time regarding how you build systems in societies that are not the United States, not the United Kingdom, not Netherlands. So how you do that? So they try to build it in a way that now, 20 years after, looking in hindsight, we realize that a lot of mistakes were made that actually brought this institutional breakdown. It's a complete mess, and I'm not going to delve into it. We don't have the time for that. The fact is that mediation is needed. It's not that, we can live without it. And the proof is in the fact that various sectors of activity design their own alternative dispute resolution systems outside of the system of legal mediation that was enabled through and adopted through the law of mediation, because they no longer trusted that system, and it's explainable. So we have the banking, the insurance, the capital markets, consumer protection, that they all build separate systems independent of mediator and excluding basically the mediators accredited according to the law, and build their own sort of in-house systems, which, beyond the fact that they sort of put mediation aside as it was implemented through the law, those systems prove that there is need for alternative dispute resolution, there is need for mediation, but implemented in a way that actually makes sense for those who are supposed to use it. This was actually the most fundamental mistake made back in 2006. The fact that there was no structured dialogue between the main stakeholders regarding mediation and the forms of mediation, the system of mediation, and the implementation system. So there was no structured talk with the Lawyers Association, with the judges, with the magistrates, with the prosecutors, with public institutions, with corporations, to find out exactly, when thinking about mediation, what would they need in order to use it. And Leo, to my knowledge, I haven't seen a solid study in the entire European Union on how exactly the supposed end users of mediation see mediation and what they would like to see in mediation in order to use it without having to be enforced.
Absolutely, there's no such studies.
Because we don't have data, first of all. except Italy and a few other countries that systematically collect data. We don't have solid data. As a social scientist, I'm appalled by the fact that even at the level of the European Commission, they talk about mediation and system and implementation without having a clear idea of what exactly is the situation of mediation actually in Europe at this moment.
Yeah, you're right. Chris, I know it's hard to stop you, but I think
I'm done. I know. So this is the only thing that I'm saying. We are not talking about mandatory mediation. We are talking about rebuilding the entire system from zero. That's it. And here, all the lessons from Italy and other countries will make the difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, everyone. It was, I mean, a lovely discussion. Actually, you know that I am very fond of this approach of mandatory mediation. By the way, mandatory is a very misleading terms, I think. And few years ago, when even a lot of times where I was talking about mandatory mediation, a lot of people thought it was crazy, was in contradiction in terms. And the first opponent of mandatory mediation were the mediators themselves. The first opponents on mandatory mediation has been always the mediators.
I was one of them, Leo, if you remember.
Yeah, I know.
I was one of them.
Absolutely. But you know, when you're honest, we had a long discussion with Christian and a lot of people, but now you know the numbers are clear. So I don't know if we have Luisa, if we have time for questions. We are here. I'm sorry we went a little bit over the time. I promise sometimes for Q&A, but I think this discussion, I mean, really was rich. Actually, I never thought, I never had 2 hours discussion with different models. So thank you, Luisa, for let us, you know, discuss about different models of mandatory, and of course the wrong one. Then also the experience of Romania, I think, is very important for all of us. How to, you know, to introduce the right model, step by step, little by little, maybe monitoring, because if you introduce the wrong model, as it happens, is very difficult or quite impossible to go back. And as Christian said, you have to rebuild from zero, maybe less than zero. You are rebuilding from a negative, level. Luisa, up to you to conclude. I hope that all the participants enjoyed our exchange of experience. And most important, it could be helpful for the development of mediation in Ukraine and in other jurisdictions as well.
Leonardo, колеги, я настільки вдячна за те, як
colleagues, I truly appreciate how you built this panel. Thank you for presenting your experience, for this honest conversation about the challenges, the difficulties, how things can go wrong, how the best idea can be implemented incorrectly due to lack of expertise, lack of understanding, and that it's not only about pausing the mediation, but rolling it back. Unfortunately, we have no time left for questions and answers because we're about to start the next panel. But if you agree, we will collect all the questions in written, and we will kindly ask you to answer them. Ukraine now is in the situation when, unfortunately, we can take this really callous, one callous decision. We can take this Romanian pathway. I apologize for this words, Chris, but I feel your pain that push, that progress that could have happened went sideways because of the decision making and the lack of the expertise there. Fortunately, such decisions require the approval of the parliament, and today Ukrainian parliament realizes what steps should be taken and should be not, especially during the wartime. Unfortunately, we have this interagency coordination council that was created and engages all the stakeholders, what you've mentioned. But the main thing is to be able to hear one another and discuss the lessons learned from other countries, to not to suspend, not to harm mediation development, because it is indeed truly important in the context of EU integration and ensuring the access to justice, and in the context of social cohesion, because it's of utmost importance now for us. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. Thank you for statistics you presented. Thank you for your time. I cannot thank you enough and say how valuable it is for Ukraine now. When the driving force of mediation and development in Ukraine were mediators, we were able to present the arguments. Unfortunately, the law on mediation took years. At the moment of adoption of this law, we could take into account the experience of CPAS recommendations, the experience of the different countries, including Romania. So by the moment of adoption of this law, we could avoid these risks of rolling back of this failures. We didn't want, as we said, we didn't want it to be stillborn, to just adopt the law and to didn't see this law going into coma at once. We hope that everything will be succeeded, because the Interagency Council decided to go through the pilot project step by step. It was so valuable to ask you questions. So we will kindly ask you to join us for Interagency Coordination Council when we're going to speak about the introduction of mandatory mediation. We will truly appreciate if you find this opportunity. We will provide the interpretation.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone, again.
And we will, of course, be available for any follow-up, absolutely, to answer to your written questions. Luisa, you know where to find us. Please reach us whenever you like.
Thank you very much. Дякую.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Дякую. Так, ми рухаємося далі. Ольго, я передаю вам слово.
Дякую, дякую. Ми вже налаштовуємось на процес. Так, я вже бачу, потроху спікери у нас отримують можливість підключати свої мікрофончики. Я попрошу вивести першого спікера на екран. Це в нас пан Отар Довженко. Це орієнтир для техніків.
Ні, Оля, ми не чуємо.
Чуємо.
Немає звуку?
Вас
What about the
чуємо,
sound?
Оль.
Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Everything's fine. Okay, good. We can hear you. Everything's fine. And I can hear you back. So let's begin. We have done a little bit over the time. However, the previous panel was very interesting. So now our next panel discussion is about the mediation in the media. And how the mediation is represented in the information space, and what is told about it, who has been talking about it. And now I am honored to pass the floor to the representative of the media community, and I have to say that we also have the representatives of the organization called Wikimedia on board today, and they have been dealing with how the Ukrainian content is represented in the media space. I will say just very few words about why we decided to organize this panel discussion this year. The idea was the following. When we're talking about the mediation, oftentimes people talk about the lawyers. However, not only the lawyers can be mediators. And that's one of the myths that we want to debunk when people hear about mediation. Considering that the legal community is vividly represented in the mediation community, and there are a lot of lawyers among mediators, it is connected with certain advantages and disadvantages at the same time. Lawyers are taught some professional language and some professional expressions. And there is a famous joke when two lawyers are talking to each other, a person without a legal background does not really understand a bit of what they're saying. Thus, this challenge exists in the mediation space as well. Since when the mediators are writing about the mediation, it's not really easy to understand what it is about. That's exactly the challenge that our first speaker, Otar Davzhenko, works with. Otar, please raise your hand or switch on your microphone. How do you want me to raise my hand? This way. That's exactly right. So the technicians can see you and our community can see you as well. So I pass the floor to Mr. Otar, to Ukrainian journalist, media critic, to an editor, to an expert of the media forum, to the head of the Independent Media Council, Languedoc Media Bureau Deputy Director. So, Otar, the floor is yours. Please tell us about your fight against bureaucracy and red tape and what we can do about it in the mediation space. Thank you so much. I'm actually a researcher of the media, which gives me a mandate to speak up. My other experience is not relevant to the current topic. Mediation is quite an exotic topic for me. It was interesting for me to even follow the discussions which were ongoing today. And it is also an exotic topic for the Ukrainian media. Ukrainian media has been talking about the mediation for about a year. And, you know, people are saying, there is such a thing as mediation. Have you known about it? Well, you know, it might get someone interested in that. Now people know about this practical opportunity. However, it does not help to the phenomena of mediation as it is, because not so many people think about using it every day. I will not talk about the legal terms and about and the official terms. I would like to talk about it in general terms. Let's talk about the conflict and the conflict as it is for the media. Well, actually, media and the journalists are incriminated that they just exaggerate the conflicts. Now, that's what we were working with when I was working a long time ago, before 2019 and 2014, when the media were calling a war when it was about any conflict, like Akhmetov and Zelensky conflict, they were calling a war. And when people were fighting over the land plot and were accusing each other. Of course, that was also called a war by the journalists back then. So, of course, the acute character of the conflict and the drawing the attention of the media to some conflicts, that's exactly what the role of the media was at that time. At the same time, the media is a good standard of the balance of thoughts. And as far as I've been working, and I've been working for about 20 years, the standard of the balance of the thoughts is a problematic issue. Unfortunately, it is a problem to give a floor to all parties of the conflict for them to voice themselves and for them to express their opinion. And these standards were problematic even before the war and before the Revolution of Dignity. However, with the full-scale invasion, it became even more difficult to reach the standard of the balance of thoughts. I was analyzing the editorial policy of a very good and high-quality editorial, and their policy said that we follow the standard of the balance of thoughts. And I wrote to them and I said that, you know, I have read all your materials and it was true, I have done it. They do not really have anything on the standard of the balance of thoughts. Why so? On one hand, media kind of avoid covering big media meta conflict, which involves Russia and Ukraine, since Russia is an aggressor and he's a state, and it is correct, since we in Ukraine live with our position and we cannot ensure this balance. However, on the other hand, this is the fear of this balance, and you know, there is also a lack of desire to make some effort. And also, it is what we call the request of the society for the justice. Of course, Ukrainian societies know what we're talking about. Media tries to help with that and tries to name guilty those ones whom the society wants to see guilty. At the same time, they do not care about the other party to voice themselves. And of course, here we're not only talking about the presumption of innocence. Here we're talking about the fact that the media is not ready to just dive into the details. At this very moment, the social networks have a big scandal to cover, meaning that people destroy the poppy fields while taking pictures. You know, it's not a problem at all to destroy, to step on the poppy fields. At the same time, you know, this is a request for justice, and this is a request to find some guilty person. So for the media, to follow the standard of the balance of thought and to search for the decision, for the solution, and not for the guilty one, would be a better chance. And that's exactly what interacts with the mediators and with the practice of mediation, since a mediator has a culture of listening to the parties and reaching the compromise in its positive sense. Today, compromise is a negative word, kind of, since the meta conflict has been projected to whatever is going on in the society, meaning the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And, there is no compromise in this conflict. However, if we want to continue living and if we want to step away from killing each other, it is quite important to get people back to the fact that a conflict should not always result in a killing or the eviction from the institute of authority. As we say it, a conflict might result in some understanding, a conflict might not result in some ideal solution. However, a conflict might end with the least damage. Thus, the mediators can help media to understand all that and to see all that. I don't really know how to do it in practice. I don't have a one-size-fits-all solution. However, there is a nice trend of so-called constructive journalism, or the journalism of decisions or solutions. And it definitely can incorporate the mediation. This is when the approach to the conflict is not done with an aim to find the guilty party and to highlight the one who is a victim and then to forget about it, but to put as a goal a search for the truth and to put as a goal a search for some constructive result. I believe that it makes sense to talk about it and to talk about it with the journalists and with the journalists investigators who are interested in the search of the guilty ones. At the same time, we do not always remember that people who become the perpetrators still live together with us. This people who take bribes, whose pictures we can see all the time, 90% of them are not guilty. The cases do not culminate in the court order. So this is some kind of a glitch of our judiciary. At the same time, it is the reality that we have to have some broader thinking. And we don't have to think about our adrenaline injections when we condemn or when we prosecute a person. That is why I believe that the media representatives don't think this way, since they don't know you. They just don't know the mediators personally. They don't really understand how the mediation works and how the mediation can help them. That is why let's think about how to work with them and how they can use our practical knowledge. Lazy media, and I have already said that the media are lazy. Oftentimes, they're lazy not because they have a very good life, but because they have a lack of resources. And we have to put ourselves up with that. So oftentimes, media do not really try to interpret what the lawyers or some public officials say in the language of the law, in the language of some profession. They just try to cover it as it is. They try to just copy-paste it. And of course, the lawyers think that their wording was published exactly as it is, as it was meant to be. However, the audience thinks that it is some difficult thoughts and that's it, and they don't even understand what it is about. So a lot of people just think that, this is the language of my state, of my state officials. And when a person reads that text or listens to that text, automatically, according to my observations, tries to protect themselves. So such a person understands that whatever is described in the media right now is not in the interests of the person, but in the interests of the state, like law enforcement system, taxation system, a healthcare system, and so on. That is why the translation into the plain language, according to the ESO standard, which constitutes just simple words, like, you pick the words that your audience will understand. You have to think about your audience. You have to think about your readers. You don't think about what it is in the law, how it is worded in the law, but you just need to pick the simple, plain language which your audience will understand. So this approach, in fact, it allows the audience not only understand the words, but helps opening up emotionally. Since, this plain language approach, of course, I will not talk about it in details. However, in general words, this is an approach that you use when you try to explain something in simple words and not in the official language, not in the official jargon. And it helps to lift a language barrier. I do not have ready-made solutions. Other speakers might suggest some solutions. However, I believe that someone really wants to build a bridge between the mediators and the media. And if you are one of those, please write to me. Thank you so very much. Yes, indeed, the plain language is really an important topic. And this is exactly what I wanted to say. You have covered my thoughts entirely. And now I just wanted to get back to what you were saying about using the humane language. There is an organization, by the way, it is an information partner of our event. That's an initiative called Human Language. The Supreme Court also has such an initiative in drafting the court orders in the plain language. In Canada, there is an idea of the plain language, and it is explained as follows. It is just the access to justice. That's exactly when we're talking about the mediation. We try to show the access to justice as an opportunity, as some open frame. Otar, of course, we did not expect you to give us a ready-made solution, but we just wanted you to highlight this topic and bring it up. That is why I'm really glad to realize that we're creating this field for discussion. While I was listening to you, I thought that, it is obvious that the challenges that we are discussing right now existed always in Ukraine. I mean, the representation of the information about mediation. And of course, teachers also advise abroad as well. And I hope that the next year we will have even broader panel discussion. Of course, the more people, the better, and the longer the better. However, it is important to stick to the timing. And I really hope that the next year we will be able to organize broader panel discussion dedicated to this topic. And hopefully within this year, we will be able to discuss the findings of the past year at the same forum. So we actually have some findings year after year. And we not only cover the issues. Later on, I will pass the floor to Mrs. Olena. And now I'm thankful to Otar, and now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Pavlo. Pavlo represents the legal newspaper. He's an editor of the legal newspaper, and I'm really glad that this time you won't only be writing about the forum, but you will be also present at this forum as a speaker. This is really cool, Mr. Pavlo. The floor is yours. Please tell us a few words about the mediation and about how you cover it in the legal newspaper. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I would like to build up on what Olga has just said. It is really relevant to use the plain language for the court decisions. Transparency International deals with that, and they try to simplify the language of all the decisions of High Anti-Corruption Court. So now I would like to thank you for my invitation. And I usually just write about this forum every year, but this year I'm also a speaker. So I would like to talk about how media writes about the mediation. So first, I will be talking about the legal media and big media platforms. And I will also show you a list of what I will be talking about. As Olga said, I represent a legal newspaper, and we actually cover a lot of materials, a lot of events. We are talking about the competition of the mediators. We have the news about the transnational justice. We participate in many events, and we also cover first successful cases of mediation. This time we were writing about IP office and the first successful case of mediation. And in the beginning of the year, the taxation office and ombudsman were involved into the first successful mediation case. So it is very important for our audience. So, of course, we also participate in press briefings. And, of course, we publish what lawyers and attorneys write to us. Yesterday, I published an article about the mediation in the intellectual property. Yes, I have seen it. I monitor it. I always get all the articles about the mediation at once. Thank you so very much. So people write about it, people are interested about in it, and people want to read it. And if we're talking about the specialized media, I have made a mini list of the specialized media. And here we're talking about Liga Zakon, Your Liga. And they cover all the laws and draft laws. They also write about the events they participate in, not only And they also read and write about different blogs of articles, and they write about how to become a mediator. Judicial legal newspaper also writes about the mediation, and they cover not only cases in Ukraine, but also cases in India, for example. This is where the Supreme Court of India suggested new approaches for the cases to be closed not only within the court, but also within the mediation. So, of course, it is understandable that specialized legal media cover the mediation. They communicate with the mediators, they cover the events, use the materials, and so on. And now let's move on to the negative component. Later on, I decided to analyze big media channels, and I remembered that the Institute of Mass Information, being a big NGO, which has been working since 1990s, it publishes a list of the transparent media and puts assigns some points to different media outlets based on the criteria such as manipulation, transparency, and so on. So that list consists of 17 media, including Українська Правда, Суспільне, Громадське, Укрінформ, Громадське радіо, and so on and so forth. And I just initiated a search on the words mediator and mediation, and it was interesting for me to learn whether the mediation is even mentioned or not. And then the most important thing is that, unfortunately, mostly the specialized legal media write about the mediation. The largest media outlets do not cover the mediation. They only cover the laws and the draft laws, and they cover some interesting cases, something happened in Poltava, and mediation was used to resolve the issue. However, there is no such usual work which is done by us covering the mediation on a regular basis. You know, they just write that, let's say, such and such a law was adopted, and we need to cover it in the media. That's it. Let's say Суспільне writes that the law on mediation was adopted, thus the experts explain what mediation is about. However, this news dates back to 2021. Well, yeah, you know, Суспільне has a very relevant news as of 2026. I think that it was about Kharkiv, and I will try to find it really quick, and I will share it in the chat. Yes, I have seen it also about Kharkiv. However, here is a difference of the time between, 2021 and 2026, as if nothing has been ongoing between these 2 years. It was a huge gap. And according to my knowledge, that's 17 media outlets, maybe a little more, which act the same way. And the majority act this way, unfortunately. So if we're talking about Alba.ua, they cooperate with Prava Justice. They have the articles about the mediation every now and then, and they cover them quite well. So that's what I wanted to say, that in 2021, Suspільне Запоріжжя was writing about the restorative justice project. And that's about it. However, unfortunately, we do not have the constant inflow of the materials. Talking about Ukrainska Pravda, I have not even found the news articles about the mediation. However, in Ekonomiczna Pravda, I found some materials. This is when they were writing about top 10 facts about the mediation and about how mediation can help you to find common ground in the war. If I'm not mistaken, Babel published an article this year, if I'm not mistaken, about the following. People at the occupied territories live together with those who are traitors and collaborators, and whether it is possible by mediator to conceal them. Let me comment on that. Here, it's not about concealing mostly, but that's about what Tatar has just said. These people live close to us, and we're talking about the community, and we're talking about the fact that, you know, how to interact with them. And there is a philosophy in the mediation that whatever interpersonal conflict there is, it does not really mean that the life is over. Something else will be going on after that. So that something is exactly the orientation for the future. And this is the main goal of the mediator, like how to live after this conflict. This article is about the communities, and it is valuable because here we understand when the mediation can be useful. Of course, we have to remember what challenges of the society will arise later on. Of course, these challenges will arise at the occupied territories, and of course, there is a lot of work here. However, it is really needed to realize how the people will learn about the mediation. A lot of people have not heard of the mediation. And of course, mostly people who are lawyers will learn about the mediation. Yes, exactly. This topic was interesting for me, and it is interesting for me for the future. And also, one of the articles of this year is also interesting, since this article was covered from the point of view of the mediator. And of course, it is important for a mediator to explain what this life and work of the mediator is. It is really logical that the specialized legal editions write about the mediation. However, others do not really write about it. Of course, I communicate with a lot of lawyers and attorneys, and I communicate with the heads of the legal companies. They talk about the mediation. Judges at the forums also talk about the mediation. And more people talk about it. And in this context, I have seen a lot of podcasts about the mediation, and it is also some kind of an instrument that you can use for the communities to hear about it. Us, being a legal newspaper, we create such podcasts by ourselves. Recently, we had a podcast with partner, Yuna Asters. She was telling us very interesting stories. This speaker will also be present at this forum. And I have seen that Ukrainian Week edition also creates some podcasts. I have also seen RMV podcast with Victoria Polishchuk. There is a podcast at the radio Nakipila. It was called the Mediation as a way of regulating a conflict. We will ask Olena about it. She has joined us. And to my great surprise, I have to say that it was really interesting for me to find out about it. Our Vishnevetsky Gromada, where I live, it's a tiny village close to Kiev. They published an information about mediation. They took some information from Karazin University in Kharkiv, and they decided to write about the mediation. Our community, tiny community, was talking about the mediation. It was really surprising, however, it was really interesting. I have also seen that the mediation is oftentimes used in the news when we're talking about the negotiations between Russia and the USA. Let me tell you about some headlines. There was headlines about the mediation, and Zelensky was talking about the mediation as well, and it was a mediation about the negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. And one of the experts was saying that Ukraine does not need mediators, but needs the military aid. And also another edition was writing that Trump will not be a mediator between Russia and Ukraine. So it is really interesting that the mediation was mentioned in the context of the negotiations between Ukraine and Russia. Yes, it is actually a very important topic, the difference between the private and public, and where the mediators actually work, what cases they use to work, and what interaction there might be. And of course, there might be a problem between the role of the mediator and role of the negotiator. And of course, there might be some issues with the interpretation. The messenger is not a mediator anyway in the national sphere. I can't even imagine what the interpreter will do right now to interpret this word. Well, let's hope that an interpreter managed to do so. So it is indeed important how to differentiate the role of a messenger and a mediator. I have to say that that's it from my side. And I have just analyzed that the specialized legal media cover the mediation much more, and other media cover the mediation much less. There are at the same time a lot of podcasts which cover the issue of mediation, and I believe that the podcasts and forums help mediation to get widespread, and people will get interested in that more and more. Thank you so much, Pavlo. I wanted to get back to Attar if he's still here with us. I would like to ask him one question. Or maybe I will ask this question of you. It seems to me that I have heard this discussion with him talking about the popularization. We believe that the journalists do not like this word, popularization. Do you really know why journalists do not like the word popularization? Well, for me, it is an interesting and difficult notion. It sounds difficult, but why not? You know, it depends on the context, since the popularization is propaganda and it's a promotion. It's the dissemination. And it is a dissemination with some goal, right? Yes, of course. It can be negatively called propaganda. This is probably why. This is the risk of some forceful narrative. And that's also a reference to our previous panel discussion connected to the obligatory mediation and about what is worth doing and what is worth not doing. And if you do it, how to act properly. And how not to breach the access to justice. Let me add up a little bit. The media has to investigate and explain. They have to take a neutral position. Since if you popularize something, then you promote it. So it is a certain position already. And it cannot be 50-50. Well, I actually like this version better. Here, you think as if, you know, this is a nice product, take it. And it is important not to do so. It is important to be neutral. So now we might fall down to the standards of journalism, and let's not do that. So I'm thankful to you for this monitoring. I actually have a collection of all these materials. However, I cannot systematize them. However, you have done a very good job on that. And this is actually a thematic forum with the waves this year. So you have joined these waves. You have talked about the zones of the development of the mediation in the information space. We have Mrs. Olena Leptuga, who represents Kharkiv Media Nakipila, and while she is getting connected, I would like to highlight the following. Ukrainian Academy of Mediation worked on the myths and facts of mediation and mediators. So we are mentioning this information here and there. So it is really a good opportunity to talk about it, and it is very valuable. Mrs. Olena, are you online? Yes. Can you hear us? I have already represented you briefly, so I pass the floor to you. Thank you so very much. I'm glad to join the forum. I have also been present at the previous discussion, and I have just thought about what can cause the dissemination of the mediation. Well, first of all, it's lack of awareness, and it's inability of the journalists to fill in the information gaps. with what the audience does not even have the request for. So I was listening to the other speakers talking about the lazy journalists, and I actually represent an edition which is at the map of the recommended editions. And yes, indeed, we don't really often write about the mediation. However, we use the mediation practices. That is why I would like to share this with you. And I would like to talk to you about how it all started and why I think that we are close to the mediation. Of course, the media group Nakipila got created in 2014, right at the beginning of the war. And we got created when different views were getting more and more acute. And our idea was to create an independent forum where we would give the floor to those who don't really disagree with each other, but who cannot express their opinion fully. So, first, which comes to my mind, is the authorities and the civil society. However, it's not exactly true, since our main goal was to represent, without labels, different points of view. At the same time, the mistake of the journalists is that they try to be experts here and there, and I do not support that, since I believe that exactly the involvement of the lawyers, mediators, and other experts from different spheres adds the credibility and difference in views. So, us, as media representatives, try to find an expert and a mediator who would become such an intermediator. I understand, I remember that mediation and intermediation is a different thing. You can use some other synonym, however, it is anyway the conciliation between those who try to solve some issue. Thus, Media Group Nakipila, as Mrs. Olga has just said, we have radio, media, press center, and education center Nakipila. So at all these forums, we try to find the solutions to all the issues which our audience have. Thus, how mediators and media can interact and how the practices of the mediators can be used in the media. In our case, it is the organization of the discussion panels and the journalism of the decisions. Thus, this is what we started doing. As for the discussion, the expert opinion of the present people is very important. Since we were having a discussion about the memorialization, it is a very difficult topic. It was about how to commemorate the deceased. And here, you shouldn't really be abstract. Here, you should talk about how to protect such rights. It seems to me that the role of the mediator in such processes is very important, since the resolution of some conflicts, especially in the media sphere, is exactly what the audience requests and requires. However, here is a question whether the audience knows about these opportunities. And when we're talking about the media, the easiest thing, as Pavlo said, is to talk about how the mediation works, and the second one is how to use these practices. So now I will just get back to the discussions which are ongoing in our press center. So these discussions are around the fact that both parties should be heard, and then the audience should make conclusions, and then we don't have to manipulate that. That's exactly what Altar said. That's the balance of thoughts, and that's a great challenge, since it is important to differentiate your own views from what you should present to your readers or audience. This is exactly what the constructive journalism is about. So that's exactly what we do. We follow 4 steps. First one is the description of the situation. We just talk about the limitations which exist. We provide the instructions, not being experts, but involving people who might be competent in that, and then we provide the evidence of the success. And, you know, it shouldn't be like success all the time, since here, the most effective is to talk to the audience about the difficult topics, including the reforms and including the challenges of the war. So, of course, you know that it is quite difficult to conduct the education process. You know that there are some underground schools in Kharkiv. So the question is, whose decision was that? And when we're talking about the business, for example, which faces huge challenges, so the question is how to recover the relocated business. We had some materials with a representative of the military recruitment center. And of course, this information was the food for discussion. And of course, you need to debunk the manipulations about this topic and so on. So these are the tasks of the responsible journalists. So in our case, we don't only talk about the problem, but we try to find a solution for our audience. So, of course, when we are talking about the legal ground, Otar has just talked about the plain language. So the question is how to disseminate this information and how to become useful thanks to the expert. For those who read or listen to us. Let me interfere a little bit. We can actually continue talking to each other since we had this practice earlier. Well, this discussion can be continued forever. I wanted to get back to our audience. Of course, I might ask some inappropriate question. However, a lot of mediators have been listening to us right now. So if a mediator wants to provide some commentary on a topic. So let's say there is a mediator from Kharkiv who wants to comment on a topic which is about mediation or who potentially might mediate a case. So the question is, what the process of the cooperation between you and the expert. Mrs. Olga, that's exactly what I wanted to say. At the very beginning, there were experts who were experts in COVID, and then the experts on the war and so on. So these are the same people who become experts on every single topic in the world. So I have a lot of questions to such people. This is why. Okay, let's open up some secrets. Of course, every single media edition creates the lists of certain experts. So how we do this? Of course, we try to search for specialists on a certain topic and how to become such a specialist and how to cooperate with Nakipila. First of all, there is a contact form at our website, so you can write a letter to us. You can suggest your expertise to us. Second one, Mrs. Olga, we were talking over the phone about the fact that one thing is to read about something and the other one is to be present at the event dedicated to mediation. So we could organize some event with Kharkiv mediators and we could invite people over to that event. I absolutely agree that to talk about the mediation every day, there needs to be a request of the society for that. So the audience needs to understand why we are doing it. So the more we talk about it, but the more we talk about it not in the imperative way, but if we just disseminate the information, highlighting the benefits, then briefly, Mrs. Olga and others there are more contact details at the radio and at the website, so please contact us. We'll be glad to cooperate with you. Since indeed there are a lot of challenges for the journalists, and of course the topics that we were discussing today are the most acute topics. Thank you so very much, Olena. Of course, there are a lot of topics to discuss. However, yes, there is such a problem that a role of a mediator has been confused with some other role. So for us not to have this professional disconnect, to remember who we are right now, we need to clarify this role, the roles. I monitor the chat Katerina Narovska, the president of the National Association of the Mediators of Ukraine, highlights the initiatives which exist, including the ones that you have already mentioned. That's the facilitation of the dialogue. And that's exactly what it is. The mediators know about the specificity and this practice, however, this is just a bubble. And of course, such a bubble exists in every professional community. However, it is impossible to move on without highlighting the standards. Moreover, you had a good point about the following. If we're talking about the mediation, we need to understand why we're talking about it. So I believe that the people will not be reading about the mediation if it is not relevant, if it is not interesting, or if it is not timely. That is why I would like to say that it's a good point that the mediation is not a goal, it is a path, and we need to see this path. So the goal of this panel discussion is to highlight it. Since when we are writing about the mediation, you can do it a lot, there are a lot of materials, but getting back to the beginning of our discussion, it's not only about what, but it is about how. And when you represent a topic for the broad audience, you need to make some efforts, and we need to have some partners. That's exactly what we mean, an obvious partnership by this panel. Well, here I believe that here it needs to be the understanding of the information reason. So let's say there are explosions going on in Kharkiv, and of course, you know, there is a choice between reading about the explosions and reading about the mediation. So here's a choice of how to give it to the audience. I apologize, I will tell you about a mistake when a lot of NGOs and other organizations coming to us and say that let's create some video panel discussion about this or that topic. And we always say, let's think about the goal. So the goal is to cover one of the issues of the audience. So, you know, why we need it. That is why I have the following suggestion to you. When you talk to the journalist, you need to think about the end goal. It needs to be understandable for those who will read it or listen to it. That's exactly what I have mentioned. Kharkiv has been shelled, so while internet is still active, we are fine here. Well, thank you so very much. Well, indeed, you know, media and mediation sound quite similar, and it might not be by chance. When we enter the procedure of the mediation, we ask the parties, what is your goal being here? And exactly when we do not understand the goal, whatever you do will not help. So yes, indeed, there needs to be a goal of the materials, and it should be really clear whether the audience wants this material or not. And that's also what is very important, the interests and the needs. This is the core of our work, and it is exactly the same in the journalism, is it not? Yes, of course, it is the same. However, here is the issue of what need of the audience you cover. And that's exactly what the mediators do when they are standing up between the two parties, trying to conceal them. So my main goal is that us to promote or popularize the end goal and balance. So it is important to understand the steps. Let's say the person first has the resistance, and then they understand the use of it, and they realize that there is some use, material, social, or other. And this is when we're talking about the form of disseminating the information. So in my case, when we're talking about the journalist decisions, when we are not only talking about a problem, and when we are talking about the solutions to the problem, I believe that this aspect is quite similar to the legal one. Yes, indeed, there is a lot to talk about here. Me being a moderator, I have a challenge. I need to stop myself in talking to you, and I need to pass the floor to some other speaker. Thank you so very much. And now I pass the floor to Olena Vincent, who represents the NGO Wikimedia, and we suggest broaden it up. We suggest to talk about the mediation in the media and about the information space. Olena, are you here? Yes, I am here. I will share my short presentation. Give me a moment, please. Can you see my presentation? My name is Olena Vincent. I'm a manager of the Wikimedia Ukraine. This organization has been working for 4 years, and I've been editing Wikipedia for 12 years. I would like to tell you how the mediation is represented in the Wikipedia. For that, I would like to explain to you how Wikipedia works. First of all, Wikipedia is the website which exists since 2001. And we sometimes say that there is Ukrainian and Russian Wikipedia. However, it's not that. We have just a Ukrainian version and English version. There is Wikipedia in Spanish used by Spain, South America, and other countries. So we just divide the Wikipedia by languages. Wikipedia right now has more than 65 million articles. Ukrainian Wikipedia has just celebrated 21 years. We have over 1 million articles, and Wikipedia does not monetize the data of the users. It will always be for free. Who are the people who write in Wikipedia? When you see a mistake, you say that there are a lot of bad editors there. Well, there are volunteers who write in the Wikipedia. These are just volunteer initiatives, and that is why some topics are covered better, some topics are covered worse. So every one of you after this forum can just start editing any articles. This is exactly that easy. You might get registered, you might not even get registered. Wikipedia does not have any centralized content. It does not have any centralized office, and you will never get money for editing. You might just get some souvenirs and stuff. So you cannot complain to a certain person about the content of the Wikipedia, you can just do whatever you want. Who we are as Wikimedia Ukraine? We are an NGO who works on the development of the Ukrainian part of the Wikipedia. We are also dealing with the Crimean Tatar language part. However, we mostly work with the Ukrainian part of it. We help people to join Wikipedia and start editing the Wikipedia. We motivate people to write the articles to the Wikipedia based on different topics. So we think that some topics are not interesting for the readers, and we just try to encourage people to cover different topics to raise the awareness. We have a lot of editors. We organize a lot of different events for the editors. We encourage our employees to participate in different conferences. We are the organization helping people who write articles in the Wikipedia. However, we as an organization do not write articles in the Wikipedia. And now I would like to talk about the mediation as a topic in the Wikipedia. Let me talk about the mediation first of all. I have just seen the definition in English or in Ukrainian. So in the English chapter, there are a lot of bytes, 107,000 bytes in the English version, and about 47,000 bytes in Ukrainian. And then the amount of editors, 1,642 times it was edited, and in the Ukrainian version, 151 times it was edited. And also the amount of views makes a difference. Over 4,000 views of the English version for 30 days, and unfortunately 233 views within the 30 days only in the Ukrainian version, and probably during the forum time. That is why the article in the English version is much larger. Of course, a lot more people edit it and view it. Except for the size of the articles, I would like to talk about the system of the articles. Every single article is included in a certain category. So we can check the term mediation and the way it is represented. So in the Ukrainian version, in the category of mediation, we have only 10 articles. There are other articles mentioned in the mediation, however, it is about something else. So exactly about the mediation, it is only 10 articles. In the English version, there are 50 articles of the same topic. So it is much broader represented. What is the difference? If we're talking about the Ukrainian version, the mediation is represented as the legal term, as the alternative way of dealing with the conflict. So it is the legal term, and really the legal language is used. Of course, the article is very well. However, it is about the legal aspects. However, in the English version, the mediation is represented in different spheres, and this process is represented more fully. In the English version, we read that there is a family mediation, eviction mediation, transformation mediation, and so on. So there are different sub-articles, however, they do not exist in the Ukrainian version. So what you can do today, you can start editing the articles in the Ukrainian version of Wikipedia. When you know what topics have to be represented, you just go on to Wikipedia article and try to create an article. You just can press the button create, and this is exactly how you can create an article in the Wikipedia. Yes, it is that easy. And actually, it is important for the article to be seen not only by people, but also by the AI. And the first resource that a person gets to asking something is the Wikipedia. If you want to learn how to edit Wikipedia, you will get this presentation. There is actually a free of charge online course that you can take, and within a few hours you will be able to edit the Wikipedia articles. That's it from my side as for the presentation. So if you have any questions, you are very welcome. Yes, I would like to ask you something. I join periodically some thematic, I don't really know how you call them, thematic competitions or thematic weeks, exactly. This is exactly what it is called. And I had an idea to create a thematic week on mediation. We might talk about it behind the scenes. However, talking about this thematic weeks, I talked to my friend, to a journalist who edits Wikipedia quite actively, and you know her most probably. So she told me about a list which is about a procedure of interaction. So when we had this idea to push the topic of mediation, we organized a competition, and there was a link to this competition. And we have organized such a thematic week by ourselves. So this is exactly the result of what you have just represented today. This is how we try to activate this topic. And I'm really thankful to you for this comparison of English version of Wikipedia and Ukrainian version of Wikipedia. And I believe that in the English version, there is a separate tab called Mediation in Ukraine. So when there is this interaction, then how it is done.
You can just write me. I personally organize all of these campaigns, and based on a voluntary basis, I organize other campaigns because I think there are some lacking. For example, the Holocaust Remembrance Week, I was doing this. I almost created a list of the articles that required to be created. So we can exchange those, yeah. Of course, we can do it together. Thank you. And also, this concerns our participants as well. So this idea could be some grain for some food for thought. So please have a look at these materials, these presentations, and the speakers will be kindly sharing this. This is something very valuable. The speakers share the presentation. You can get back to them as soon as you want. Well, basically, every time you need. As soon as the Padlet works, everything should be accessible easily. Thank you, Ms. Elena. Every speaker, thank you so much. And yes, having understood that though the security situation might be different, please take care about yourself. Please make sure you are safe. Of course, the recording will be ready. And I think we are passing to the next panel discussion, or we have a break. I'm not sure if I understand correctly. Maybe someone could let me know. And one more thing, important things for the end before I forget. Tomorrow at the same time, as at 4 p.m., we are going to have an incredibly interesting speech and speaker, Ms. Natalia Krivda. This is going to be about, I don't know, this red thread, but the forming about mediation in the information media. And Miss Natalia is going to talk about narratives present in the society, in the Ukrainian society in particular, and some that might have some historical background and why mediation is developed in a different way than we would prefer. Maybe it's not just about media, maybe it's about previous experience, our parents, our grandparents, something about that. So it would be interesting to have a look and to dive into this about retrospective and as well as perspectives. So I pass the floor to Ms. Lisa. Well, again, it's of course every time I say was beneficial and interesting, but it's definitely what it was. So what do we have about mediation in the media environment and what we might lack, we might think about it? Yes, we need to think about partnership, podcasts. I have a lot of ideas already, and I have shared this to the committee of the mediation. So thank you very much for these ideas. Definitely we need to raise awareness about mediation. This is something we need to do together, everybody in their own media. Thank you for your moderation, every speaker. Thank you so much. Yes, we jump into the next panel because we have such a saturated program. Now we're going to talk about legal matters, about notarial practice and mediation. And today we have a panel discussion consisting of notarial community, notarial chamber of Ukraine. So Miss Irina, the floor is yours. She is both mediator and a notary, and she presides the mediation center because now notaries today are also very active. They have the opportunity to be mediators and they join the initiatives and they are driver for change and for development of it in Ukraine. Greetings to everybody. Thank you, Ms. Luisa. I will be continuing the thought, yes, and I will condone that it's incredibly interesting, everything I have been hearing so far. Panel discussions are so interesting and so important. I have a huge conspect of all the ideas. So my name is Irina Petrova. It's been a huge pleasure. It is my privilege to be representing the notarial community. We are actively joining the development of mediation in Ukraine as notaries, and today I'd like to talk about how could these three professions, notarial practice and mediation, well, at the first sight they look different because notaries work with documents and mediators work with conflicts. At the same time, if we have a closer look, we work with the same thing, basically. So we work with trust of people and looking for solutions. So conflicts, well, they are omnipresent and they are since time immemorial. And as have been said, conflicts are basis for development. And we do not have the aim to resolve all conflicts, but we strive to help to overcome these conflicts with the least possible damage. So our panel discussion is called Notarial Practice and Mediation, Partnership for Durable Agreements. We'd like to talk about how notaries could be these leading points for sustainable agreements and how we could work with prevention of conflict and lead to the development of dialogue agreements and to legal reinforcement of these agreements. So this is a path that has to be done by both parties. So first and foremost, I'd like to pass the floor to the president of our notarial chamber, Володимир Mykolaevich Marchenko, and I would like to personally thank him for the support and development of notaries in the field of mediation, in particular, because the notarial chamber was very actively engaged in the creation of the mediation center that I chair, yet before the law was passed in February 2020. It was decided this mediation center has to be training mediation notaries as mediators. We have over 700 notaries now who have mastered these skills. And today I'm going to touch upon the subject if the notaries have to be mediators, or maybe they could be a leading bridge to mediation. So, Володимир Mykolaevich, the floor is yours. I cannot see him just at the present moment. I am here. Thank you, Володимир Mykolaevich. I think I would like to share my screen to show a brief presentation. I think you might need the right to share the screen. Let me please have a look. Let me try. Thank you for your kind invitation, for your love to notaries. Notaries are very reciprocative in this regard. We are always happy to help with the issues of development of this domain in Ukraine, as well as taking into account other professions we might need master on the way. So we'd like to talk about notary mediator, which is something unique and a unique experience prospects in Ukraine. Today we might talk about institutions that is changing drastically the philosophy of disputes. Well, over the centuries, the society had been accustomed to courts as a resolution point, but it takes time, it takes money, and well, basically in courts, the winner is the one who has more resources and more prepared. Instead, mediation offers a different path, a win-win solution where both sides benefit, and each of the parties, after the process of qualified and high-quality mediation, can rest assured that this is something they achieved and their needs were considered. As we are representatives of the notaries, I can say for sure the notaries are a leading point in this regard. And one of the important points in this philosophy, notaries is a sort of primary judge. Well, historically, it's been that notaries have always prevented disputes, listened to both sides, found some compromise, and put them into writing as notaries, of course. Well, on a state paper, on the official paper, so to say. For notary, mediation is not something artificial imposed. It's a return to our roots, so to say. And modern experience proves that to be true. We can say that the most classical examples of notarial practice being intertwined with mediation is France, Belgium, not only in the family law, but as well in the business media. Ukraine, in its turn, has passed the law on mediation. We know altogether how difficult it was. We needed a lot of effort for the society to listen to us and to understand the importance of mediation. And this law enactment, I hope now and also in the future, will change the situation from lack of trust to the judicial power to full-fledged trust into mediation. And notaries deciding to go on a path to become a mediator, it's not a separate activity. It is something they live and do. And I think the quality of mediation is only going to win from such an arrangement. Also, it needs to be noted that Notarial Chamber of Ukraine, as Ms. Irina already mentioned, plays a major role in the development of mediation. As much as we can, even when it's not possible, we promote mediation, both in terms of our professional community, as well as different platforms wherever we can. We always talk about it and reassure all the stakeholders that mediation is everything, both today and for the future. So, consequently, the Notarial Chamber of Ukraine plays a functional role of raising awareness among notaries, as well as we complete the functions in terms of advancing professional knowledge. As you all know, the Notarial Chamber has a register of notaries where everybody can get to know who among the notary can act as a mediator for the sake of their disputes. Sometimes we have a question whether society is ready. Is society ready to make use of mediation tools? And the legislation itself, is it correctly equipped so that a layperson could address? We believe that we do as much as we can for promoting of such a tool, but at the present time we have a lot of issues because of the full-scale invasion, and of course since 2014 we have the war ongoing with our neighbor country. Well, to put it kindly, some neighbor it is, and well, the stress we have as a result in this time frame, it's incredibly difficult to be proceeding with promotion. But I hope that we are so resilient and our notaries are so well prepared, both in terms of psychological preparedness and resiliency, and as the practical matters, we can support this path so that the mediation would be developed even during such difficult times, as much as we can. Notaries mediators is a unique figure. See, it's both neutrality and trust. It's a legal X-ray, an option to legalize the agreement on the spot. So historically, notaries have been accustomed to become mediators, to maintain the equilibrium and to be neutral, impartial, and I think this is a perfect base for mediation. Notaries are trusted because the status of a notary means trust automatically, basically, as well as it fosters trust in the profession, and it transcends into mediation process and also increases the efficiency of the process. I think we will thank ourselves later in the future. I think it's a positive moment overall. not to put everybody in the pipeline and waiting. I think we have a lot of things to say. I want to say that notary mediator is a professional who combines legal precision with a psychological skill of reconciliation. By developing mediation, the Ukrainian notarial profession demonstrates that it is not merely a register of agreements, but a true guarantor of legal peace in the country. So we, as a notarial chamber, will be working on and on as much as we can to promote mediation, to work and elaborate more tools and trust to this profession, its capacity. And as soon as we receive some legally established procedures at high level in some domains, in some layers of legal procedures, when it's going to be all well established in the procedural domain, and considering the preparedness in the number of qualified mediators, I think we can maintain this high bar of standard. So I'm looking forward to these times when mediation will prevail in terms of mediation versus courts. Thank you, Ms. Irina. Thank you, dear Madam Mikolayevich, for your support and for your speech. It's definitely about notary being a good listener, and notaries look at the world through the lens of peace. However, I would like to repeat, as we have heard about international experience, when we have an issue of lack of trust of the judicial system, some uncertainty about future, when we have lack of personnel, exhaustion in society, I think mediation mindset is something that helps find new solution. Mediation is a priority. Its advantage is that the parties take responsibilities for their actions. And the agreements, the settlements as a result of mediation is also something that could be legally formalized with the help of the notary. So the informing citizens is something we do every day. It's not about the procedure itself. I think we need to raise awareness and to develop mediation mindset as a way of life. And I think it's logically to resume our panel discussion with a foundation. What is a common ground, was a common denominator between the notarial practice and mediation? What values lie at the basis? And I think my colleague, Ms. Helena Parusov, will elaborate more about it. Who's a mediator, who is a council member, and who is sure that the power of communication when somebody is in pain and the strength to look for solutions is a skill that we all together have to develop and hone. And we need to learn. So this is the presentation I'd like to share for it to be convenient. These are our speakers, and Ms. Halina is going to tell us more. So we have already heard about partnership, and Ms. Halina going to tell us about notarial practice mediation and interaction for the prevention and regulation of disputes. The floor is yours. Everybody, greeting dear conference members. I'm very pleased to be able to touch to this, well, without exaggeration, incredible event. And even the familiarization with the program and realizing how many spheres are on the crossroads of mediation, even already working It was incredibly interesting to be joining this conference. And it also certifies how much mediation today helps and in our daily life, how it is integrated in our daily life. First and foremost, I understand myself as a notary, of course, and I'd like to talk more and to show the parallels between notaries and mediation, of course, to see how they interact and how prevent dispute. And I cannot, I can help saying from my personal experience, from what I've been observing, how mediation affects notarial procedures nowadays and the process, and how notarial practice helps to develop mediation as a practice. So, Ms. Irina, I will be very grateful for your help with the presentation. Please, next slide. Having participating in many events, and I understand notarial practice as something different. So today, in order to have answers about whether notarial practices could be combined with mediation, whether these are parallel processes, where they could be combined, or maybe we can combine or reiterate. So in order to answer these questions, we need to define the gist, what mediation is and what notarial practice is. So notarial practice is a preventive justice. It is not a service domain. It does not technically stamp. It's a huge process where we have the opportunity to make settlements. As of now, it prevents the emergence of disputes by averting violations of civil rights and interests and ensuring their proper realization. And these norms would be very dry without depth. What I mean is that notarial practice is about justice, but not only where there is no dispute, but we understand now that we cannot live without conflicts. It's a natural state. But notaries work for the sake of prevention, but also very often they are witnessing disputes in emergence. They also prevent, but also notaries work where these disputes are already in place and when the parties want to settle. Notaries check the parties whether their settlement is going to be stable, sustainable or not, whether the conflict is resolvable or not. So I'm very proud to be part of the process when parties are actually listening and asking how can we actually implement and enforce these settlements. In this case, we are talking about a wider range, a wider scale. When we teach the parties to communicate and enforce the agreements, despite some pain and triggers, when they can prevent the other disputes. Of course, notaries are empowered by state and they can certify dispute-free documents and other legal actions and legal authenticity as well. This means that notaries have to possess good communication skills, not only to be able to listen to them, to see their true will, their true intentions. And here is one key where we can answer whether the notary can act as mediator and then certify documents. So based on mediation practices, I would be frank that I think it is this combination of roles is possible. But if during the mediation notary understand that it's not about giving a deed or something different intention, I think it might hinder the process a bit. So combination of roles is possible, but not always. And mediation is an out-of-court confidential structure where parties want to settle through negotiation. And we can see a lot of similar and shared elements, because just as a notarial process, which is out-of-court mediation, voluntary participation in regard to many notarial actions is also voluntary. We cannot enforce anyone to do it. So just as much mediation, we have the concept of notarial secret. Without it, we could not work. There would be no trust. And without trust, we cannot have a dialogue. So also the structure, procedure, structure, framework. It's also a process in the notarial practice. Of course, these are different professions. We have the division between these roles, but they share some features that both of them help parties to prevent another dispute or to somehow settle it. Mediators are impartial, neutral, prepared specialists. Notaries are also trained, formally trained before, and have functions empowered by state. Dispute-free justice. Notaries do not work in terms of certifying settlements. Out-of-court dispute-free justice is also means that sometimes they work without these. It's sometimes they need to clearly state their realistic, whether some settlements are realistic and enforceable. The next slide, please. And we have talking about the nature of notarial practice and mediation. We cannot omit the key principles. Of course, it's independence, it's impartiality. And independence is something absolutely mandatory. Impartiality, confidentiality, notarial secrecy, neutrality, accessibility, and voluntary participation, directness and self-determination, and equality of rights of the parties. Both roles have some nuances, might differentiate their roles. For example, we're talking about accessibility or voluntarity. The notaries cannot leave the process just because they believe they can no longer handle the process, because they are empowered by state to do something. So they cannot just say no if they do not want to work with a certain person. This is a challenge. They have to make sure these principles are adhered. So the next slide, please. It's very important to mention, if we are talking about combining the role of notary and mediator, very important to understand the consultancy provision issue. My colleagues might elaborate more on this, but I'd like to know that yes, notary is a legal advisor, and I think all the discussions here stumble upon this, because mediators cannot consult on out-of-court legal matters. Notaries They certify agreements. They basically do not take part in the consultancy. They formalize agreements and check whether it's enforceable and make sure it is legally compliant. It's also very important to understand there are some, you know, the notary is somebody's. It's very big mistake sometimes, and notaries are impartial. Sometimes they work with resistance. So if one party invited somebody to a notary and they need to create trust between all the parties, we need to know how to work with everybody. It's important to divide different consultations because they might vary in nature. If it's about just explanation of the legislative norms, it might not hinder the process with a dispute as a mediator in mediator's capacity. If we're talking about consultation where the notary provides a roadmap how to act in a certain situation, I think in this regard, and from my personal experience, it might be difficult to work as a mediator. What is important as well is to know that mediator helps the parties to the conflict to communicate. Mediators can recommend and provide consultations about the dispute. My colleagues will elaborate on notaries' participation as experts in mediation, but for personal experience, wherever I was a legal counsel about the subject matter of the dispute, I did have, you know, difficulties understanding whether I might work further. And if there was a neutral consultation about the process, a legal regulation, and people ask you for mediation further, then you do not have the bias issue. It's easier. Could you please, next slide. Role of notarial profession in preventing and resolving disputes. Today, everybody is going to touch upon the matter, but the most important thing we need to remember, what is notarial certification about? It is about that the document issued by the notary has an enforced provable power. It's more official, and wherever people are ready to settle and come to an agreement, we need to help and to support them to do so. Also, some separate techniques, mediation techniques in notarial practice. I would like to note that mediation helps to add depth to the notarial practice that is very well felt by people. Yesterday, Irina asked me what mediation is for me, and I have a quote that mediation is about depth, reflected by tears and words of those who decided to take responsibility for their own life in their own hands. And when I was preparing for this event, I had a lot of eyes in front of me, with tears, with words of with grateful words, with questions. Sometimes people ask me, how did you do it that we could talk after 12 years silence? I try to ask people whether they understand, whether they feel the difference between working just as a notary and as a notary with the skills of mediator. And everybody says it's a completely different feeling. So this helps us a lot today, especially when we are talking about working with complicated cases, complicated by words sometimes. For me, I believe that these roles could be combined due to the similar nature of our professions. Of course, there are some situations where we have red lines. And regardless the notary's desire to be impartial, it might be not possible. So sometimes it's not about settlement. Sometimes notaries can lose their impartiality or might pressure people into some arrangements that do not work for them. But I think we need to make sure these things are understood. For example, biases, red lines, some conflicts of interest. It's difficult when people address you as a mediator and then come to you as to a notary. And you understand that's not exactly what they have been asking for. I think mediation helps to work with people in the notarial process. It's not about working, not about asking question. For example, a child, when we detect the place of residence, these are present, these family arrangements in notarial practice, or alimony, or transfer of property, or some probate, parents and children issues. For me, mediation and knowledge I have owing to training mediation, they help me to be better at detecting interest of a child, the best interest of a child. And now I can see how they help me to deal with parents coming through divorce, or detecting who the child is going to live with, custody issues, agreements about participation in child rearing. Sometimes when I have some agreements with clauses, when people do not understand till the end what it means. For example, it's a good family when they divorce, but it is written in the clause that they can now see the child more than 2 times a year. Sometimes we might not understand where this is coming from. And earlier, as notaries, we might be overlooking this. Now, I think we would pay more attention and make sure this is in the best interest of a child. What if they want to see each other more often? Would you like to change this clause? What would be the consequences? So this communication helps to shift the focus to the best interest of a child. So notaries can work as a notary, but with some mediation techniques. Also, alternative dispute resolution techniques, raising awareness. Less and less people I meet who haven't heard anything about mediation. And our society has grown a lot. That's what I have been noticing. They have been asking, and they are more inclined to agree. Sometimes they have some reservations, and we can discuss them. Sometimes I ask them, would you kindly revise your agreement? Sometimes I ask our colleagues, please have a look at one more look about this agreement. But this is going to come through negotiations, or maybe they need something more. Maybe we need to discuss more. Maybe the process of possible difficulties, even helping modeling situations. We also help them think and reflect. Maybe it's something irrelevant for your agreement. it's also about informing. Sometimes the meetings for information and assessments, more and more notaries are joining to the training. It's definitely a good sign, a good positive development. Many of us are working as mediators, also working as notaries or not working. Some colleagues are working as expert in the field of mediation. Overall, the expert knowledge is very important for notary. Sometimes we might reach agreements, but without expert knowledge, expert assessment, we might not know whether this is enforceable and legally compliant. Also, certification of agreements based on mediation outcomes. This is very important. This requires specialized knowledge. And we have been accompanying this. And today, like mediation adds more depth to this process. So yes, maybe if you're asking the question again, whether notary can act as a mediator first, and then they can, for example, in a probate case, I think if the notary does not feel lack of neutrality, it is possible, and they can certify the agreement coming out of this mediation probate case. I've had a similar case, and I think it is possible. Next slide, please. I'd like to say that today, notarial services mediation overlap a lot. They influence and develop each other. Mediation has this huge, broad spectrum of application in notarial practice. We have a lot of conflicts, some disputes that are not yet named. We are talking about civil or family, land, business disputes, and so on. But we have new spheres, new conflicts, and there's a space for mediation that's very well visible. Very often, I not say that they have to combine these roles. Very often, I refer people to mediators because sometimes people, what's important for some people, for example, if they're very emotional and they have not yet established trust, I like to provide them objectivity. So I refer them to mediators so that they could communicate with somebody else and they could go back when they are ready. I also can't help saying that notarial practices also influence mediation because through the information campaigns, reservations, legal matters, we are drivers for each other's development. Of course, we are going to mention this later, that notarial practice and mediation, they are interacting in the resolution and prevention of disputes. And personally for me, I see a huge room for interaction between notaries and lawyers and barristers in many, many spheres, because we work in different domains. Not only probate family, we have a lot of things about property, about missing persons, about veterans and their interests, and the help of mediators working with military people and people who have relatives in the front lines. It's very important to be able to understand these people so we can learn from each other. I don't think it's about competition. I think it's about complementing each other, about helping achieve the same goal. And it's important to ensure people take responsibility for their own lives. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you for attention, dear colleagues. Ms. Alina, thank you so much for such a comprehensive and very saturated speech. Yes, there are so many things we share between our professions. In your opinion, what do you think, what values lie at the basis of notarial practice and mediation that are common to sum up? For me, it's first and foremost about trust. I never pretend, I don't think people should trust me to start. I usually provoke them in a good sense when people say like, I trust you, and I say, no, you need to read it. You need to make sure you actually understand. Don't see that I am smiling. You do not have to trust me unconditionally, because this is about responsibility. It is your document, and you need to make sure you understand what is going on. But when a person is already shifting from being biased to trusting me, it's something very valuable. I value this trust, of course, but I want people to realize their own responsibility. It's not only about me being responsible. It first and foremost should be about this person understanding. For me, it's very important for people when people can genuinely hear each other. I try to be understanding, and when I see the negotiation are hard, when there's a lot of emotions and tears, and at the same time, when they still calm, they focus on the child, even when they fail to, to somehow settle, just a part is already achieved. I usually, yes, I encourage them and I say, well done, at least something you managed to do it. And well, mediation is already part of my life. And this is something inevitable of my daily practice already. It's not only about having a seal, I help tissues as well to help people deal with their emotion. Yes, our panel discussion subject matter is about partnership. And I think I feel this partnership in action today. Thank you, Ms. Helena. I think we did not discuss these values, but it's about developing trust. It's a process where notaries work something every day, and it's definitely when citizens address notaries, they should trust notaries as professionals. At the same time, mediators, when they are working, the first thing they start with is establishing trust with people addressing them. And if you're thinking about what is trust and what are the prerequisites to trust, I think we trust when we understand, when we know what we can expect from a certain professional, when they are predictable and there is some system and transparency. That's why we dedicate so much time to explanations, to communication, to make sure they trust us. And this is about mediators activity as well. So thank you, Ms. Helena, for such a wonderful speech about how our professions overlap. We have a lot of common points, both in the law and mediation and voluntary practice. It's also about voluntary participations, confidentiality, impartiality, structure, and framework. And these are two directions: prevention of conflicts and helping in their resolution. Just a quick note, if I may. I just remembered from my personal practice In reply to your question about common shared values, in our documents, I realize, I understand the meaning of my actions, and this meaning of their own actions, it also has acquired new depths because mediation helps the notary to more clearly understand that whether the person actually wants to do what they have come to ask. I remember parents coming and detecting a place of a child resident. A child was over 10. And there was a request in terms about the shared residence. After we talked with the child, with the parents, I understood clearly that all the parties want this. Even the child said, now I have a study in my mom's place and my father's place. The child was suffering from the parents' divorce, but this issue was something they all wanted. I think the next time they came, and the mother said, I'm going to the court. Because the lawyer said it might be easier to determine the place of the child place at court. Maybe at the beginning, I would probably just filter through. I would not work further, but at this time, I could not help but ask, is it something you want, or is it about lawyers' interest? Is it about interest of your child, your best? Because both you and the father of the child voiced that this shared custody is important. When I saw the agreement and it had different formulation, usually very standard dry agreement. So these questions I asked, whether it's actually in line with the best interest, it helped the mother to understand if that was something she really wanted. So she managed to understand what actually was best for her and for her child. It's not about lawyer or something. It's about making sure people actually understand what they are doing. Thank you, Ms. Helena. Yes, it's about that when we learn mediation, notaries become more equipped in their work and can ask questions, the proper questions, to make sure interests are actually considered by the parties, because that's what the notaries, according to the law, should do. They should ensure that legal unawareness should not hinder their actions. That's how it overlaps mediation. At the same time, these are definitely separate professions working independently, as it can reinforce each other and help develop dialogue in Ukraine overall. And continuing with the subject of shared features, I'd like to shift to the subject of my speech. We are talking about mediation. There's a logical question. Where could a person know about mediation? How a person could actually more? Where and how do we know about mediator? As Medhalina mentioned, juries are very often witnessing the emergence of a dispute, and I'd like to highlight the notary as the first point of contact to mediation, because every day we work with family relations, with probate, and because of war, These probate cases have been younger and younger, and conflicts have been part of our life all the time, and the total exhaustion of citizens requires new approaches. And then we have corporate agreements and business world, because this uncertainty of our future creates the atmosphere that people think more about making sure their rights are accounted before they sign something, and they want to have more certainty about future and future regulations in the contracts. And today, in front of you, I am a moderator, maybe 3 roles, a private notary. I have over 15 years of tarot practice, and every day in my office I work with citizens. And since 2018, I am a mediator and work as a mediator, conduct procedures, so I can talk about that many conflicts, the majority of conflicts could be resolved, not one. So I'd like to talk about the role of notary as the first point of contact mediation, not as a mediator per se, meaning a professional who is the first to see a future conflict. We sometimes think about conflict when it is already in place. So when we have a file, a lawsuit, or parties no longer hear each other, or there are some allegations, mutual allegations. That's what we usually think about conflict. But notary in their works can see the more early stages. We can see the conflict when people work at the same table, when they can hear each other, when they are at amicable terms. But between them, there is also this trust, and they do not yet realize. That's how this mediation is so special, because we work not with consequences, we work with its prerequisites. In through notarial offices, thousands of people come. We have marriage contracts, prenuptials. People talk about marital property division, parents sign alimony agreements, and real life examples, as Helena shared. And we have probate cases, registering businesses in partnership, lending, mortgage, corporate agreements and contracts. At the first sight, these are legal documents stamped by notaries, but in fact, behind every contract, there are human relationships. And these human relationships can become the source of cooperation or source of a conflict. And in my practice, I use a simple metaphor. Imagine a grain. If you plant it today, a tree is not going to grow tomorrow, but when the right time comes, it will grow through. And raising awareness about mediation works similarly. When notary says, whenever you have some discrepancies between yourself, there's not only a court, there's mediation as means of resolving conflicts. Maybe this day people are not going to use this information. Maybe they forget, or maybe in a year probably, but in 5 years, this grain will grow, and it definitely will give its fruit. And whenever there's a conflict, the high probability they will understand this. In conflict studies, there is a well-known triangle of conflict resolution. Maybe some of you already know or remember it. Conflicts could be used through force, through law, or through interests. Force answers the question who's strongest. It doesn't mean only physical force, about power. Law answers the question, who is right, who is... And mediation works for interests and answers the question, what is in fact important for the parties? What do they want? So mediation development does not compete with notarial practice of courts. It expands the opportunities, empowers them with yet another tool, another means of protection of their rights and interests. Here we come to a very important question. What exactly does notarial do, and where do these roles are limited, and where do they end? And for the notarial community, in my opinion, it's important to divide between, to tell the difference between informing and proposals, because these are not the same thing. Information about mediation means explaining the nature of mediation, that this procedure exists, the principles about the voluntary character, about the confidentiality, about neutrality of mediator, about opportunity limitation without assessment, without pressure. And basically, this is what notaries do, especially notaries who have been trained in mediation. They are informing on a daily basis when doing notarial acts, so they are raising awareness. At the same time, when we are talking about proposals of mediation, there's already a recommendation to use mediation to a certain case, certain conflict. And in this case, we need to be very, very cautious, because this decision has to be taken by the parties. And here we need additional skills. We might, and this first day, we have been talking about information assessment meetings, maybe as part of the future pilot. And it requires a different skill set. But informing about mediation, it's something that we can do and something we do, raising awareness and making this virus of mediation spread. So our role is to inform, not to propose, and let alone convince. And we have Article 5 of the law of Ukraine on notaries, where the notary is obliged to facilitate the exercise of their rights and protect legitimate interests, explain rights and consequences of these actions. Also, make sure that a legal unawareness does not work against the person. I think this mission is very in line with the mediation, because people have the right to know all the legal means of protecting their rights. And this principle is the basis of concept of information and assessment meetings. And their goal is not to impose mediation, but create space for an informed choice, to provide information about opportunities and limitations, to understand the essence, and to foster taking an informed decision. And participation in information and assessment meetings should be voluntary, and the decision should be taken by the parties in all instances. In my opinion, is something the notaries do every day. We explain, we inform, we help people take informed decisions, not instead of them, but together with them, and handing responsibility for these decisions to them. As Ms. Halina mentioned, that we very often hear, I trust you, when you're asking citizens when they read the documents. They might say so, but notaries have to see the eyes of citizens to see to see through them and to make sure that they are actually aware of what they are doing, what they are signing, to make sure the process is transparent and clear, because their responsibility for the decision is also lies with the parties, addressing or help to the notary. And also, with the enactment of the law of mediation, our profile notary law was amended, and notaries were provided with opportunity to be mediators. Important contribution to alternative dispute resolution overall country scale. I'd like to share a short story from my personal legal practice. Around 8 years ago, when I received a certificate as a mediator, I was addressed by a married couple, but they wanted to have a contract of division of property. And before they addressed the court, because they had children, they wanted to divide property because the dialogue between them was still there. And on the first side, everything was very polite, calm. They did not fight, did not raise their voices. They looked very calm, reserved, civilized, as civil human beings. But as soon as I started asking clarifying questions, because I was practicing mediation techniques in notarial context, I could see that behind this facade and this resilience, there is something else, completely different. There behind legal formulations was pain, the fear to lose a child. Basically, people were talking about the flag, but in fact, they were talking about justice, about respect, about their unresolved issues and emotional needs. Maybe it was the first time when I understood one simple thing. Many conflicts start not because of property, not because of money, not about square meters. They start as soon as people stop listening and hearing to each other. Then I was practicing mediation more, and now I can see the proof of this in every mediation procedure. The role of notary is incredibly important. We often become the first witnesses where the conflict is still not yet there, but it is already emerging. And these situations we can recommend and refer to mediators. We can inform and raise awareness that there's not only court out there, and make sure they understand that silencing is not the answer, and that's not getting anybody anywhere. It's something we could work with. At the crossroads of these ideas, there is mediation and notarial practice. So personal attention should be drawn to international experience, recommendations of this Notaries Council of European Union, and the European notaries is more now regarded as preventive justice institute, not only about certifying documents, but preventive measures, working for prevention of trust preservation and legal relations. That's why we now, as Notarial Chambers, works on methodological recommendations about informing on mediation. Our task is not about training every notary how to be mediator. Our task is about training every notary to see the possibility for dialogue and to say about it in time. I am very often asked, does every notary have to become a mediator? My answer is no. But every notary can become a point of contact to mediation, and this is already a lot. Because the culture of agreements, of settlements starts not with the mediator, it starts with information, with realization, with the right to know that there is choice, there's another way. And the conflict is not the end, but very often a start of development of new quality, high-level relationships. And today, Ukraine is coming through a difficult way. We are fighting for our state, for our institutions, our economy, but at the same time, we have to develop the culture of dialogue, because the true power of society lies not in the number of conflicts or agreements and the resolution. Conflicts are going to be forever. True power is measured by the capability to overcome them and resolve them. And today it should be task number one, and listen to the forum speakers. Every word is the confirmation of this. I listen and I hear about new conflicts about due to the war, about lack of personnel, and I think stand number one that should be done with everybody is about acknowledging that conflicts exist. Because when I see it, I know what I should be working with. So everybody is important in their own role. Every profession is important. At the same time, mediation as a social thread should unite society, and mediation techniques should become our lifestyle. And if a notary helps at least one family to avoid a long-term hurt, or to preserve employment, or to see the possibility of dialogue, I think it's already a lot. Because sometimes the most valuable document is not the one that's certified by notary, but the one that formalized a settlement after a conflict. I might tell a more practical stories, but I understand we are behind the schedule. So resuming the topic of our discussion, I'd like to pass the floor to my colleague Natalia, practicing mediator. She's going to tell about subject of notary as an expert involved in this process of mediation. And Natalia believes that relationships should be built and conflicts should be resolved. Her personal and professional experience is a proof to that. Ms. Natalia, I hope you can see me and like to pass the floor to you. Thank you, Ms. Irina. I'm listening and sitting, and I'm just inspired all the time about how professional and literate, legal and so wonderful citizens our notaries are. Thank you, Ms. Irina, for this introduction. Greetings to everybody who are still with us. I would like to say, as a continuation of this speech, about myself, my personal attitude to mediation. First of all, it's about respect, about dialogue. It's about looking for understanding, mutual understanding. As a notary, as a mediator, I'm sure that many conflicts could be resolved without fight, if the parties are ready to listen to each other. And I have a huge family, and sometimes there are some conflict. I understand how it is important to preserve civil relationships, even in the hardest of life circumstances. That's why I believe that mediation in Ukraine has future, because it helps people to find solutions not through controversies, but through understanding. My subject matter today was chosen because I am a practicing mediator since 2019, and over this period of time, I have been volunteering in many social projects, and now, after notaries have been certifying more in the matter of mediation, I collaborate with colleagues who call me and ask me if I could be involved in their processes where they act as mediators. At the stage of settlements, parties might need professional help. Next slide, please. Mediation and notary profession, I think it's a response to the current needs of citizens, because the current context of war and displacement is not only alternative to courts, but it's a means of faster, less controversial way to resolve disputes. Probate, property, child rearing, child maintenance, especially in the wartime, when many people have lost their property, when many people are abroad and cannot work and participate in legal proceedings. In my work as a notary, I witness probate conflicts, property conflicts, and I can see that a lot of citizens do not perceive court as a first instance dispute resolution. They look for information, they seek lawyers' advice. Sometimes they have a draft of an agreement, but when they address a notary, they trust us that we can actually evaluate and assess some agreement, and they receive the legally correct decision and solution. Mediation helps the parties to settle, to agree, but notary makes sure whether this agreement is going to be legally safe and enforceable for them. Involving a notary mediation as an expert, the notary should not intervene in the process of mediation and should not overtake the role of mediator. But it could be involved, the notary could be involved at the invitation of the mediators. For example, if the parties are close to make a settlement but do not understand if this is legally enforceable, which documents might be required, which risks might be out there. In these cases, notary is as an independent legal counsel, not as a representative of any of the parties. So notaries could be involved by agreement of the parties, by the invitation of the mediator to provide expert information, and without interfering in the decision-making process itself. This way, mediator leads the process, the parties reach a decision, and the notary explains the legal consequences as an involved expert. Next slide, please. Very often, in mediation, parties focus on settlement, but it's not only important to have an agreement. We should make sure it's enforceable. A notary could be useful here. They can explain whether the future settlement is legally compliant. Maybe there are some tax or probate consequences or some registration issues. At the same time, notaries cannot impose decision on the parties, but they help understand parties and they provide the expert information to the parties regarding the form of future agreement, probable certifications, the risk of annullity or legal voidness, and they scan these agreements whether they are enforceable and reliable. Our notaries work based on the Latin notarial practice, and one of the main things is that if you are in doubt, you should not certify the document. And the parties need to be sure they are definitely going to adhere to the agreement. So every settlement needs to be confirmed by durable and sustainable legal agreements. Also, it's important to say about the scope of the notary's involved as an expert in mediation procedure. Notaries can inform, provide information, can explain, assess legal risks, explain the consequence. At the same time, a notary cannot represent one party, put pressure on the parties, suggest the right solution, or act as a mediator themselves. They cannot propose So I believe that notaries as an involved expert can be more as informative parties here. Thank you, Ms. Irena. I'd like to present a practical case study. For example, imagine situation. After a father's death, two adult children inherit a flat in Ukraine. One of the children lives in Ukraine, another one lives abroad. And they have a dispute in terms of inheritance. One of the children inherits, they live there in this flat, and the other child wants to receive money. In mediation process, they agree that the flat remains as part, but after the land is sold, the money are provided to the other party. And at this moment, the notary does not resolve the dispute, but helps to ensure the decision is lawful, realistic, secure, and needs to make sure what exactly should be done, which documents should be provided. So they help to understand how this could be legally implemented. That's how notaries' expertise is valuable. Mediator helps to achieve agreement, and notary makes sure this agreement should be enforceable. And summing up, I'd like to say that notaries and mediators have to interact more, but this interaction gives citizens understanding that they have heard each other, that they have reached an agreement, and they found a solution that could be enforced and implemented. That's it about my presentation. If there are any questions, and this will also to pass the floor to our colleague. Thank you, Ms. Natalia, for this speech about notary as an expert. I hope, dear colleagues, that we managed to provide this information about value and how we could complement each other. How notaries could help with legal implementation of agreements and a logical continuation about notarization of the results of mediation. And this speech will be continued by private notary, my colleague, as well as mediator, who is going to tell more about how we could fix the results of mediation in a notary practice. Ms. Tatiana, the floor is yours. You probably are a bit behind the schedule, but I hope we can. Yes, we probably will be expediting. Everybody, greetings to my colleagues. It's very important to make sure the settlements, agreements reached, and we should make sure that it is actually enforceable and every party adheres to its completion. Yes, and we need to make sure that notarial agreements are completed. And here I'd like to talk more about some drawbacks and risks. Agreement based on the results of mediation should be in a simple written form, and if it is compliant with Article 21 of the Law of Ukraine on Mediation, as you can see on the slide. But I'd like to dwell on advantages of notarization. First of all, notarization is about, well, we need to translate the voluntarily agreed settlement to an enforceable deal. The first advantage is a verification of identity and free expression of will. What it means in practice, there is a very clear procedure of verification of identity, as well as their legal capabilities and powers, and needs to make sure they are doing it willfully and willingly. So this is the beginning for any further actions going forward. And the immediate thing that notary should do is to ascertain of legal capability, as well as make sure the documents are legal and also we make sure that the legitimacy of agreements and deeds, that there are no encumbrances and other things that should be thought about.
The subject of the agreement has to be in line with the civil legislation. And drawing the agreement about alimony, we check the size of the minimum amount. Certifying the agreement on the custody, we check the requirements upon the 170 article of the Family Code. This will prevent the situations when the mediation agreement is legally vulnerable. Thus, the execution of the notary, their functions will mitigate the risks. It is also contributing to the psychological values. Notary certified agreement is much better than just a written agreement, moreover, much better than the oral agreement. When the notary has certified the agreement, it's just definitely possible to breach it, but you need to go to the court. This will also confirm the seriousness of the obligations, and it will mitigate the risk of the appeal. And the other advantage is the legally binding character. When we are talking about the material nature of this agreement, it might be enforceable according to the court. A notary puts the execution mark on the agreement, and the court shall enforce it. I would like to say that the mediation agreement as such is not included in the legislation. However, you need to check it for the credibility. Thus, you need to dive into the details of the text of such an agreement. Here you can see a few groups of the transactions. Some of them are family ones, some of them are the ones concerning the property. You can see a few agreements of the alienation of property. Some of them are about the use of property. Corporate agreements are quite popular. Some agreements are about part of the statutory capital, and some of them are between the parties of some business enterprises and other agreements. These exactly categories of disputes are good for mediation. This is where the mediation is the most effective. And this is where the notarial certification is also quite effective. Next slide, please. And now let's get back to the main advantage of the notary certified agreement. That's its executive nature. Such an agreement is enforced by the law of Ukraine on notary functions. And based on the executive marks of the notary, this agreement have the enforceable function. And this requirement dates back to the 1990s. And this is a requirement for enforceable nature. And here, that is why the notarially certified agreement corresponds to such requirements. First of all, the parties consciously define the requirements and the terms. The algorithm of the implementation of this executive nature you can see at the slide. A creditor addresses the notary with the original of the document, confirms the terms, and then the notary just passes this agreement to the executive bodies. Thus, when an owner of the document addresses the notary, this is when this agreement comes into the legal force. Next slide, please. When the agreements reached in the mediation are breached, and there is no such an agreement, the parties either get back to the mediation or reach another agreement or address the court. You can see this vector on the slide. Of course, a court trial might take a lot of time. And as for the notary certified agreement, when there is a breach of the obligation, then the notary transfers this agreement to the executive body. You have to remember that upon the executive note, there is a statute of limitation of 3 years. So a notary has to explain that to the parties. And the notary has to explain it to the parties. Next slide, please. So what are the risks? Let's talk about the risks which are neutralized by the notary agreement. First of all, that's the voluntary nature. People will have a difficulty of saying that, I didn't understand something, I was pushed, and so on. The constant communication of the notary with the parties will neutralize that. The notary will check the legal nature and the validity of the agreement before signing it, before certifying it. So it is quite difficult to include some provisions which are against a current legislation. And according to this agreement, you neutralize the risk of some unknown or untraced changes. If one of the parties dies, it is also included into the agreement. The notary certification has also a psychological effect of being a final act. Specialists say that the professional form of the recording of this agreement increases the legal character of such an agreement. The notary certification of the agreement does not violate the confidentiality. The notary is not asking about the pace of the negotiations. The notary will only know that this agreement has been concluded upon the result of the mediation. The only thing that the notary has to know is that this agreement has been signed by both parties. The result of this agreement is a little bit outside of the confidentiality sphere. However, it is bounded by the confidentiality of the notary. This agreement has to be publicly registered. Under certain conditions, upon the legislation, a notary might be questioned as a witness. However, as for the signing of this agreement and not as for the process which preceded this signature. At certain point, the notary is obliged to inform law enforcement bodies and taxation bodies on the transaction. However, this process is confidential. So is the result of the mediation itself. Next slide, please. I will not dive into the details of the conflict of interest. Kalina has already mentioned it. Thus, let's move on and talk about some examples. Let me make you a few examples for you to understand why such a notary agreement has practically importance. One, there was a registered marriage, a couple had an apartment. The owner of this apartment was a wife, and the land plot and the car belonged to the husband upon the divorce. So that was the easiest agreement reached upon the mediation. However, this was just the mediation agreement, which was not certified. So the best solution is to get this decision, this agreement certified. And what the notary does, the notary confirms that this property belongs to those two persons. Sometimes people, upon the consultants of the consultations of some not so qualified specialists do not know of their own rights. Thus, a notary checks the property rights and checks the process of the division of this property. A husband who promised to pay the compensation might be outside the country, might be married to someone else at that point, and so on and so forth. Thus, the notary traces all these issues for the couple to manage their property clearly. So this agreement, the notary certified agreement, was the reason for a wife to register the apartment in her name and for a man to register the land plot and the car in his name as well. So what is the legal effect here? Any written agreement could not change the status of the property. So this property is the one belonging to both parties. One other example is the alimony agreements. Same thing, a practical situation. After the divorce, a father thought that the alimony amount is too high and the mother thought that it is too small. Thus, according to the legislation, the required amount has been defined and the father promised to participate in payment of the medical services and additional education. However, there was a question of how to enshrine this agreement. And here is a good idea of getting the notary agreement certified. And Article 180 of the Family Code says that such an agreement can be enforced according to the legislation and according to the executive note on the agreement. So what was the idea behind it? The idea was to enshrine this mechanism in the agreement and to ensure that a child who starts studying will get the due payment for the studies. If no one breaches this agreement, a father agrees to participate in the payment of the education, and it's a good end of the story. I have a few other examples to mention, however, we are out of time. So I would like to say that the notary certified agreement is not a bureaucratic procedure, and it is not an additional procedure. It is just a systematic instrument which helps. And you can see upon the examples that notary and mediation is not about the competition. Here we are talking about the cooperation where law and the dialogue work together. Mediator and a notary help people reach the agreement and move from the conflict to the legal solution. I tried to be brief, thank you, and I hope that it was useful. Thank you so very much, Tatiana. Let me continue a little bit. First of all, thank you for your strength. Thank you for your attention for so long. We hope that we managed to explain the key thought about it Actually, mediation and notariate have a lot in common, and they can reinforce each other working together. Since mediation helps hearing each other to the parties, and it helps finding, reaching a good decision and reaching a consensus. At the same time, the notariate helps to reach the agreement, which is the legally binding. We have talked about how much in common there is in our legislation about mediation and about the notariate, and actually mediator and the notary are combined by the same principles, which is the trust, following the procedure. And at the same time, we have talked about the fact that a notary is at the brink of the conflict. That is why it is very important to inform and not to suggest the mediation. We were talking about mediation, a notary as an expert. So, dear colleagues, mediators, you can always address us, the notaries. We are always open for the mediation, and we will always help you with the legal awareness. We will explain different statutory norms. So we will try helping the parties to make their agreements certified and be more strong. We were also talking about notary certified agreements, which sometimes are obliged to be certified, like the alimony agreements, which are the roadmap for the parents which agreed to live separately or to get separated, and who want to put the interests of the child as the first priority, and also agreements about the custody for children. And of course, here there is a big room for cooperation between notaries and mediators, especially when we're talking about the custody of children. These are also the agreements about the division of property of the couples. I oftentimes talk to parties about the following. When you come to a notary office to conclude such an agreement, it witnesses your high level of consciousness. And actually, life is so different, and a change of the partner is a beginning of a new process.
For these couples who want to see their marital relations, the stage of settlement agreements, and opening a new way for them. And here we can combine both the skill set of a mediator as well as a notarial and mediator skill set if people cannot hear each other. At the same time, the key and main grain I'd like to receive in our panel discussion for growth for future mediation is should be planted before, way before the emergence of a conflict. This will reflect the high level of consciousness and readiness to settle and to negotiate, because during the process of conflict, we are emotionally charged and we have some differences and different perception. But being equipped with the skill set of mediation and procedural understanding, we will be able to overcome this difficulties smoothly. Thank you to the organizers for this space, for being able to listen to foreign experience. I think it's my 5th forum already, or maybe I've been here for the 7th or 8th time, I remember before the war, but it was offline. But online, it's a unique opportunity to unite everybody in their own spaces. At the same time, meanwhile, maybe very cautiously, but we move towards the development of mediation in our country. And it's very inspiring. There's so many challenges, but at the same time, as I like to apply this metaphor of Ukraine with a cyclist moving upwards, we cannot stop because we're going to fall down. Yes, it's difficult. Yes, it's impossible, but we're moving forward. We unite because we are stronger together. Thank you. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Ms. Helena, thank you so much for your answers in the chat. Dear Lisa, I probably will pass the floor to you. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful for this wonderful panel. Everything was so well explained. We could see the drawbacks, we could see the space for improvement, for the skill set of mediators, and also huge space when we have agreements based on mediation when it can be notarized, because we are very often asked, what if we have an agreement, but it cannot be enforced? Well, in fact, it can. We have the opportunity to do it. It depends on what have been agreed on. And notarization is one of such means. Of course, we cannot create an agreement without notarization of agreement. So it's about synergy. And we need some also lawyers, barristers, solicitors who need to consult their clients correctly, because it's not mediators' work to inform whether they need notarialization or not. And our 10th forum, yes, every year we try to be inclusive to every audience. And for the notaries, we have prepared a gift. Ms. Irena already knows. The synergies, interaction between notaries, mediators, lawyers, barristers, solicitors. We have to make sure we accompany clients or maybe legal entities in the process of resolving some conflicts. And we managed to update our mediation help platform, and it provides opportunity not to find not only a mediator, but also notary. As I saw the chat section. No, of course not. They are not going to talk you out mediation. They will help you support. But where do you find them? For example, if you found a mediator, what do you do next? So we created in our platform Mediation Help, we have a relevant register. It's not a register, of course, because we cannot have a register of notaries, but we can find a specialist who will be able to help you notarize the agreements and settlements achieved through mediation. You can also find lawyers. You can also find interpreters who know how to interpret mediations, also mediators. This is a space where you can find this support. Notaries have very short form to fill out. So we are going to send you a link now to the chat section. Please register if you have any basic training in mediation. If you understand this principle, how you can enforce these agreements, how you can make sure it's legally enforceable. Because as soon as we are asked, we can refer them to you. And on our platform, Mediation Help, where you can have a look. If there is a location filter you can use depending on who you need. Ms. Lisa, maybe I could ask you kindly to make a link to our website material website, maybe because it's also possible to go through the link. Yes, that's definitely doable. Also, some notaries might possess a knowledge of sign language. Some of it might be veteran, literate. So this will be very useful. And we definitely need this synergy between these professions to make sure we achieve the sustainable agreements. And I'm incredibly happy to hear how this was formed and how this was voiced. Please register. Yes, the notaries help to preserve these settlements in a legal field. Thank you, Ms. Liza, for this opportunity to register in the website. And thank you for cooperation, for work on our methodological materials, that more and more notaries and mediators would be aware of our synergy, would know about our cooperation. And answering the question in the chat section, I'd like to add that as of now, over 700 of notaries have certificates of basic mediation skills. So you probably will not be able to find a notary who is not aware mediation, because we talk about this a lot now. And this mediation mindset is something that helps us to be more resilient, help us more to help people more efficiently. In our notarial office, we work and do some things for combat soldiers for free, those at the front lines. And recently, on Saturday, I was making a power of attorney for a military person who went from the front lines for probate after his deceased brother, his junior brother. I did not take any money from them, and he wanted to hug me, and he was very grateful. He thanked me. So this was very humane. This was a very touching moment. It's about humanity. It's about access to this accessibility, inclusivity. It helps us lawyers to work not only with our brain, but also with our heart. Thank you once again for the space, for your attention, and for your resilience. Because it's 8:30, and we have over 200 people. And we have live section as well. A lot of people are there. I forgot to say that, dear notaries, we can register as mediators, but please make sure to register with the same email where you could easily switch and understand whether the people want to address you as notaries or mediators. Because 700 practicing mediators, not just who underwent some basic training. I mean those practicing ones. We'll be happy to see more notaries, not only in the notary section, but also as mediators. You have this right, and this is something you can do. We are definitely happy to oblige. Ms. Lisa, the thing is, we have the problem is, I think, any separate registration is not very positively perceived. So any any separation is not positively perceived. It's not our fault. It's more about these adjacent, accompanying, omnipresent authorities, banks, real estate agents, and so on, who create these obstacles. So we need to be very cautious in this regard. So I would like to kindly ask you to make a link where the notaries could be found through a link. In the wartime, people are more cautious, and 82% of notaries are women, as you can see. I'm just a random guy here somehow. So this is very, very sensitive issue. Something I need to just make sure we understand. Yes, I understand. Yes, and mediators are women predominantly. We hope the war is over as soon as we can. And we have our community, yeah, it was very difficult path considering these things. We have been through a lot of restrictions that we cannot do probate, we can do this or that. That's very sensitive. We do everything we can, that every notary understand that they do not have any advantages or something. This is a resource where you can work. Yes, understand that. Sorry for not being killjoy. Okay, so we did not make any photographs, and I realized we haven't made any photos. I'd like that to be changed. I also would like to tell about what's going on next. In the morning, we're going to have a joint event with Vienna Partners VIAC, arbitration institution dealing with mediation. Going to be institution framework and the importance of regulations and administrative support, including access to alternative dispute regulation. We're going to have a session about mediation and mental health in displacement. It will be practical for cohesion. Neurobiological topics will be touched upon by an expert. All these topics might be very useful. Then we're going to have from dialogue to action the next panel about cases, cross-cultural interaction in the communities. We try to make our program as saturated as possible. You can see so many different professions are present here. Also, very interesting philosophical subject about study from the head of Ukrainian Cultural Fund, the power of horizontal squares of towers. Please join, it's going to be super interesting. After that, we're going to have the mindset of behavior, already mentioned by Ms. Irena and Bruce Edwards, who is the author of the book dedicated to the subject matter. It was translated, it's going to be the materials for the mental model of success, and the day will be finalized by similar panel discussion with the notaries, and yesterday we had judges. Tomorrow is going to be for lawyers. So only together we can make some changes. Whenever people go, they will be hearing about mediation. When people go to mediation, and if the lawyer says, no, it's some federal stakes. So we need to know, to be able to somehow. So photograph. moment is now on. Hope I will be able to do it. If I'm successful, please control the moment of the photograph. It's going to make a photo when you touch the blue button. So you need to look straight into the camera and then press the button. Just a moment, please bear with me. Where is this button? It's going to be. Have a look, smile, and then you are going to see this button. Please press it when you're ready. We can also make screenshots just in case. Thank you, dear colleagues. It's very valuable. It's almost 9, but we're all here together. I know about shamings in Kharkiv. I hope everybody is alive and safe. At least people did not suffer. I hope there are no injured and no casualties.
Начебто щось виходить.
I think we are getting there.
Так, щиро дякую. Тоді ми
Thank
завтра
you.
зустрічаємося
Kindly, we are going to meet tomorrow to resume
святкового тижня медіації,
the
скажімо так.
celebratory week of mediation.
Ну, це важливо для нас. Я бачу тут,
It's important for us.
зараз вже не бачу, чи бачу.
I'm not sure if I
Пан
can see
Геннадій тут є,
Mr. Gennady here.
чи не бачу вже.
Or maybe I cannot see them anymore. Many
Сьогодні тут
participants
пан
are there.
Геннадій теж присутній. Він саме
But
представляє
Mr. Gennady is
фонд
present here as
РРЦ,
well.
за
He is
підтримки
representing
якого
the fund,
12 років тому ми
helping
проводили перший
us
форум. Він був всього на 60 осіб. Але це про те, що в молоду
with the first forum.
організацію
And
громадську
the young and
повірили в нашу
ambitious
ідею.
organizations,
Важливо ось
they
вибудовувати
believed
цей
in
діалог
us,
між представниками медіаторської спільноти, представниками
help us
юридичної
organize our very
професії.
first forum.
Те, що ми сьогодні збираємося вже
And
10-й раз,
the
це
very fact
завдяки
that we are
цій
here
підтримці і
gathering for the 10th time, it's
нашої
because of the support and trust in our idea.
Дякую всім, хто хоче
Thank you, everybody. We are definitely passing these greetings.
фото, я бачу.
I can see the photographs, Mr. Gennady. I'm not sure if they left
Так,
already.
всім гарного, тихого вечора.
Everybody wishing you a good, peaceful evening. Thank you so much.
І до зустрічі завтра.